Morning to you all. We're out here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center for another day of broadcasting here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. A little nip in the morning here today, which I find wonderful. My name is Chuck Powell. Our QB1 has been with us all week long. Hugh Millen to break down the Seahawks for you here as we get the football season underway. Travis Moger here today as well, filling in for Ashley. She's got a couple of days off. She can only take so much of Hugh and I together. So she needed a break. No, she's had vacation plans for a little while. So Ashley's out. She'll be back with us on Monday. But great to have you with us here. And you got getaway day today, so you got your little boat ride in with your buddies. So you're not going to mail it in on me today, are you?
I've already started to do that. I can be good on that if you want. But no, had a good time with some buddies from college.
Good.
Fraternity brothers, as we're inclined to call ourselves.
Yeah.
Tooled around Lake Washington and ate on Lake Union, and had some great conversation.
All right,
we solved most of the world's problems.
Did you really?
Yeah,
I would imagine the conversations get pretty world-solving.
They got, oh God, did they get deep? Yeah, yeah. How about an hour? Is there a God?
Oh, did you do that?
Yeah, we went the hour full of is there a God?
Wow. Oh, really light-hearted conversation.
Yeah.
Just small talk.
Yeah, just right. Yeah. The weather, Mariners, bullpen, and is there a God?
Hey, while you guys are discussing Gabe Spire, let me throw this into the conversation. What do you think about this whole God existence thing? Where do you guys stand on that?
Right? Oh, it was fantastic. Great conversation. Really enjoyed it.
Hey, pass me a beer. Do you think Emerson pitched his last game for the Mariners tonight? And, what's the meaning of life?
It was that kind of night.
Well, good. Good time with the boys.
Yeah.
That sounds great. It's been a great week with you, and we've still got a lot of conversations about the Seahawks to go here today. And we're going to play Spin the Pin again a little bit later on. We got camp. I'm going to squeeze it all in with Hugh in our 4 hours here together.
A Southern Illinois thing that pens become pins? Like an ink pen?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I had to get corrected on that when I was new in the business, 22 years old.
And just 4 seconds ago.
Yeah. But believe me, I get corrected. I've corrected it. I will call it pen, but it doesn't sound good if it's spin the pen. It doesn't,
Spin the pin does have a ring to it, but then this is what's the pin?
Yeah, I had a producer of mine tell me one time, he's like, "You're a really talented kid." I was like 22 years old, and he was like 25. And he goes, "But let me tell you something. You sound like a rube." And so he started to refine my speech a little bit from Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
I started keeping G's on the end of words like nothing as opposed to nothing. Like we say, we get lazy in Southern Illinois with stuff like that. And then, he corrected my pen. It's not a bullpen. It's a bullpen.
But we're going to spin the pin.
Yeah, but we're going to spin the pin because it rhymes.
Wonder what a pin is.
Well, they don't know what kind of pin we're spinning.
Yeah. It's just we're spinning something.
Yeah, it could be just like something. Maybe I do needlework. Maybe I got into cross stitching. Maybe the audience doesn't know that. Maybe that's the kind of pin I'm spinning. Macrame.
You make it.
Oh yeah. Oh, me and macrame. I mean, we are lovers. All right. Well, let's talk about something that. This has been a really interesting conversation as camps get underway this entire offseason, and I think for great reasons. The Rams have been a huge topic, football topic. I mean, you add the best defensive player in the world, arguably. You add another Pro Bowler in McDuffie at corner. You have a very interesting draft. You, by the way, were very good, if not great, a year ago, just not as good as the Seahawks. You've got the reigning MVP. You've got one of the most interesting coaches. I mean, I don't get bothered by the attention that the Rams got this offseason. The 49ers got a lot of attention this offseason for all the wrong reasons, pretty much just dominated by Brandon Ayuk stories. They can have that attention. I don't care.
Right.
But it really, the way that camp started was we started to kick off the football season. It felt like the world champs were on the back burner. And now all of a sudden, in this past week, the conversation is, why are the world champs on the back burner?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
now that's the national conversation that's going on out there. And I don't know. I want to get your thoughts on it just briefly. Mine are, I guarantee you that's exactly how Mike McDonald wants it. So I am 1,000% the National Football League, if they're doing it, and I don't think they are, if they're overlooking the Seahawks, great. Fine. Go ahead and do it. See how that works out for you. It didn't last year. So I don't have a problem. I would like them to stop having the conversation of why are the Seahawks getting overlooked. Go ahead and overlook us. That's fine. Yeah, I'm very comfortable with being overlooked if I'm Mike McDonald in this group here in the locker room.
I think that the majority of coaches prefer to have that underdog sentiment about your team, just exactly as you just described. I do think that there are a minority of relatively brash coaches that they kind of have, put the bullseye on us. Because if you think about the Seahawks, we're pretty bullish, and I think the rest of the country that looks at football is relatively bullish about the Seahawks. Maybe not to be the title favorites like this year.
Yeah.
They're not. But you know, most people recognize they're a young team with a young coach, and probably Sam Darnold is the great unknown of just exactly how long he can sustain what he's done for the last couple weeks, or last couple of years. But I do think that there are some coaches when I got traded to the Cowboys, they had won the Super Bowl the year before. And Jimmy Johnson was like, yeah, we're the Cowboys. Of course, we're going to have the bullseye. He relished it.
Yeah.
He had that University of Miami bravado that he brought to the Cowboys, right? And he knew he had a talented team. And so if you think of where the Seahawks would want to be over the next 5 years, let's say the best reasonable blue sky you could possibly think. Let's say they win 2 more over the next 4 years or something, something like that, a little mini dynasty. Well, at some point, people are going to stop thinking of you as the underdog, and they're going to think of you as the king of the hill.
Yeah.
And so the paradox of wanting to be the underdog for a coach, if you carry out that logic, at some point they're opposed. You can't get your goals and constantly be the underdog. Does that make sense? If the Seahawks have a mini dynasty, let's say Mike McDonald has this just in theory.
Yeah.
Let's just talk theoretically. Mike McDonald desperately wants to be the underdog. That's how he wants to motivate his team. That's the edge that he wants his team to have.
Especially today's athletes.
They're
be the all
underdog.
looking for that chip on the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, good. There's 4 teams in Vegas that are ahead of us.
Yeah.
The Rams are at plus 550. The Bills are at plus 1,000. This is not hypothetical. This is actual. The Ravens are at, depending on FanDuel or DraftKings, you're at a plus 1,000, plus 1,100, and the Seahawks are at plus 1,100 or 1,200. So they're half the odds, or double the odds, however you want to look at it, of the Rams.
Right.
And so let's say that Mike McDonald, that's exactly what I want to be. I always, I want to be outside the top 3 every year. Well, if you win the way you want to win, you're not going to keep being the 4th or 5th team in Vegas. At some point, you're going to be, assumed to be the best, and everybody's going to be gunning for you. Vegas is going to know it. The rest of the league is going to know it. The media is going to know it. Every fan base is going to lose their lungs when you come to their stadium because they know it. Because you've created that. So at some point, you can't cling to, I always want to be thought of as the underdog. at some point you're going to have to shed that.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay, I see what you're saying, but I would also say in the interim,
for this year,
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it again.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I will just say this. I mean, I think it's more the fan base that gets worked up over it. And again, I'd give the same message to you. Why do you want them to be front and center? You know, it worked so well. You know, just kind of creeping up on everybody all season long, and just improving week to week, and by the end of the year, the conversations started not just locally with us, but nationally. Like, is this the best team in the league? Those things started to creep into the conversation, and by the time we get to the Super Bowl, who cares if a bunch of fools in other markets haven't watched the Seahawks and don't know what they're talking about? Like, to me, when I was around football people, and I'm not even talking about Seattle people, when I would travel and or talk to a buddy on the phone, guys who have sports talk show hosts that I've known over the years or whatever the case may be, by the time we got past the chit chat, small things like meaning of life, by the time we got to just talking about sports, the first things out of their mouths were, damn, the Seahawks are good. Like, the people that knew last year. By the time we got to the Super Bowl, and some of those loudmouth jackasses, they probably watched highlights of the Seahawks during the course of the season. In one ear, out the other. Who cares if they don't recognize how good the Seahawks are? But the ones that know, they know. I mean, this team is made out of substance. This team has some depth. This team is young. It's getting better. And I think that I think the entire fan base should be happy keeping that secret to ourselves.
I agree. I think there's also some if objective reasons why you would put the Rams in front of the Seahawks.
For sure, no question. I get that.
If you look at the net inflows versus the outflows, in terms of free agency, and I just said, okay, what's the best way to measure this? Because I wanted to have a way to objectively measure it, and I thought, well, the total contracts that's a lousy way, because a lot of the second or third years or what have you are they're just fluff. Everybody knows that. The last year you're going to make $80 million, but they're going to make a decision about you long before that. So it's not the average. I think it's better to say the guaranteed. And at first I ran the spreadsheet, the total guaranteed. Mm-hmm. But then some guys are getting 4-year contracts, some guys are getting 3, some guys are getting 2. So I actually thought the best metric is the guaranteed average per year. I thought that was the best. And mm-hmm. And then you run it through every free agent change to the team. So I got a column of their last year's team, and I got a column for this year's team. Whatever, sort it, and the Seahawks come in second to the bottom. Only the Packers had more net outflows,
right?
And that's because of the backup quarterback Malik Willis. He goes to Miami for $45 million guaranteed on a 3-year. That's a $15 million. So if you erase that, because I put an asterisk to that, because Malik Willis was not the Packer quarterback. Mm-hmm. They didn't lose Jordan Love.
Right.
They lost
their
Malik
backup
Willis.
Quarterback. Yeah.
So if you can put an asterisk, which I think is fair to do, then the Seahawks become the number one net loss team in free agency. Then, moreover, they only had 4 draft picks, which was tied for the lowest.
Yeah.
Now, they did use a next year's pick to pick up Bo Phillips. But
Bo Stevens.
Yeah. I used to coach a kid named Bo Phillips. I got my Bo's mixed up. They did not get Bo Jackson. They did not get Bo Phillips. They got Bo Stevens as the right guard, and they used the next year's pick. And so I think just objectively you say, okay, what kind of transactions did you make since the Super Bowl, and then you could look and say, okay, the Seahawks they took a dip they had more talent drain than they had talent acquisition. So I think that's fair. And then the other part of it is,
I think it's totally fair. If you come to the Chuck Powell Sportsbook, I'm making the Rams the favorite.
Yeah.
Not just to win the NFC West, but to win the Super Bowl. I'm making them the favorite this year. But I just that adds even more reason to don't get worked up because the national audience can't decide whether or not the Seahawks are any good.
Yeah.
The Seahawks are great.
Yeah.
They are defending world champs. They're going to be better this year, but the Rams are going to probably be better too. So good luck, 49ers.
Yeah, well, I think that you could say the Rams, okay, let's say you were to concede or stipulate that the Rams are the better team in 2026. That
On paper.
On paper.
Yeah.
You still have the issue. Okay, what about the what about 5 years down the road?
Mm-hmm.
What about 3, 5, 7 years down the road? 7 might be a little long to project, but the next 2 to 5 years, I would much rather be Seattle.
Yeah.
Much at some point, Matthew Stafford is going to give way to Ty Simpson. I think that was a reach for Ty Simpson at 13.
Yeah.
And then, Myles Garrett, he's going to be 31. If they rely on Aaron Donald this year, of course, he's going to get older. So that's an old team, and they've used a lot of resources to acquire, Myles Garrett and the like, and Trent McDuffie.
Yeah.
So.
And that is important to me as somebody that loves sports for roster construction. I mean, I know everybody loves to use the phrase "go all in." No, that's saved for teams that have been close, have an older roster, and they let's just put all of our chips in to try to win now, and then we'll be fine with rebuilding. I'd much rather be the team that's already won a championship and feels like we're at the beginning. We're not at the end. We're not at the middle. We're at the beginning of something here, and I think that's where the Seahawks are. So chatter away, all you fools. You're not going to bother me with your Seahawk overlooking. I'll tell you that, because we got something cooking. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of today's show.
May I have your attention, please?
This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, your keyword is credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Go ahead and run with that to your laptop over there and enter that at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in bonus bucks, all brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins. We've got pretty much just two stories really today. Usually my headline list is pretty lengthy, but it's not really today. We've got Seahawks training camp, which we're going to discuss. We got Hugh here for 4 hours. Greg Bell's going to be bumped from 7:05 to 8 o'clock here today. Drake Thomas is going to take his spot at 7. So we'll chat with the linebacker today at 7:05-ish on the radio program. But plenty of training camp conversation, even though the team did not practice yesterday. And then there's the Mariners, who lost last night to the Los Angeles Dodgers 4-2. Started to get the bats going late against the Dodgers bullpen, but for whatever reason could not solve Eric Lauer and did not play good defense, which we'll get into here in a moment. But the Dodgers do keep the Mariners from winning back-to-back games at Dodger Stadium. 4-2 the final score. Still a chance to win the series, but Bryce Miller has been moved out of this game. It's kind of strange. He's been backed up to Friday. You're already on a 6-man rotation, and now Bryce doesn't feel up for going today, and yet feels like he's going to be able to pitch on Friday. And so guess who gets moved up? Brian Wu, the guy that has struggled severely on the road. You would much rather have Brian Wu, right? The start of your home 9-game homestand on Friday. But instead, it'll be Brian Wu going today, not Bryce Miller, against Roki Sasaki. And you never know what you're going to get from Roki Sasaki. He can dominate you for 8 innings, or he could walk 8 guys in the first inning. That's what you're facing here today, game number 3 of the series. We are 4 days away from the Major League Baseball trading deadline. We'll talk a little bit about that today. Did Emerson Hancock pitch his last game as a Mariner last night. Certainly a worthy discussion today. And don't miss Friday, Tacoma Rainiers. I get to lay eyeballs on Michael Arroyo and Laz Montez, assuming they're not going to be called up by the homestand. But Brendan Donovan might still be down there. We shall see. But Rainiers Friday, don't miss it. I'll be on the call with Riley Pay Friday night in Tacoma. Coming up next, we'll go through last night's loss to the Dodgers. It is Mariners Morning After right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
There's that song again. I can feel that one in my bones. That's pure depression right there. Good morning. It is Chuck and Hugh with you from Seahawks training camp, but that doesn't mean we won't honor our responsibility to play depressing music talking about the Mariners and Mariners morning after. That's just what we got to do. Our astrology signs say that's what we were chosen to do today. I read my horoscope, and they were like, don't change a thing.
You're going to just follow that horoscope?
It said you're going to be tempted to change things today, but stick with it.
So now you're getting into inside jokes. You going to let the people in or just drive on by?
I can save you here. Hugh doesn't believe in horoscopes or astrology. Is that pretty clear?
Well, my comment was, you said you're a Gemini. If you had a convention in Seahawks Stadium of all Geminis, you did a Myers-Briggs personality test on everybody in the stadium, you'd get just as much variance of all the Geminis as you would with the general population. It is complete, utter, unexplained nonsense how people are into this personality of your freaking sign. That's my take.
And my
other
take
than that,
is,
I don't have a strong opinion about it.
I am a Gemini. I am a Gemini, and I don't know what other horoscopes or other signs are. But mine does fit me. I'll say that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what those are supposed to be.
Twin. I got two personalities, and there is no doubt about it. There is zero doubt about it.
I think a lot of us think that we have two personalities,
Maybe.
and I bet you if you looked at the other 11 signs, you'd say, "Oh, that kind of looks at me. Looks like me too."
I'll tell you this: the Mariners aren't Geminis. They have committed to not being consistent this year. There's just one.
No, they are Geminis.
Personality.
There's one person. Well, no,
yeah. They have decided, if we start playing well, we're going to put an end to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they've decided.
One personality.
Yeah, there's one personality there. Hey, if we start performing well, we're not going to ride with that. We're just going to put an end to it immediately.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed this Easter egg hunt that we're on to find the one game or the one home run that turns the season around. I think the list is up to like 9.
Circle that one.
Yeah, see, that's it. That's the time.
Well, they did put on an impressive show, probably their most impressive show offensively all season long, 2 nights ago. Could they make it 2 in a row last night against the mighty Los Angeles Dodgers? Emerson Hancock takes the mound for the Mariners. Certainly could be his last start as a Mariner, considering how much trade talk is circling around that sweetheart of a young man, Emerson Hancock. And he did not pitch poorly last night. He just really didn't get much defensive help whatsoever. Of course, the Mariners fall behind in the first inning. They have now allowed a first-inning run, I think, in 6 consecutive games. Andy Pajes hits a home run to make it 1-0. Then Weston Wilson can't handle a grounder in the third, and it leads to a second Dodger run. And if Weston Wilson doesn't have problems with a grounder again in the fourth, here's your highlight.
On a 2-2. Ground ball, and it gets past Wilson. That scores 3-0.
Aaron Goldsmith on the call, Mariners TV.
I think Aaron Goldsmith is phenomenal, right? He works for Fox.
Yeah.
At times, so he's sensational. I think that was an insufficient call of that play. Gets past could mean a seeing eye ground ball that the shortstop can't get, nor can the third baseman. Get past, I don't think, is descriptive enough. That ball should have. He got a glove on it. He kind of dove. It didn't seem like he needed to dive. It didn't seem like the range. So between the range and the and just booting the ball with his glove on 2 back-to-back time, that was first.
It was terrible defense.
Yeah,
it was terrible defense
at that position.
I would have called them both errors, but because he left his feet, they called them both singles. I think Aaron was under the weather last night because that did not – Aaron from beginning to end did not sound like Aaron. I don't know what was going on there, but also, he's trying to protect the player in that situation as a Mariners employee, I'm sure. We don't have to. Weston Wilson is – he's only on this roster because of injuries and because of our inability to hit left-handers, and they got desperate and they went out and find somebody off the scrap heap. And he's an athletic dude. He's big, strong dude. He can play multiple positions, but he's probably playing like his worst position, putting him over there at third base. He can't catch or play shortstop, but I think he's – for us to be trying to win a division and we've got Weston Wilson playing meaningful innings at third base is just it's less than ideal. And he athletically, put him in a straight line at his size, he can move pretty well. But he's like Herman Munster over there.
Well, the first time I got it, yeah.
I'm like, there's no lateral movement over there, and he just clunked both of those plays, and Emerson Hancock deserved a better fate than that.
Well, when you're wearing boots that are 8 inches tall, it's harder to get down for those ground balls. But
Lovey was very disappointed.
He first came into my awareness on when they pinch, or I wouldn't say pinch ran, but he was the designated second base. He was the ghost runner on an extra inning game. A ground ball to the shortstop. Yeah, he just runs, and the shortstop says, "Well, if you're going to do that, I'll just throw it to the third baseman, and we'll tag you out."
Yep.
He
shouldn't.
He's athletic, but I was like,
there was no.
That was a little league mistake.
There was no plan to have him on the roster playing meaningful minutes of this, but you're down to Donovan, and JP's got a wrist, and you're so bad against left-handers, and Wilson actually has been hitting against lefties, but you're so bad overall against lefties, you're trying to get anybody in the lineup that can get a base hit, for goodness sake. So he's playing meaningful innings, and he shouldn't be. And last night, it cost Emerson Hancock. Yeah, it absolutely did. The Mariners did finally start getting some hits in hitting the ball hard in the 8th and 9th innings against the Dodgers bullpen. For some reason, they couldn't touch Eric Lauer, but they then couldn't find a hole in the 8th and 9th inning. Oscar Hernandez has never made a play that good defensively in his entire life to rob extra bases from Mitch Garver, and so the Dodgers end up taking the game by a final score of 4-2. Here is the skipper, Dan Wilson, after the game.
Yeah, different kind of a ball game tonight. I thought Emerson, threw the ball well. Had a couple of jams, there where he was able to, work out of it with limited damage. I thought he gave us a chance, and the way the bullpen threw the ball, kept it very close for us, and want me to start over? Kept the bullpen close, and kept the game close, and gave us a chance late to kind of tack on. And offensively, just kind of a different night tonight. Yesterday found a lot of barrels. Today, a lot of contact, just not a lot of barrels, and a couple of walks to get us some traffic here and there. But outside of that, just not much going, and a tougher night there until late. We found some more barrels late, and tried to jump back into it, but just weren't able to do it there at the end.
There was a follow-up about the lack of consistency from the offense, and philosophically, what have they done to try? It's just a question he has not answered all season long. Either he doesn't have the answer, or that risks Dan calling out. Like, he's worried that calls out one of his coaches or one of his players. And, Dan's got the worst press conferences in the history of sports. There's just really no substance to them. But he, to a fault, is going to protect every single person under his watch and never, ever come close to throwing somebody under the bus. So he just refuses to answer the question about offensive consistency and the lack of it.
So drill down on that. What would you be trying to get from him if if we doubled his candor.
I would that's it.
uh,
I don't want him to. I mean, he has the respect of those people in the locker room because of that, and I know that's the way he wanted to be treated as a player, and he, probably cringed if a manager threw him under the bus or a teammate under the bus. So I know that's the style, but candor is it. Just like it's okay to just say, hey, we're struggling with this, and we're working on a few things, and if we had the solution, we would be hitting better. But it is, just a little more like we're really bothered by this, rather than just answer it as, hey, that's baseball, and we made contact, we just couldn't find barrels, and then when we found barrels, we couldn't find holes. I mean, it's the same press conference every single time.
It's a description.
It's a description.
In other words,
and people would like to have like a few answers. Why do you think that it's struggling? What's going to turn this thing around? And you just never get an answer.
Well, think of it like a broadcast booth. You have a play-by-play guy, and you have an analyst, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they both perform vital jobs,
right?
So what you're saying is that he responds like a play-by-play guy.
He really does. Yeah.
When we really want him to respond like an analyst.
Yeah.
And he won't give you analyst stuff. He's just going to give you a play. It's a recitation of what we just saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what he does in wins and losses.
Now,
so
I think that, he mentioned you found barrels. You hit 5 home runs the night before.
Yeah.
And this goes again to each of both this year and last year, 29th in doubles, second to last in doubles. I would think that a consistent offensive team would find their slugging more proportional. I think the Mariners have a disproportionate amount of their slugging prowess, if I can even use that word, or lack thereof, is tied to home runs.
Yeah, for sure.
And now we don't talk about triples because all triples are doubles in the right field corner. But and you don't have enough of them to be meaningful. But doubles are meaningful.
Yes.
And the ratio of doubles to home runs, I would think for the consistent teams would be a lot more evened out than what the Mariners have exhibited, not just this year but last year as well.
I mean, you're built to hit home runs, and you're not hitting enough of them. You've really never hit enough doubles, and I don't know why that is. Brendan Donovan was supposed to help some of that, and you don't really emphasize the manufacture of runs when everything else is going. You just kind of sit around and wait for the home run, and obviously, we're not getting Cal Raleigh any close of a version of him. Julio is not taking the step forward. Hadn't had a bad year, but man, we keep waiting for him to take that big step forward. I mean, it's just from night to night. I mean, you think you get a little momentum, and then it dissolves. A guy like Eric Lauer, I mean, that is without question the worst starting pitcher that the Dodgers have. He is like number 11 on their depth chart. They've had so many injuries. He'd be like their 11th starter, and he's hitting us through 6 innings last night. It's maddening. It is, but you have a chance today to take 2 out of 3 from the best team in Major League Baseball, defending world champs. And the first pitch is at 7:10. Brian Wu going against Roki Sasaki tonight. That is your pitching matchup. All right, more from Seahawks training camp in a moment. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
enter, one man leaves.
Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter, one man leaves. Two men enter.
Oh, yes. It's time for camp battle here on Thunderdome. Chuck Powell, Hugh Millen with you. Seahawks training camp. The sun's broken out. It's now splashed across this football field. Gorgeous complex. And we got our QB1 here to talk some Seahawks football. We got Drake Thomas coming up at the top. So I was just going to squeeze in a quick little camp battle here. Talk about the linebacker position before he gets here. We know Ernest Jones' spot is locked up. I'm pretty sure Drake Thomas is going to be a starter this year at linebacker. But I guess there's room for Tyrese Knight to still sort of make things uncomfortable for Drake. He has shown things in special teams for sure and at various times in his career. But do you see a camp battle at all here? Do you see a way where Tyrese Knight fights his way above Drake Thomas or with Drake Thomas in this defense?
Probably not, but I wouldn't rule it out. If I'm betting who's starting against the Patriots at weak side linebacker, I think it's Drake Thomas. I think he's earned it. I was surprised when he emerged. I think it's one of many, almost a countless list of attributes or circumstances where I would point to Mike McDonald and his brilliance, because here was a guy that anybody could have got for anything, and you kind of look at him, he's short and short, stocky guy, been cut. He was with the Raider, just kind of bouncing around. And the idea that Mike McDonald saw something in him and then saw a starter in him, I just think it's again, Mike McDonald has this vision, and it's like he reverse engineers. He goes, I know what the finished product is supposed to look like. How do I get there? And having a guy in Drake Thomas that is so sound in terms of his assignment that what he lacks in athleticism, he makes up for with anticipation, being in the right spot. His first step is right. He is physical in a short. He's short. There's only so much power you can get, but he's stocky, and he just was, almost without error. His assignment grade, I would imagine internally, is as good as anybody on that defense on a consistent basis.
Was I imagining it? It just seemed like he just kept getting better. It just all season long, it just seemed like game to game he was making a better impact.
Well, his biggest impact play was the interception with the 49ers were driving. They could have pulled within a couple points in the fourth quarter, and he's in that coverage. He ends up having to match Christian McCaffrey to the flat, which is essentially man-to-man, and ball was a little behind, bobbles, and he had incredible hands to be able to make that play, get his feet down, complete the interception. Very athletic play.
Yeah.
In those two respects, and so I think that you make a play like that, and all of your teammates see that on the tape, and all of your teammates know what a big play that was, and so I think it engenders more confidence. So I would agree that his impact continued around Jacksonville. He was doing really good things as a pass rusher. He made Mike McDonald made a fool out of me, because I would have been scratching my head had right when you told me, okay, well, Drake Thomas has beat out Tyrese Knight. I'm like, are you sure?
Yeah, I hear he's got his eye on me, and he's going to try to figure out how good a football player I can be before the end of training camp. So that's a real project he's taking on, but you never know. Maybe I'll beat out Drake Thomas. I want to be a part of a camp
I would
battle.
Start with holding for Myers.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good starting
baby
spot.
steps.
You're right.
Chuck,
good starting spot right there. Today holding, tomorrow JSN. All right. Well, Drake's going to – enough talking behind his back. He's going to join us right here at our set next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
time, and this ball is, caught. Teoscar Hernandez.
Man, I thought that was gone, first of all. And then that's the greatest play Teoscar Hernandez has ever made defensively in his entire baseball life. Poor Mitch Garver. Not even new Mitch looked like, or new Garv looked like old Garv here as of late. And, man, that would have been maybe a game changer, but instead Hernandez makes the play at the wall. Mariners can't rally. They lose 4-2 last night to the Dodgers. Good morning. It is Chuck in the morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM with our special coverage of Seahawks training camp, and it's made special because of our QB1 11th-year NFL quarterback, Hugh Millen, our special co-host this week. My name is Chuck Powell, and we get things started here in hour number 2 as we are joined on our set by Seahawks linebacker Drake Thomas is with us here on the program. Good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
Doing great, yeah. In the middle of training camp, best place you could possibly be.
The best place you could possibly be. You know that I have one of my best friends in the world is a former NFL player, and he used to tell me, I hated training camp so much, I considered wrecking my truck every day, driving to practice just so I could not practice. And here you are telling me it's the greatest thing in the world.
I mean, I think times have changed a little bit since then. Like, we don't do 2 days or anything like that.
Yeah.
That sounds crazy, but I mean, I love
Plus,
training
it's
camp.
68 degrees out here.
I know, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You can't beat it.
Well, times have changed. You're a Super Bowl champion, and just kind of let's look in the rearview mirror of that little stretch there. Is your favorite play the interception on the McCaffrey that was so pivotal, or is there something from the Super Bowl? What's your fondest memory of that playoff run culminating in the Super Bowl win?
The Week 18 San Fran game in general was pretty cool. The interception was really cool, but honestly, nothing tops winning the Super Bowl with this group of guys. I think that's the part that stands out. You know, you reach the peak of the mountain, and to do it with the group of guys that we did it with, and a group that really cares about each other and is so close. That was the coolest thing.
You're not the biggest guy on the team, but do you have the deepest, most sultry voice on the team?
I don't know. It's probably just early in the morning. Haven't talked a whole lot. So still,
what it is?
Warming up my voice.
It's coffee. It'll raise an octave.
Yeah, for sure.
Relive that play, though, that Hugh's talking about, that play with McCaffrey. I'm sure you've relived it in your mind. How many times have you watched it since that time? And take us through that experience.
I don't know how many times I've watched it. It pops up every now and again.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a play on the backside of a quarters coverage, so I'm kind of like manned up. He runs an option route, and I'm just trying to make him break out and try to. Basically, it's like a race to the pylon at that point, trying to keep him from getting in the end zone, make it like a catch tackle type of play. And Mafe got a hand on the ball, and I didn't know that till after, but I see the ball kind of just hit his back hip, and it pops up in the air and comes right into my hand. So. It happened fast.
Once you got the job, you proved to everybody that you belonged, you deserved to have that job. But as we talk frequently about Mike Macdonald's brilliance and just his vision of NFL football, particularly defensive football, do you ever think to yourself, I'm grateful to play for Coach Macdonald because he saw something in you that maybe not all 31 coaches would see, and give you that opportunity so that you could excel in the manner that you did?
100%. You see a lot of guys around the league, that are in tough situations, going undrafted, and not a lot of people get the opportunity that I got. And so I'm super grateful to be playing for Coach Macdonald and for him to give me that opportunity. I'm super grateful for the entire organization. I got here and then I got hurt, and they believed in me, and they kept me around and allowed me to get healthy and get confident, and really gave me a lot of grace throughout my rehab process to get to where I was, playing like, I knew how to play again. So I'm so grateful for so many people in this building and their part in helping me get to where I am today.
Drake Thomas with us, and as fans, we love stories. So I'm going to ask you to tell us a story about a time. There must have been a time, whether it was in practice, in a game, after a game, where you thought to yourself, damn, Coach McDonald, like, he is next level freaking defensive genius. Something that he did, some blitz he installed, some call he made, maybe it was in the Super Bowl, what have you. Let's go in the mind of Drake Thomas, where there had to have been a thought where you go, this dude is at the top of his game, just in terms of coordinating and scheming defensive football.
Yeah, I feel like it probably didn't really – I mean, obviously, like, when he first got here and we had to learn the new defense, it was a lot. But
a lot of mental, just a big volume.
Yeah, just learning new stuff. But that's kind of with any playbook, I'd say. Like, you got to, kind of go into like a clean slate mindset and relearn everything from the bottom to the top. But I feel like I don't have like a specific moment that sticks out to me, but just
Was it that time you saw yourself first string on the depth chart? Like, this guy's a genius.
maybe, but I'd say just like when I started playing more and I realized I just started learning more about the game and the NFL offense.
Give an example. What did you learn that you maybe
there's
hadn't
so many
picked up?
I guess maybe just seeing his process on a week-to-week basis and what he's looking for and why he's looking for that and why he's calling certain things. And the more I kind of got an inside look at like why we were doing what we were doing. That's really, I feel like when it started to click, like, okay, he's really locked in.
Is there an example
I don't
of
want
maybe
to put
the
his
Super Bowl?
stuff out there, but like
Yeah.
just his process and what he's looking for throughout the week to get certain tells and come up with game plan and schemes.
At this point, I mean, if he went out there today and said, I want you to wear your helmet backwards, would you be like, I don't get it, but okay.
I don't know if I wear my helmet backwards, but whatever he's calling on game day or installing in the meeting rooms, whatever, I trust him 100%. So.
Drake Thomas is with us here. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM as our training camp coverage continues. And, of course, look, I mean, we watched you last year. I'll tell you, like, watched you get better and better and better. And at the beginning of the season, I'm sitting here as a talk show host like, 5'11" linebacker. Is this guy really going to be able to hold his own out there? And then every week you just seem to get better and better. And by the end of the year, we can't live without Drake Thomas. So you've established yourself in this league. You've established yourself with this team. Many people might also start putting limitations like, that's it, that's as good as he can get. What do you feel about where you could still go with your individual playing abilities?
When I watched the film from last year, I have to say I'm my hardest critic, and there's so many areas where I feel like I can do better. So to say there's a certain ceiling or limit that I already hit, I think is crazy, because when I watch the film, all I see is how many different ways I can get better. So, I'm constantly chasing that every single day, trying to be intentional about what I'm trying to improve and seeing, where I come out of this thing.
Where can you get better? What's like you mentioned, the quarters coverage. You're going to have to play into the boundary, stop that Texas route on the inside, as you said, but then you're going to have to cover some ground to get out there like you did against McCaffrey. So there's a burden on that weak side linebacker in those coverages, right? And is it a coverage thing? Is it blitzing? Is it run fits? What have you identified as the one thing it's obviously not one thing, but the most important thing to improve?
I'd say, so in the play action pass game, we got to play it in those quarters coverages. We play everything top down pretty much. So you got to get a lot of depth, and that creates a lot of space in between you and the check down. So the one thing that I want to get better at is really get my cleats set in the ground and breaking down on the check down and being ready to come make that tackle when they throw it.
Drake Thomas, our guest. Tell us about Drake Thomas. Tell us, what are your interests? I think a lot of listeners would like to know a little bit more about Drake Thomas off the field.
Yeah, so I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. I have two brothers. I have an older brother. We played together at NC State.
Yeah.
He's a receiver. I have a little brother who is a quarterback at Western Carolina. He just transferred from NC State. Both my parents, my dad played college football. I got married in March. So, a lot of this offseason.
Your wife like your hair?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Got a dog at home. Love dogs. Honestly, I'm pretty focused on I don't have a whole lot of hobbies off the field. I started trying to play a little bit of golf this off season, but I really love training. I love
wife, dog, and football.
Yeah, it's kind of the process right there. That's the order of operation. But yeah, I mean, I live a simple life.
Okay.
Yeah, faith
How
is
does she
huge
like
to
Seattle?
me.
Is she good long term with you being here?
Oh, yeah, she loves it out here. It's a great place for her. She, the wives, the other wives on the team, the girlfriends, the fiancés or whatever, she's created a great relationship with all of them. So she loves being out here.
Is she going to get on Hard Knocks, you think?
I don't know. Why would she be on Hard Knocks?
I don't know. They sometimes go to your house sometimes.
Oh, no, I don't mean. They haven't told me anything about it, so.
Who's the one teammate that hams it up for the cameras and the mics just a little much? There's got to be somebody.
I don't know if I can point out one, but the D-line likes to put on a show. But
the D-line's
they're
putting
being
on a
pretty
show?
authentic. They're crazy anyways. They have a lot of fun, but the cameras are all over them when they're doing it.
Yeah, does Spoon even have another level to go to? Everybody's
yeah, he's just him all the time. It doesn't even he's just entertainment as it is. So he'll be great on Hard Knocks too.
Well, man, we've really enjoyed watching your process, getting better every day, it seems, as a professional football player, and can't wait to see the next chapter in your career. So thanks for stopping by. Have a great camp. Have a great year.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having me.
Drake Thomas
nice to meet y'all.
joining us right here on the radio program. Seahawks linebacker. The voice never did lighten up. It stayed deep the entire time. I don't think that's morning voice.
He's got FM. Play the hits.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, here comes Luther Vandross.
Yeah, here's R&B. Here's Drake Thomas with. But I mean, we talked behind his back about Camp Battle and praised him, and then we get to meet him and talk to him about that to his face, and now he's walking away. We get to talk behind his back again. It's remarkable how small he is.
Yeah. He's a tiny guy, man.
Yeah, and he's playing linebacker in the National Football League and playing it extremely well for a world champion, Hugh.
I watched the end zone copy because that's how linemen and running backs, particularly in the running game, and so you look at him, and he wears those small shoulder pads, and even though he looks short and stocky here on the field, he just compared to everybody else, he not only does he look short, he looks narrow, and it must be an illusion, kind of how he wears his uniform, but it's just it's hard not to sometimes go how is that little skinny white boy to be, starting at linebacker and making such plays, and I think that I would imagine other teams, when they study the opponent, they think this 32 guy, how is he so good? Because he doesn't look on the hoof. That's a term they use down in Texas, on the hoof, right? I assume it's some cattle auction type of term, but on the hoof, they talk about football players. On the hoof, he just doesn't have that look. But he
went undrafted. I mean, there's nobody that's at the combine saying, got to have that guy.
Yeah.
Nobody, and yet Mike McDonald sees something
and he's
in
with
him.
the Raiders,
develops him. And you asked him a question about when did you recognize Mike McDonald's genius as he was working with Drake. I would ask you, I mean, when you started watching Drake Thomas play football and then watching him improve, when did the bell go off with you about Mike McDonald? Oh my gosh, if he can turn this guy
about Thomas,
yeah,
probably took 3-4 games because I was thinking Tyrese Knight must be hurt. And because he, to me, it was like, look, you had 52, and didn't he wear number 42 at some point? Did he switch to 32?
Yeah.
Right. So to me, it was like 52 and 42. I thought, those guys, they got some. Here's what I thought. I thought they got some damn good backup linebackers. That's what I thought. And so Patrick.
Yeah, he is 42. He was 32 in college. So
he's 32
he's
now.
Gone back to 32?
Yeah.
Okay.
So to me, I was just kind of like 52-42, okay, so I feel like we got some pretty good depth at linebacker, but I didn't see in preseason that he should be taking over for Tyrese Knight.
Yeah.
So then when he did, there was a moment where I thought, well, is Tyrese Knight hurt? Or, it was a little bit confusing. It took about a month. I would say 3 to 4 weeks into it, you just kind of go, this guy doesn't make mistakes. He's not out of position. He takes great first steps. He's reasonably physical. He's never going to have, elite violence just because his frame and his athleticism couldn't allow it. But he can maximize. He can be assignment perfect on almost every play of the entire game. And so I think just being in the right spot. For example, did you hear him say quarters coverage? What that means is there's 4 deep and there's only 3 linebackers underneath. That ball with McCaffrey, the ball's on the right hash from the offensive perspective. That means Ernest Jones, he's going to have to shade to the 3 receiver side away from him. That means that Drake Thomas, if he's got Christian McCaffrey, who, if you accept my assessment, is in the top 3 receiving running backs in the history of football, he's got to guard him, but he doesn't have cloud coverage to the outside. That would be the corner to the outside rolling up into the flat. It's quarters coverage, which means the corner is going to be backing off. Mm-hmm. He's got to take what's called the number 1 receiver, the widest receiver close to the sideline. He's got to take him to the back of the end zone. That means Drake Thomas, what did he say? He said, I've got to guard the inside. Because Ernest Jones is shading to the field, he has got to stop the in-breaking route, what some people call it an angle route, a Texas on that option route. Christian McCaffrey is going to come up, shimmy on you, and break inside. Go back to when McCaffrey played for Stanford. The first play of the Rose Bowl was either Wisconsin or Iowa. I can't remember. But the very first play of the Rose Bowl, they run an option route. He takes the inside and catches the ball and goes 70 yards for a touchdown on play number 1. So McCaffrey's going to find that inside. So you got to guard that first. Then because you have to guard the inside, now McCaffrey break into the outside. That's a lot of ground to cover, with a pro hash, because you're closer to the middle of the field. So the idea that he'd be able to take away the inside and then still have enough burst to get to the outside to cover a guy as dynamic and nuanced and polished as McCaffrey, mm-hmm. and to get the interception out of it, it's a hell of a play.
Yeah, no doubt. And a pretty big moment as well. But, yeah, and man, if you're John Schneider – and we don't have a lot of time to get into this, so maybe I'll just make a statement. You can respond to it. Like, I'd be just sitting there in my office like, I can even screw up a draft pick, and this coach I hired is so good. He's probably going to turn him into somebody pretty good.
Let's get some free agent cut guy from the worst team in football, right?
Yeah,
we don't think of the Raiders as the worst team, but they're about the worst team. And Dad's Cleveland Raiders, right?
Like, I'm foolproof. Like I can draft
they had
anybody.
the number 1 overall pick, so they had they were the worst team. But at any rate, yeah. What a vision. So,
yeah.
Cool story.
Yeah, but between him and Ty Okada, to be able to turn both of those athletes into that productive of a player on a championship team, it's amazing.
Well, and the year before, it's like, hey, we got Baker and Dotson.
Yeah.
We're a third of the way, halfway through the season.
I don't like them.
Get them both out of here. These are my guys. Like, Mike Macdonald's vision of this is how I want it to look, and these are the guys who can do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I bow.
All right, coming up next here on the radio program with Hugh, it's the brand new feature that is sweeping the nation. It's all anyone was talking about last night. We debuted it yesterday, and man, is it trending? I'm going to look this up during the break. I do believe it is trending. We're going to play Spin the Pin with our QB1 on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning. Brought to you by Tulane Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulane.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, perfect. See, we're building Spin the Pen into a classic sports radio bit. You got to get the right song for Spin the Pen. Came up with this. Nice brainstorming session. Good call by Hugh. And the break.
It was like, what has spin in it?
Yeah.
And then right in my senior year in college wheelhouse, we can't come up with it. And oh God, we get dunked on by the youngster
Travis Mogert. But don't feel bad about Travis.
I'm not
Travis
that
is
young,
like
by the way.
Yeah, he's a music.
You're not that young?
Yeah.
I'm not that young.
He loves him some music. It's a knowledgeable music guy right there.
Yeah, well, you're younger than us. You weren't born when that song came out. So
I actually have a music question for the two of you. I'll save it for later because we do have to get to some analysis. We get
to some sports on the sports station. Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I just don't want to shortchange you because we've got this brand new bit everybody in the world's talking about. It's called Spin the Pen. Hughes, training camp coverage. He's our QB1. He's our top analyst during football season here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And so we go through different players that we want to talk about. And he said, I'm prepared to talk about anything to me. I said, oh, yeah, let's see just how prepared you are. So I have put on a piece of paper like a circular list of the entire roster. And I said, if I can just spin, and all I have is a pen. I don't have real game show equipment.
Yeah.
I'm just going to spin the pen, and wherever it lands, I'm going to have you analyze that player for us.
Yeah, we got to get the Dead or Alive to change the lyrics.
It's
not spin me, it's spin the pen.
Round, baby, spin round.
Okay. All right.
All right, so here we go.
I don't know. I hope I don't. I hope I don't have a brain fart here.
Oh no, I have faith in you. So here we go. Let's spin it, Travis. All right, there it is. That's as good a spin as my pen's going to do. I'm going to turn this into Flick the Bick or something like that because spinning a pen turns out it's not that easy
especially
to do.
If it has rubber.
Yeah, and it's got like a handle
one of those
on it.
Rubber things for the cushion on your fingers. Yeah.
So
you got to work on your spin game, dude.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's Flick the Bick or Stink the Ink. I don't know. Maybe there's a better way to do this, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't want you to be my surgeon based on what I just saw. I'm not. The dexterity is that's an open question for now, Trav. I'm telling you. Okay.
All right. I think the pen is saying Anthony Bradford.
Is that right? Who's Anthony Bradford? Remind me who he is. Okay, the right guard of the Seattle Seahawks. I must confess.
You said that. You caught me off guard a little bit. I'm like, wait a minute. I got the name right, don't I? I just wrote Bradford down.
No, I think our P1s are what's in the business of primary ones, the ones that listen all the time. They know. Some would know that he's been a little bit of a whipping boy for me.
Yeah.
And
well, perfect. And I'm telling you, you saw me fail at spinning. That's where it landed.
That's where it's landing. I can see that the pen has been spun and it lands on Bradford as fate would allow. So I have viewed him as a guy, big, strong guy, not very athletic. And not as strong functionally through the core and what have you as his size would indicate. In the run blocking, yes. In the pass blocking, I've felt like there's times where he's given up bull rushes and what have you, but it's mainly his feet and trying when he has to get into the second space and in zone blocking. If let's say the guard and the center are going to zone block, so he and Sundell they're gonna work together on a defensive tackle. They're zoning two guys, so one is the defensive lineman and one is the linebacker, and it's just those two against those two. And so what happens is the center and the guard, they come out working together hip to hip, and they are trying. Their first initial stage is, okay, we want to get movement like two bouncers in a bar throwing a drunk guy out. So get massive movement, but they got four eyes on the linebacker, and the linebacker is going to either go over the top, in which case Bradford could get it, or he could go underneath, in which case the center. So they're seeing how the linebacker wants to flow to the ball. And when Bradford has to go to the second level to have to release off that double team and then play in space, his lack of athleticism and agility cause him to miss blocks. And then moreover, his lack of foot quickness allows him to be beat. So if he's got what's called a 3 technique on his outside shoulder, who's trying to get outside, and sometimes he'll have to go, block what's called a 4 technique. Rarely would he have to block a 5, but let's say the guy's lined up over the tackle on a third and long, and so there's what's called a 9 technique way outside the tackle. Yeah. So the tackle's he's gonna fan out to get the 9 technique, and then now Bradford has to go laterally to get the defensive tackle. Then in those type of schemes where he has to move, that's where he's been a hindrance. And I've felt that for years he's the weakest link on the offensive line. And now we played Spin the Pen, so I don't have it in front of me. But Pro Football Focus every year, including last year, Bradford has been in the bottom 10th percent of guards every year.
Yeah.
And so I'm not just making this up. And so now you say, out of five offensive linemen, there's got to be a weak link on everyone. Even the best offensive line in football, you'd say, well, there's always a worst on every offensive line, right? In my opinion, it's him, but I have to concede that when the Seahawks go from, in their running, the first 14 games, they have 2 games over 140 yards. And in their last 6, including the 3 playoff games in Super Bowl, they have 5 of 6 over 140 yards. That offensive line started to gel. He was a part of it. Mm-hmm. And so I think whatever the anchor that he was to the offense, I feel like it's diminished. I still say that if there's one guy that you would look to replace, I still think it's Anthony Bradford. But I think that he's improved enough that my concern has not been assuaged entirely, but my concern has diminished a little because I just follow where the evidence leads. And the evidence leads that the offensive line really picked up. He was 1/5 of that offensive line. Now they drafted Bo Stevens. They used a future draft pick to get him, so that there was kind of a unique target to Bo Stevens, who was a first-team All-American. It's really interesting that when you scout at any position, there's kind of 2 columns. There's what was the player's production, and when I talk about an offensive guard, there's still production. How did you perform? Well, being a first-team All-American, that's highly productive. But then you say, well, something didn't translate. That's why he's a 5th rounder. Same with Oluwatimi. Oluwatimi won the Remington Award for the best center in football at Michigan. He also won the Outland Trophy as the best lineman. Yeah. But he was drafted in the 5th round. There was thought to be, well, he's limited from an athletic standpoint. So right now you're looking at a situation where they kind of drafted somebody to replace him, but it wasn't like the prior year with Gray Zabel at left guard. Big difference between first and fifth rounder, right?
Yeah.
But so I would say Anthony Bradford. Now, one thing that I like about what Clint Kubiak did with Anthony Bradford is there was a number of screen plays and outside zone and plays where they would ask pin and pull plays where they would even a reverse. I'll tell one play that impressed me on the reverse. They against the Rams, they line up Rashid Shaheed on the left side, and they run a reverse around the right end. I think they got 22 yards at a very critical time on that comeback.
Yeah.
And if you look at the structure of play design, there you can run a reverse off of almost any run scheme that you want. You can run it off of inside zone, outside zone, traps. In this case, they ran it off of power, where Anthony Bradford was pulling and staying in at the line of scrimmage, and everybody else, all the other four linemen, they were galloping out in space to get over to the sideline to be the ones that are blocking in space against more agile defenders.
Right.
But the one guy that they didn't ask to do the running and blocking in space was Anthony Bradford for good reason. And so I remember saying not only was that a really well-timed call, but the structure of how they worked it off power left, they go reverse right, but specifically they didn't try and have Bradford playing out, trying to go find safeties in space and block those guys. So at any rate, I would summarize it to say I still think he's a bottom half of the league, probably bottom quadrant offensive guard in this league. I'll still maintain that. He has improved. He was less of a liability, but I still think that my vision of this offensive line would be that he would be replaced at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the immediate, but hopefully near future. Unless he continues to improve with the offensive line, at some point I'll say, hey, we're good with Bradford.
Well, I mean, I'll flatter him the way that I did Drake Thomas. I mean, we weren't killing Drake Thomas. I mean, everybody in town that had a microphone was killing Anthony Bradford for the first half of last season. And there were some video highlights or lowlights that really where he came off looking bad. I mean, usually someone like me or lower that's watching football is just going to say, okay, our quarterback got sacked. Whose fault is it? And then, you wait for the replay and then you see. Now, you analyze it obviously a lot finer than what we do. But I'll just say this, from all of us non-humilins out there, we have complained less about Anthony Bradford week after week after week. He did not show up as being a deterrent to what the Seahawks were doing. And so we got to throw him his flowers after killing him for the first half of last season, because he did seem to improve. He seemed to gel with the group, and he did not seem to be the liability at all that he seemed to be earlier in the season.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, coming up next, spin the pen. It's just you're not going to be around here for tomorrow's show. I don't know how we're going to live without this bit. But one thing that I brought up at the end of the show yesterday that we didn't get much time to talk about, but I at least want to kick it around for 5 minutes with you, Kyle Shanahan and what we're supposed to make of this situation here in San Francisco. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I should have mentioned Greg Bell, not at 7:05. We talked to Drake Thomas, but that doesn't mean Greg's not going to be on the show. We're going to talk him at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. So our Seahawks Insider will be joining us here momentarily. Do want to let you know that the baddest show on earth is coming to your favorite casino, Tulalip Resort Casino. It's August 6th. George Thorogood and the Destroyers will be there, and we're going to do it up right. Not only going to go to the show, but we're going to be at the Circle Bar from 5 to 7 p.m., and when I say we, I mean me. So don't make me drink alone, if you know what I mean, you Thorogood fans out there. 5 to 7, come on out. I'm going to give away some prizes. We'll have a great time, and then we'll get ready for the show that night. All right, so I did want to talk about Kyle Shanahan, but you wanted to clean something up real quick.
Just house cleaning here. I mentioned Pro Football Focus. Out of 87 qualifying offensive guards, his total offensive grade was 75th out of 87. His run blocking was 61st out of 87. His pass blocking was 82nd out of 87. Where you want to be first out, right?
Yeah.
And then on pass blocking, just a note, the best grade is 88.6. The median is 62.3. For the Super Bowl, Anthony Bradford had a 13.4, and for the NFC Championship game, he had a 3.1. So, yeah, the run blocking was a little better, but I still think that there's an argument to be made that he's not just the weakest link on the offensive line; he's the weakest link on the offense.
John Schneider just walked by.
You did. I could take it up with him.
Yeah, could you? Should have grabbed him so you could put in your request for a better guard this year.
You know what? I think he would agree, but they only got so many resources. But
by the way, it looks like he's lost a lot of weight since the last I saw John. Looked pretty lean out there. I think maybe he got a Bowflex.
Feisty fellow.
Yeah. He looks, I don't know what's going on over there. He looked good.
One of those Chuck Norris sliding.
Oh, yeah. Chuck Norris does it.
Yeah, right?
You get it. That's what you do. I can promise you this. He's glad he's not dealing with this Kyle Shanahan type story in his organization right now. And I hope, I really do. I'm not wishing any ill on Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to find out something worse about this story. I really don't. There's no part of me that this could lead to the 49ers' demise. I don't want that for a human being to find out later that there's more to the story. But the fact that there was something so major covered up about it that Shanahan had to set straight the other day, it was my fault. The report was wrong. He said the report was wrong. It was my fault. Yeah. I dropped my phone. I drifted over. I hit another vehicle and injured myself badly. Unfortunately, I did not injure her badly. But he took all of the responsibility. And I just brought this up quickly yesterday. My initial response to it was, good on him. And then there's that dark side about every story where you're like, wait a minute. Is this a situation where maybe the other driver, attorney's like, hey, we're not going to let you play this off like she caused the accident, so you better clear this up or else. I don't know if he was
coerced in
responding in that fashion. So I want this to emerge as there was no other wrongdoing. He's cleared up the story. It's over, and he heals his face.
Yeah.
But I still think there might be more to it.
I like him. I agree with that. I was with the Broncos when his dad was the head coach. And he was a high school kid kind of hanging around. And now he's Kyle Shanahan. And he was Kyle then, by the way.
Yeah.
But he didn't change his name.
But
he became, one of the top, by anybody's calculation, he's a top 5 head coach. If somehow the 49ers wanted to move on, he would spend about 45 seconds on the free market as a coach before he got snatched up. And there'd be a bidding war by 15 teams. To get him. So he's a very accomplished coach and agreed. Look, car accidents happen. That's why they call them accidents.
Yeah.
So it's not implausible everything that he said, and we would say that's very commendable if it actually transpired in the way that your initial reaction to it was.
Right.
But we know through not just sports, but through life, we know that oftentimes we want to be cynical on things, but we also don't want to be naive about things.
Right.
That oftentimes, wait a minute, there's more to the story, and I would like to think that it's just as simple as that. Freud said sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Maybe this is just a car accident. He says it's a car accident. He said he was at fault, and it's nothing more than that.
And they'll figure it out, and hopefully the girl's
yeah.
okay, and he's going to be okay.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
And now he may have exposed himself to some type of civil action from her, depending on the impact, to her. But undoubtedly, he's going to have to pay for something along the way. But
which is what he should do if he was at fault. But I'm just hoping we don't find anything sinister about it, that we're going to find out more.
Yeah,
Albert Breer this morning, I'll say this on the drive in here on KJR, I heard him saying that he believes there's nothing more to the story, that now everything has been revealed. So I hope that is the case going forward.
Has he dug into that? Does he have a basis to say that?
I don't know.
Because you and I have
but
a
he's
basis
a professional
to
journalist.
say we think that there's nothing to it.
He's a professional journalist and an insider. So, I mean, I would think he's not just throwing out a blind opinion about it.
Dug on it?
At least a little bit. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But, we'll find out if there's more to it. All right, coming up next, we'll hear from Greg Bell. It's Hugh and Chuck with you from Seahawks Training Camp, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's daily visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Yes, an hour later than normal, but, Drake Thomas, very demanding guy. I mean, I think you got that sense. Prima donna, if I'm going to do this, I want Greg Bell's segment. So we had Drake Thomas on at 7, but there's no way we're going to get through a show without you hearing from our Seahawks insider joining us now from the News Tribune. And, of course, you can hear him today at 10 o'clock on KJR. It is Greg Bell. Hello, sir.
Good morning, guys. Yes, I auctioned off my 7 o'clock slot there around the locker room.
Oh, he paid you. He paid you to.
Yeah. That's how journalism works.
All right, you're buying later.
By the way, John Schneider's walking around. I mean, he's making laps around here. Are you going to write a story on his weight loss? I think he looks like 15, 20 pounds lighter.
I didn't notice that. No, you said that. That wasn't. I do see him pretty much every day, but did not notice that.
Yeah, well, maybe because you see him every day, you don't. It's a gradual loss where it was a little bit eye-opening for me.
Well, I don't want his height, I don't want his abs, but I do want his hair, so he can go F off with that freaking those locks of his.
I think you could probably say that about Drake Thomas's beautiful hair, too. Hey, let's since he took your spot, let's start with him. Drake Thomas, is he locked in here? I mean, is there any competition at all for him at that linebacker position? I mean, obviously Ernest Jones is locked in, but can Tyrese Knight put any pressure at all on Drake this year? Are you hearing from the brass about that?
Well, unless he regresses, no. Mike McDonald loves how Drake Thomas executes the game plan, the fundamentals. He's a sure tackler in the open field. At that position, very important. And he just grasps the concepts and the game plans and the system, obviously better than Tyrese Knight does, because Knight was the starter and first year that McDonald was here, and then last year Drake Thomas out of nowhere. Drake Thomas was a special teams player, one of the fringe guys on the roster, much like Ty Okada this time last year. And when Okada and Drake Thomas proved that they really have the system down, that was a key. In this defense, because it changes so much right before the snap, because McDonald's asked them to be so instinctive and so versatile and so hybrid and so amoeba to confuse an offense, you have to have your stuff down. It's not enough to just be physically gifted or fast or tackling. You got to have the mental side of this defense down or you're lost. You're a step behind. If you're a step behind, you're in the wrong place. If you're in the wrong place, you get exploited in big plays. McDonald puts a huge premium on knowing what to do before the snap, and Drake Thomas is very good at it. And here you go. Drake Thomas is here. He made that play. I don't know if you talked to him about it. It's become his signature play last year, intercepting the pass from Christian McCaffrey. Yes. That play, I keep remembering that play. That could have become a really hairy situation for the Seahawks losing that game. I mean, defense was in control the whole night, and the only time the 49ers got in the red zone threatened not only that game, but they threatened the number one seed for the Seahawks. Seahawks have been on the road in the wild card round the next round had they lost that game in Week 18. And the instincts and the reaction time that he had to make on that play when McCaffrey tipped the pass right in front of him, it was like a Blue Angel fighter jet type of reflexes to still intercept that pass. It deflected right in front of him. And then after the game, my memory of Drake Thomas last year was after that game in Santa Clara, the 49ers Week 18, I walked into him, he's smoking a cigar like most of the guys celebrating the division title. And I said, that cigar is pretty cool. When's the last time you had a cigar? He said, it's the first time I've ever smoked a cigar in my life. How do I do it? Where do I cut it? Where do I light it? Yeah, he is an understated guy for sure.
Yeah, and internally they talk about that Week 18 game as kind of the paradigm that was the pinnacle of their defensive accomplishment, in part, Greg, because of what you alluded to. The 49ers were doing a lot of motions and shiftings, and the Seahawks had a lot of adjustments to make that they had to make right before the snap, and they feel that they've never been more in tune as 11 guys, knowing exactly what the checks are. Nobody has to flail around and make these violent signals as to the checks. It's just like one quick little signal, and everybody knows that there's no thinking, there's no react. It's it's just reacting, bam, coming downhill, and so they feel like that Week 18 game is the best they've ever played on defense.
That was the night, remember, you guys remember, that was the night on the very first drive, they went for it on a goal line, such a 4th and goal from like the 2-3 yard line. And we're all like, what is he doing here? He knew the 49ers could not drive 90 yards, even if they fail on 4th down. And he knew they would get a 3 and out and the ball back near midfield or on the plus side of the field. And he was going to play that field position game all night because he knew their defense was so dialed in that night. That and the Super Bowl, to me, were two very similar game plans for McDonald. We're just going to win with defense. Get some first downs to the 50, let Dixon kick the other team into their own goal line, and then let's try to see if they can drive 90 yards to score on us. They can't. We'll just play that way. We'll collect field goals, and we'll just play it. The Super Bowl played out just like the Week 18 game to me. The opposing offense, completely overmatched by a defense that was absolutely in tune, like he was talking about.
At this point, McDonald and Shanahan could go to dinner, and Mike would just order for him. And Shanahan would be like, "What? How did you know I wanted chicken?" And Mike would be like, "I got you figured out. I got you figured out, buddy. Don't you worry about that. I knew you wanted chicken."
He probably wouldn't do that because Shanahan at the moment probably couldn't read the menu, so he probably didn't order.
See what he did there?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, our Seahawks inside.
You got to pay extra for that. Oh, boy.
Greg Bell here with us on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, so Leonard Williams, extension talk. 32 years old. I mean, he doesn't look like he's fallen off. Looks like one of the best players at his position in the National Football League, and yet you got Byron Murphy that's going to come due here soon as well. So how much money are they going to spend on defensive tackles here going forward?
I'm not sure they're going to spend money on Leonard Williams because I'm not sure Leonard Williams – we'll see. Williams, he made people notice when he said, I asked him, have the Seahawks talked to you or approached you about a new contract? He's going into the final year of his deal. And he said, we've had conversations. And that's what everyone noticed him saying. But what he also said was, but we're not going to talk about that right now. We can do that at the end of the season. There's time for that. We're worried about winning games right now and getting ready for the season. I get the sense, guys, that Leonard Williams got married before last season. He and his wife, Haley, had their first child this offseason. And you know this. It's the first time you have a kid, your life perspective changes in a hurry. And the things that mattered to you and what you used to spend your money on and what you prioritized flip. And he's played now 12 years. He's won a Super Bowl. He's played in New York. He's been out here in Seattle. He's made hundreds of millions of dollars. His kids have generational wealth. I think he's going to reassess things. He hasn't come right out and said that, but we were talking about Calais Campbell last December. He is 18 years in the league. He was a defensive end last season still for the Cardinals. And Leonard Williams in late December, before they were going to play the Cardinals, he's shaking his head going, Calais Campbell, man, 18 years. I said, could you imagine playing, because at the time Williams had played 11 years, could you imagine playing 7 more years? And he's like, I don't know, man. He said, I feel pretty good now. I asked him, how much longer do you think you'd want to play? I feel pretty good now, but 7 years. No, I can't imagine that. That's crazy, 7 more years from right now. All that's a long way to say the Seahawks are going to see how this year plays out. Does he stay healthy? Is he as productive as he has been? NFL players at most positions start tailing off once they turn 32, 33, 34. It's just age and nature. And then I think the Seahawks will reassess at the end of the season. Yes, usually they get their foundational players done going into the final year of their deals. But with Williams, I think his life perspective has changed. Byron Murphy, yeah, he's got 2 more years on his deal, this one and next. You can bet that his agent saw the Jalen Carter deal. Not that Murphy would command a Jalen Carter top of the market deal, but that's the barometer now. How is the agent is going to say relative to Carter, here's my guy. But Byron Murphy needs to take another step this year, like he did last year, to start entering that talk of Jalen Carter-esque or even be in the neighborhood of the top of the market for interior tackles.
Greg Bell with us. And, Greg, I got to say that as I look at this team, obviously it's deep, it's talented, but I do have a concern about the number 2 receiver. And they threw a lot of money at Rashid Shaheed. You can't pay $17 million just for a return guy when you didn't think that Kenneth Walker was worth $14 million. You know that kind of that's the framework that you evaluate that contract, in my opinion. Torrey Horton has kind of been in and out. We see him practice, then some days we see him. He doesn't practice. I thought that was really weird. That I've never heard of a guy missing a whole year because of his shin. I know that was related to the knee bone, and it was kind of almost more of a knee surgery type of thing. But where does the club feel about Horton and where we are with this number 2 receiver?
They're pacing Torrey Horton right now. He did practice the first 2 training camp practices, but only in position drills and 7-on-7. He wasn't doing any 11-on-11. Then the third day, they give him the day off. He comes out in flat tennis shoes and watches practice. But then, 2 days ago, they were off at practice yesterday. He did go 11-on-11 for the first time since his shin injury. So it seems it's going to be that. 2 or 3 days on, a day off, then come back full go. 2 or 3 days. It'll be interesting to see today. They're in full pads for the first time this morning. And if Horton's going to do 11-on-11 in full pads, that would be probably a next evolution step for him. But they are ramping him up. He, to me, is a little bit ahead of where I thought he might be because he wasn't on the field at all in OTAs and minicamp. I thought he was going to begin training camp on the PUP list. It was somewhat of a surprise that I saw him on the field Saturday. But he isn't full go yet. They envision Hugh. Brian Fleury, Mike McDonald envision, and even John McSnyder when they traded for Rashid Shaheed. Yes, Horton was injured then, but Horton has 3 more years left on his rookie deal. They acquired Shaheed and then re-signed him for that $51 million 3-year deal with the vision of 2 speed guys. And that put them both on the field at the same time when you go extra wide receivers and see how a defense handles 2 guys that can take the top off of it. And then that should, in theory, open up the underneath for Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp and even A.J. Barner. That's the theory. We haven't seen it yet because of that mysteriously serious shin injury that McDonald refuses to really specify what actually happened there. So we haven't seen it yet together in a game, and we won't until September 9th against the Patriots. But that's the plan, 2 speed guys to make them have. Now, I will say this. There's been a concerted effort from Sam Darnold from OTAs all the way through the first 3 days of camp to throw the ball to Rashid Shaheed. He jumps into the line drills to make sure he throws to Shaheed all the time in group drills. He throws to him all the time in 7-on-7. There's a lot of plays in the offense and scrimmaging that goes to Shaheed, bubble screens, slants, out routes, deep routes. It seems they're force-feeding that connection. So that's much better, much further along than it was when Shaheed joined midstream last November.
Well, as you're talking, a play in the Super Bowl, early first quarter of the Super Bowl comes to mind. They ran a weak side flood to the left side where they put Jackson Smith and Jigba as the split end into the boundary to Sam Darnold's left. They squeeze the formation down with Cooper Kupp. He runs a deep angle cross across from right to left. And as you're talking about the idea of opening up the underneath coverage, they had Jackson Smith and Jigba doing the takeoff, clearing out the defense. And you notice the corner and the safety, they turn out of their back pedal, they clear it open, they give a nice look for Sam Darnold to see, and oftentimes that safety might hang and look like he's going to drive down on the Kupp route, but because I'm not in their heads, but my presumption is they see number 11. They know number 11 is a superstar, and now all of a sudden, like magnets, they're going to go. And that was man-to-man coverage, so I'm mainly talking about the post safety. But he gave Darnold a good, clear indicator that he was going deep to help on the clear out by JSN, and Kupp was able to come underneath that. that's an example where JSN is the clear out guy, but I don't really want him in that role.
Yeah.
I don't want him getting
Right.
tired out running, sprinting 45 yards down the field and what have you, and that's not the best use of him. But there at least is some play with the personnel that they have.
You don't want to pay $168 million to a clear-out wide receiver?
Eventually, the safety go, wait a minute, he's just a clear out guy. I'm going to jump the crosser.
Yeah, they'd rather it be Shaheed and Horton that do that job this coming season. You're right. One thing while we're talking about receivers, I will say that I've noticed already early in camp that Brian Fleury is going to throw the ball a lot more to tight ends. He's a tight ends coach, of course, 7 years tight ends coach at the 49ers. I think A.J. Barner could have a Pro Bowl, borderline All-Pro season in this offense. They're going to have him on the field every down. He's going to be, because he's so good at blocking and inline blocking, and he's going to get a lot of chances to catch the passes. And because Smith-Njigba's reputation will precede him now, because of Kupp's experience, because of the two speed guys, A.J. Barner could have massive, massive plays underneath all of that this season.
Last thing for you in our last couple minutes here this morning in the 8 o'clock hour, not the 7 o'clock hour with Greg Bell. You mentioned full pads, 10 o'clock practice, so practicing a little earlier in the day, a little cooler in the day. Remind us, how physical will Mike Macdonald practices get at this stage in the process?
Not very physical to the skill position guys. They don't bring guys to ground. The other day they had blocking pads and high jump pit pads out for guys form tackle practice, but they don't bring dudes to ground. They want dudes to stay off the ground to keep them from leg injuries and stupid cheap injuries like that. Having said that, the offensive and defensive lines go at it, and that's as real football as it gets once the pads come on. They'll do a daily one-on-one pass rush drill between the offensive and defensive linemen. That's when you have starters. You have Leonard Williams going against Gray Zabel. Mano-y-mano type stuff. I am always there for that and watch that every time, even though the receivers and defensive backs are at the other end of the field doing 7-on-7. I watch the pass rush drills because that's as real football as it gets. But as far as the scrimmaging goes, they blow the whistle as soon as someone comes up against them, just like as if they didn't have pads on.
So today starts the potential for fights. Basically what you're saying.
Some, especially on the line of scrimmage. But, yeah, gone are the days of the Oklahoma drills, and he remembers all of that, where you just bash each other's heads in, running backs trying to run over linebackers and vice versa. Yeah, they don't do any of that anymore. The players are too rich.
Well, you used to have double days with, pads in both and massive hitting, not the 9-on-7 drills, which are exclusively runs. Those would be 25 minutes, just meat grinding.
Just mashing. Mike Holmgren used to have him do 2:30 practice. He'd have it like a 10 o'clock practice in Cheney, and when it was about 95 degrees, and then it was 105 degrees at 2:30. He'd have him come right back out and do it at 2:30 and do it all over again at full pads.
Yeah.
The NFL, CBA Players Union won't let him do that.
Yeah, plus Frank Clark's not out here anymore, so there's that as well.
That's true.
Or a Fetty, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
all right, Greg. Thanks, man. We'll see you out here in a little bit.
Yes, you will. I'll be there soon.
G-Bell,
Thank
we'll
you.
see you. Okay.
Hey, what do you have on your show today? Let me squeeze that in here. Or did he hang up? Okay. Travis might have took him off. Travis was on
Seahawks stuff.
Yeah, he's going to talk Seahawks. Greg will talk Seahawks at 10 o'clock. There's your promo. All right, coming up next, we've got the ABCs of the MSUM. I mean, we're going heavy Seahawks here today, but obviously we will pay tribute to our daily features here with the Mariners, and there's a lot to discuss. So ABCs of the M's next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
What do you say we dig into Mariners baseball in alphabetical order? Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Thanks, Travis. Did I compliment Travis gave me right before we came on the air? Did you hear that here? It's unnecessary. That came from out of the blue.
Yeah.
Just told me I was hot.
I can clear out for you two with the
Well, I don't think it was that. I don't think it was anything
you can stick around.
suggestive. I think it was
going
just,
down that road.
I think it was just an observation more than anything else. Anyway, thank you. He was just saying my mic was hot. That's all he was saying. Yeah. For those listening, I have a hot mic. I'm live on the air. It's Chuck and Hugh with you here from Seahawks training camp. Beautiful morning again for us to enjoy. Practice going to start a little early today. Looking forward to watching some practice here today. But we do have the ABCs of the M's to get to today. And we left off with the letter P. P is for positioning. Hugh and I have already discussed this morning, but it's strange. I mean, you struggle so much against left-handed pitching, and Weston Wilson has shown an ability here recently to give you a little bit of offense against lefties. But because your woes against left-handers have been so mighty, you're putting him in the lineup, and you know he's playing a position he's not comfortable with. He is somewhat of a utility guy, but he's really an outfielder, and he's not even a very good outfielder. So he's playing third base for you to get his bat in the lineup. Not that it's that great of a bat, but that's how desperate you are. And then he clunks two plays, and they weren't errors, but you think a major league third baseman makes those plays, and maybe we have a different outcome last night. But, yeah, you got exposed. I mean, we talked about Anthony Bradford a little bit earlier. Baseball, you get to choose whether or not you want to run behind Anthony Bradford.
Yeah, right.
Baseball chooses you sometimes.
That's right.
And last night, Weston Wilson, the baseball gods chose him to make a couple of, they weren't easy plays, but they were makeable plays. A good third baseman makes those plays. He botches them both.
I would say
you lose the baseball
I would say
game.
if the literal definition of average, I think an average third baseman.
I think you're right. JP, I think, makes that play. If he's playing third base.
If you just say, even if you just said, okay, break the league, you got 30 teams in the league, the top 10 are good, the middle 10 are average, the bottom 10 are poor. I think the top 10 and the top 20 make that play.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And the first one, I think it was a mistake in his glove just belied him, and then the second one, the range seemed awfully diminished, and yet he still had a good glove on the ball. So first two of your first three runs, the home run and the second batter notwithstanding, right? And that was the first inning.
Yeah.
But then the next two runs are attributed to poor third base play.
Yeah, and you are knowingly playing a poor defensive third baseman.
Yeah. Now he had a nice hit late in the game.
Yeah.
So I would have advanced the theory that two errors could impact his psyche and be a factor for him and his mindset at the plate. But that base hit to left field it was a double, wasn't it?
I think he had just a single.
But it was hard hit.
So. Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah, it was a good clean hit.
So he was still able to put that behind him a little bit.
Yeah.
But it would be a concern that if you're out there struggling, hurting the team defensively, that now that could impact your
well, it's not an ideal situation. I mean, it's just not an ideal situation that you're playing this important stretch of games against the best team in baseball. And Weston Wilson, because you're so bad against lefties, you're trying to get his offense in there. Not that it's fantastic, but you got to live with the defense. And last night, the baseball gods put the ball in his lap, and he booted them both. Q is for quality. Emerson Hancock did not get a quality start last night. Could have been had Wilson made the plays. But it's been such a quality season for such a quality young man. I mean, this is just there's so many quality young men on this roster, and he's right at the top of the list. And I'm just so happy for him, having gotten to know him over the years, that I mean, these are his best friends, that they've developed into his best friends, and he was the highest pick, Hugh, of all of them. And he was the guy in Tacoma while they're building their resumes for monster contracts and building they get to hang out together. They get to hang out together at the major league level and major league ballparks and travel together and everything else. And he's in Tacoma with a different group of friends. And so for him to break through this year has been so great to see. I mean, he's been as good as any starting pitcher that we've had this season. But last night might have been his last start as a Mariner. His name is the one being mentioned most prominently in trade talks, and he acknowledged it afterwards that it's been distracting, it's been hard to deal with because he wants to be here and he wants to be with the guys and he wants to help them win and he wants to win as a Mariner, and yet there's no way to block out all that noise about he might be pitching his last game.
He's not the only one. He's the most prominent, right? Yeah. In theory, is there any that in the pitching staff that are totally untouchable?
I would say I would say not totally untouchable.
Because you have such depth. Like you say, okay, who would be the most, Kirby or Logan or Wu? I mean, I would have said Wu would be in the discussion. He's had such
I think Bryce Miller's
year.
In the discussion.
Miller?
And yet this weird thing about Miller's not pitching tonight. He's going to move to Friday. We're that time of year where you're like, why is that happening?
And why is Wu starting with all of his? He has the biggest gap in home versus road.
Right. So
ERA.
I would guess that no one is invulnerable in these conversations. Hancock seems to be the most prominent.
And how do you feel about that? Do you think he should be?
I sort of get it. I sort of get it, but yes. But I'd hate to see it happen because I think he has broken through this season. But somebody's leaving in the offseason too. It's going to be Gilbert or Kirby. One of them's getting traded in the offseason. So I think that's inevitable. But right now,
why?
You need a hitter.
Just contract?
Well, they're not going to re-sign all of these guys to
when you have
$25 million. Well, they just don't sign guys to that. They don't spend that much money. So the idea that you're going to keep all four long term, no. So they'll move one of them while they have trade value.
Sorry, Chuck, to interrupt you. You say that kind of matter-of-factly, like you're just accepting, and almost I interpret possibly from your tone that you're okay with that. What about a Mariner fan says, no, that's effing BS? You're telling me either Kirby or Logan you're going to let him go for money reasons only when you already have, like, the one thing that DePoto does the best is identify right-handed starting pitching.
Exactly.
Like if you had to get granular, that's the best thing he is as a personnel guy. And you've got this beautiful pitching staff, and we're going to just act like the Oakland A's and just let a guy walk because we don't want to pay him?
No. I would do it. I would do it.
You do.
I have
You'd
Kate
sign him.
I have Kate. No. Oh, no. I would trade him. One of the two. I would sign one of them. I would sign one of them. That's why you trade them, because they've got years left on their deal. I'm not going to let them walk away free agency.
Then one of them should be the highest priority to trade.
I would. Well, you need them now. So you need them at this stage in the process to try to win this year. That's priority number one, is to try to win this year. But once you get to the offseason, I've got Anderson and Sloan. I got to find room for them in this starting rotation going forward. So it seems like I'm going to try to keep one of Kirby and Gilbert and extend him, and I'm going to trade the other one to get a boatload of pieces to help me in other ways.
And when are you going to trade?
Huh?
When are you going to trade?
This offseason.
Yeah. And they have how many more years?
George has 2, and Logan would have 1. So you'd get a bigger return for George than you would for Logan. But I'm going to find out which one doesn't want to stay here. Like Logan's already talked about wanting to leave. So I don't think they'll both. Yeah, I don't think they'll both be here next year. So
okay,
one of the two.
If he can get a bat for,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like
like a
bat.
legit,
like a middle of the lineup bat.
Well, if you want to get a guy that makes a lot of money, yes, or you can trade him for prospects and just reload it. Not like lower level.
Yeah.
Guys ready to contribute right now, kind of prospects that keep the payroll down, so that John will sign the other one. So yeah, that's how I would do it, and that's how I'm expecting that they're going to do it. R is for right-handed hitter, and it is that market is just dried up. I mean, here we are 4 days away from the trading deadline, and we've not made that move for a right-handed hitter. We need one, and yet I don't know who it's going to be. Byron Buxton's completely off the board at this stage. If he was even on the board, you've lost Casey Schmidt this week to injury, Spencer Steer this week to injury. The market's not really making much more sense out there in terms of acquiring a right-handed hitter. So it's going to be difficult. I have heard that they are having a really difficult time finding a dance partner in all of this. And based off of the fact there's only been one trade before the trading deadline, everybody is having a hard time. Actually, there's two. There was another one last night. But everybody's having a hard time putting together a trade for a right-handed hitter, so it might not happen. And then finally, I just want to slip this in. S is for Skubal, who, like Emerson Hancock, may have pitched his last game with his team last night. The Detroit Tigers look like they're going to trade him before Monday's trading deadline. Certainly not to the Mariners, but Tarek Skubal is most likely going to be dealt now. It looks like it's almost a foregone conclusion. And that's, you want to talk about picking something up at the trading deadline, that's arguably the best pitcher in the world.
Yeah, well, him and Skeens, right? I mean, who else would be in the conversation?
Zach Wheeler.
The kid up in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'd love to see Skubal go.
I can't really pronounce his name.
Mizorowski.
Yeah.
The Miz. You just call him
the
Miz.
okay.
But that's where I'd love to see him go. I'd love for Milwaukee to get Skubal and see what those two guys could do in a series.
Why is Skubal leaving Detroit?
They're not going to be able to re-sign him in the offseason. He's just going to ask for too much money. So they're not going to pull an Angels and let Shohei Ohtani walk out the door without getting anything in return.
Baseball has an interesting business model in that regard. I was a player rep during the contract negotiations, the CBA, and the franchise tag emerged as a kind of a bridge between the owners and the players we were obviously seeking free agency. And it was really Pat Bowlen. You can when you see the franchise tag in football, you can just think of it as a John Elway clause, because Pat Bowlen, the owner of the Broncos, said, "Okay, I'll reluctantly agree to this new thing that you call free agency in our business, but I'm not signing anything that allows me to lose John Elway." And thus was born the franchise tag.
Right.
In this situation, you would have Skubal would be franchised by the Tigers if we were kind of trying to compare apples to apples with the NFL. And so if you're a Tiger fan and you've got this, beloved pitcher who's dominant, as you said, as good as anybody, but he's just going to walk out of the door because you have, skinchy, parsimonious owners, cheap owners, trying to find the right word there, then I don't know. I think that detracts from baseball.
Well, that's why they want a salary cap. Yeah, so they don't have to deal with that anymore. All right, coming up next on the radio program, defensive tackles. I want to get Hugh's thoughts on just how much money we should be paying Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams going forward. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Seahawks training camp continues. Another beautiful morning for us here with practice starting earlier today. So as soon as we're done, we get to step right out on the field, watch a little bit of practice. Got our QB1 with us here all week long. Hugh Millen has been necessary this week to our broadcast, and so we're leaning on him heavily, and we're going to get into a pretty big topic about the passing game coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour. But I wanted to spend a little bit of time on this defensive tackle story. Leonard Williams in the last 24 hours, news cycle, perhaps being talked to about an extension. And then we've had the Jalen Carter story this week, Hugh, where he broke the bank for defensive tackles. I mean, damn near $40 million per year for him going forward with the Philadelphia Eagles. And we have a defensive tackle that some people are putting on that top shelf, Byron Murphy. And then you got Leonard Williams, who some people put on that top shelf. So as we're thinking about the present and the future of the defensive tackle position for the Seattle Seahawks, I mean, how much money are you willing to invest in these two guys going forward? I mean, you have a salary cap in this league, unlike the league that we were talking about in the last segment.
Right. Well, I want to do whatever it takes. Leonard Williams, now he just turned 32.
Gemini, by the way.
Is he? Yeah. Yeah, because all the Geminis on the
probably
planet
two
Earth
personalities.
all have this. Oh my God, this absurdity. Oh,
yeah. When he and I get together, there's four of us. Don't kid yourself.
Jeez.
Anyways,
well, that Gemini is just turned 32.
You don't have to pay both
on
of
June
them,
20th.
You just have to pay one.
Hey, that's my anniversary.
Oh wow!
Yeah. I don't want to let him walk. He was just named, for what it's worth. ESPN polled a bunch of GMs and coaches, and he was named the number one defensive tackle in football. And then Byron Murphy. You could argue that he's as important as anybody on the defense. That nobody is more important than. Oh yeah, I don't think that Mike Macdonald would scoff at that. I mean, he has a great ability to create mayhem. He has a very unique style that when he gets double teamed, he drops to one knee. He's already short enough, but he drops to one knee so that he doesn't get moved out of the hole. And then at some point, the double team is going to turn into a single team, because whether you're talking about gap schemes by the offense, which is power and counter, that's where you're blocking down at the ball at the point of attack and you're pulling backside guards, whether you're talking about that or whether you're talking about zone blocking where everybody's moving in unison towards the point of attack, either scheme, the double team eventually turns into a single team. So then when he turns into a single team, he rises off his knee and he's able to shed a blocker and make plays. It's the damnedest thing. And so but his contributions, even when he is not making the plays, the degree to which he again doesn't get moved out and forces the running back to move laterally and allowing other players to make the play. Oftentimes you re-engineer the play. So how did Seahawks get that tackle for loss or get that stop? And you say, well, the core of the play was Byron Murphy and how he held his ground and then was able to influence the runner to go laterally or change his angle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think Mike Macdonald wants no part of any discussion with Byron Murphy not being in his lineup.
$40 million? 35?
Well, obviously there's
so this is not like last segment I said I would get rid of either Kirby or Gilbert this offseason. You're saying no, this isn't a either or, both. Got to keep them both, or you want to keep them both.
No, you accurately point. There's a threshold for everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, believe it or not, there's a threshold for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
if the salary cap is $302 million, right? You're not going to let Pat Mahomes take 99% of the salary cap. Right. So every single player in the league has a lid. and I don't know what Mike McDonald and John Schneider would agree is okay. That's too much, but what I'm trying to impart
Well, let's
to
say
you,
market rate. They get market rate.
I think market rate and just figure it out.
Yeah,
Figure it out.
both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they are of the highest priority.
Yeah, I don't
the
really
highest
want to
priority.
see this defense operate without either one of them at this stage. I mean, I get Williams
Mike
is a little
McDonald.
older. Yeah. All right, coming up next, let's talk about the passing game with our QB1 here because I'm wondering without Ken Walker and with a rookie running back, are we going to pass a little bit more this year? And even when we do pass, how do you think Sam Darnold's going to distribute this sucker with all of these weapons that everybody's expecting to catch more balls this year? So we're going to get into that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. 9 o'clock hour here on a Thursday from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM's coverage of Seahawks training camp. Early practice today. As soon as we're off the air, practice begins as Greg Bell takes over. Maybe he'll do some play-by-play for you at 10 o'clock here today. But we get things started here in the 9 o'clock hour by telling you that bank is your keyword. If you're playing the bonus bucks, you want to enter that at 93.3KJR.com. For your shot at $1,000, that is bank, BANK, at 93.3KJR.com. Also want to let you know that Tulalip Resort Casino, I've been telling you about this George Thorogood concert quite a bit. And, well, it's coming August 6th. So tickets are available at Ticketmaster. And, of course, you can go to Tulalip's website as well. But also, we're going to put together a little function before that concert, and that's going to be myself not wanting to drink alone. So you can come out 5 to 7 at the Circle Bar right in the middle of Tulalip Resort Casino's casino floor. From 5 to 7, I'll be giving away some prizes that day, and then that'll roll right into the George Thorogood concert, so we hope to see you there. All right, man, it's been a heck of a week here with our QB1, Hugh Millman, talking some Seahawks football as we get the football season underway. And we got one big fat segment left this week with you. And to me, I want to play to your quarterback love. I want to talk about the passing game with you and Sam Darnold and Brian Fleury and how it might look differently. Look, I mean, we're sitting here wondering how this running back group's going to come together. Maybe it won't be as effective, or maybe they will marry themselves to it and wait and be patient and see if it takes the exact same trend, clicks at the exact same right time of the season. I don't know, but is there a chance, in your estimation, that maybe this team throws the football a little bit more, or will they not mess with the formula that they used a year ago under Kubiak?
I think that they'll come into the season wanting to run at the level that they ran the last 6 weeks, which was a market uptick. We've talked about the numbers from the prior weeks. The passing game had a similar dip. Sam Darnold ended up the season second in the NFL in yards per attempt to Drake May. Now, he was first in the NFL, Darnold, in yards per dropback, which includes sacks and also scrambles. But through week 12, Darnold averaged 10 yards per attempt, 9.9 to be specific, and then that fell to 6.9. To put that into perspective in terms of where that would rank in the league, you've got, as I said, Drake May was number one for the season at 8.9. Darnold had been 9.9 through week 12.
Wow.
Drops to 6.9. 6.9 puts you at a tie for 20th, but also at a tie for 22nd because there's 3 guys there. So you get the idea of how the pass offense dropped, the run offense increased as they made their Super Bowl run in the late regular season and through the playoffs. So for me to answer the question about Brian Fleury, I know it's a pressing question. It's a pressing question in my own mind, but I put the brakes on it because I think that the only sensible answer, Chuck, is that we don't know.
Yeah.
Because not only is he new, but most importantly, he's a never-time play caller. And so we don't know his style. Now we can say that with the 49ers, they played a lot of 21 personnel. That's 2 backs, 1 tight end with Kittle, and then 2 receivers. But they have Kyle Juszczyk, who's arguably, I don't know if fullbacks make the Hall of Fame anymore. Darryl Johnson's not in the Hall of Fame, but he was the best fullback of his era. But Kyle Juszczyk is the best fullback of his era. That's unquestionable. Mm-hmm. And so can Robbie Utes or Brady Henderson can Can he be a factor? I don't know.
Brady Russell.
Brady Russell. Brady Henderson's going to be writing
He
about
might write
Brady
about
Russell.
Brady.
Right. I knew I said Brady. That didn't sound right. Brady Russell, number 38. So I want to see the personnel groupings. We want to see from last year the Seahawks were number 1 in 12 personnel. They were the most efficient pass offense in 12 personnel. That's with 1 running back, 2 tight ends. Mm-hmm. They were the most efficient in play action. So those are things that Brian Fleury undoubtedly would want to do coming from the 49ers and being underneath Mike Macdonald. But we don't know the nuances of how that plays out with the personnel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I guess my question is, not to interrupt you, but like if your personnel just is better in the passing game than it is the running game, I mean, maybe organizationally you have the philosophy that you want to run this much. Ideally, you want to run this much, and that won't change this year. But if you are staring at, we don't know what Jadarian Price is going to be, and you don't have Zach Charbonnet for a little while. You're down basically 2 running backs to start this season. And if your personnel is just better suited to throw the football, are you going to throw the football more, do you think, this year?
Yeah, I think that it could evolve to that.
Yeah.
I think that initially they're not going to just say, well, we don't have Kenneth Walker, we can't run the ball. I think that they're going to want to have the type of balance that they had last year. So and then the number 2 receiver. That's one of my concerns for this football team. Obviously, JSN, you feel that's a box checked with the thickest El Marco you can put an X in. But then the number, we can talk about the depth, and I'm saying, okay, well, I think the depth feels about. I don't feel like they have great depth. I think they have sufficient depth at receiver. But I think that the number 2 receiver feels like it's very unproven to me.
Could it be Barner?
I
know that's not technically, but I mean, like the number 2 target.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Chiefs were winning Super Bowls with Travis Kelce as either their number 1 or their number 2. That's a valid framework for the offense. And certainly it could be in part because, as I said, I don't feel like there's been a number 2 that's been established.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because here we're at that time of the season where you're like, well, Torrey Horton's obviously going to play a bigger role, and Rashid Shaheed, he's $17 million. Hugh, I mean, you got to throw him the ball more, and Barner's supposed to take a big step forward, and Arroyo's second year, he's going to take a big step forward this year. And, JSN's established. He's a 100-catch guy every single season, and yet we're not going to throw the football more? I mean, how's this going to play? Cooper Kupp's still around making a pretty good salary as well. So I'm curious. I mean, obviously not everybody's catches and targets are going to increase this year. There's still only one football. How's Sam Darnold going to distribute this thing? As you said, do we have a clear-cut number 2 wide receiver? Do we have a clear-cut number 2 target? Maybe it is going to be a tight end. Maybe we're going to do 12 personnel a lot more this year with Barner and Arroyo. Who sits on the bench? What wide receivers out at that moment? Yeah. Fullback's going to be used more. Jadarian Price going to catch balls out of the backfield. We're working on it every day. How on earth is it all going to wash out? You know what I mean?
And the 21 personnel. So Brian Fleury comes over from the 49ers. I mentioned 21 personnel. That's you could call that regular personnel. That's again 2 running backs, 1 tight end. Mm-hmm. So you got a fullback in the game. The average for the NFL for the entire season, actually it's the median is 15 attempts. That's not a 21 league. Number 1 in the NFL was the 49ers. Brock Purdy had 101 attempts. Well, there's only 4 guys over 50 attempts. And Sam Darnold had 45. And so he was 5th. Mm-hmm. So and again, Brock Purdy was 101. The next was 88. So that 21 personnel that Flory brings over, it's generally a running formation. You're going to get a heavier set. You're more likely to get a safety down and get single safety coverage. So you get in 21 personnel, and even if you get in the I formation, because 21 personnel with two backs in the backfield, you could be in split backs. And then if we draw the passing tree from split backs, Joe Montana made his entire, 3/4 of his career in split backs. Well, the route tree from split backs, where neither running back is behind the quarterback, you can run angle routes, option routes. You can run corner routes. JSN caught a corner route for a touchdown in the end of the second quarter of the NFC Championship game from the backfield. You can run air routes to the flat, wheel routes. The route tree when you run split backs is very robust. You put a running back behind and you get in the I formation, the fullback is going to be late in the play, just a check down. The only thing fast you get out of the tailback, who's 8 yards deep, is a swing route. So the route tree throwing to the backs is literally less than a fifth of what you have from split back. So we can talk about personnel, but you also have to say the formations that you run from the personnel. And so 21%, how restricted are they? You get an I formation, you're damn sure you got a lot higher likelihood that you're going to get single safety. So you go play action on first down, fake some type of lead draw or whatever you're faking the lead, and then now you try and hit a comeback outside, and get a big play. So that it's not that you can't throw out of a constricted personnel and formation group. It's just how and when. Mm-hmm. And those are the type of things that Flory has done with great regularity. I said Sam Darnold was fifth. The 49ers were first. But Seahawks were still in the top 5 in that a year ago. So that's part of their makeup, what they want to do philosophically. The league is an 11 personnel league. All but the right. Ravens. All but the Ravens. That's the number one personnel. 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 receivers. So as you're talking about Barner always being on the field, and
I think we're going to have a lot fewer 2 receiver sets this year than what we did a year ago. That's a prediction for you.
You think there's going to be more 3 receiver sets?
I think there's going to be more 12 and more 21 this year than what we saw a year ago. I think that's kind of the way the offense will change under Fleury. But then again, why did you spend so much money on Shaheed then?
Why did you spend a second-round pick on Elijah Arroyo? I think that
well, that's what I'm saying. I think they want to use double tight ends a lot more this year. 12 personnel, and I think they're going to use Oots a lot more this year. So you're going to have the 2-back system. I mean,
they were already very efficient.
So I think they're going to have
2 tight ends.
I think you're going to. I mean, they're certainly going to have 3 receiver sets, 4 receiver sets. They're going to have 5 receiver sets. But I think we're going to see them with 2 wide receiver sets a lot more frequently this year than what we did.
Well, Arroyo, there's got to be a lot of meat on that bone because and by the way, I remember late season say, okay, I'm going to go on the radio. I got this hypothesis, and I'm going to hammer this point. And the hypothesis was that all the Trey McBrides, the Laportas, all the good young tight ends were getting thrown to a lot more their rookie year than Arroyo. I'm coming on the radio. I'm going to go, damn it, these Seahawks. What are they doing there? Waste. Well, I look up all those guys their rookie year. It was just like Arroyo. Huh. So my entire portion of my radio segment was blown to hell by the evidence that I actually uncovered. So it made me less disappointed in what was happening with Arroyo. But the big leap was from year 1 to year 2 with these young guys.
Yeah,
Hawkinsock,
Hawkinsock,
hacky sack. Like I think I looked at the top 5 young guys, and there was a very strong component of not much the rookie year other than Laporte. He was the exception, but the other 4 or 5 guys that I was looking at, they didn't have much their rookie year, and then they had big jumps to their second year, to the Pro Bowl / All Pro status, big money, the whole thing.
But they were tight end 1. Like, he's going to be tight end 2. He's not going to beat out Barner, is he? For
presumably, that's true. But they need to get more out of him.
Sure.
Or they wasted a second-round pick.
Yeah. And I suspect that they will. But like I said, they're just too many clowns for the car.
Is that what we have here, a clown car? Mike McDonald just heard that, and he go, damn, these guys are the Super Bowl champions. Now we're driving clown cars.
Well, but they are Super Bowl champions. You want to ride in style. You want the offense. There are 11
You're not
seats.
riding in style with a handful of clowns.
Well, I know, but there are 11 seats on the bus, and it's just like I don't want somebody laying across the seat.
So now it's a clown bus. Okay, all right.
So, I mean, there's only so many people you could put on the field. There are only so many receivers you can put on the field. And
Indeed.
it just feels like we naturally, as football fans, and we talk individually about players, well, Shaheed's getting $17 million, so he's obviously going to have a bigger role. And, well, Horton's coming off his rookie. He's healthy now. He's obviously going to have a bigger role. And Arroyo was a second-round pick. He's obviously going to have a bigger – they can't all have bigger roles. So I think it's going to wash out as I think we're going to see more double tight end, and I think Arroyo is going to have a bigger role this year. I think Oots is going to be featured a lot, and so who's that going to cost? I think it's going to cost Kupp. I think it's going to cost.
Who's a declining player?
Yeah, I think it's going. I don't think that we're going to see the Horton breakthrough. And I do believe, because they spent that much on Shaheed, that we are going to see more of him this year, but he better be effective. Otherwise, we got other weapons.
I have my concerns. I think that what I see on the tape about his route technique, where I like him on speed cuts. I don't like him on square cuts or acute routes. I think it takes him too long to drop his hips and change direction. I don't think there's a burst coming out of it. I think his shoulders open up. He telegraphs and puts a parachute on some of his. So I think there's a lot of things about his route technique that are sloppy, and then his instincts about where the windows are, when and to what degree to idle into zone. I don't think he's a innately instinctive wide receiver. I think he's a beautiful athlete. He's one of the prettiest sprinters I've ever seen, certainly on a football field. I mean, you could put a martini glass on his helmet when he's running full speed.
Sounds delicious.
It's just, the good Lord just put that man on the planet to run. But if JSN is we'll say a baseline of 100, and I'm not saying 100's a lid. You could say that Jerry Rice was 120 or something. But if JSN his instincts were 100, and then say on that scale, where are the instincts for Rashid Shaheed? It's not a hell of a lot higher than 60. And so then it begs a question, reasonably so, in my opinion. Is it just that Tiger's not going to change his stripes? And is the track guy ever going to acquire the real stats? Now, he was on pace for 1,000 yards. His first, I think the most he's ever had is I don't know that he's been over 700 or much over 700 in his career. I know he hasn't been over 800 yards ever. But he was on a pace. So if you want to say that component plus the off season, remember he's acquired on November 4th, so there wasn't any training camp or off season to really get the details of the timing down. We had Sam Darnold on, and he's saying, yeah, we've worked on it, and things are a lot. Well, I don't expect him to say anything other than that.
Right.
But it has to be proven on the field.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we did just sign a $17 million phenomenal kick returner and deep threat. Got to keep people honest. But we shall see. All right, we got Hugh Millen. So we only have 2 more segments with Hugh. We do one last thing to close out the show. So I was going to have you do OPQ with us. Because are you down with OPQ?
Okay, yeah. What's OPQ?
Or dealer's choice. I can just turn it over to you. So what do you think? What do you want to do?
What's OPQ?
You're down with OPQ?
I can be down for OPQ.
Other people's quarterbacks.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It's a segment we do called Other People's Quarterbacks.
All right.
And we could talk about other people's quarterbacks if you wanted to do OPQ. But I just realized, this is your last segment. Maybe there's some juicy topic.
No,
We could
OPQ 's
do
fine.
Dealer's Choice next.
OPQ.
OPQ?
Yeah, we'll do.
I knew you were down
I've
with
never
OPQ.
done an OPQ.
You're down with OPQ. Yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play
All right.
it.
That's
Spin it.
next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck in the Morning. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
There it is. Oh, yeah. I know you, Millen.
We're down with
Yeah.
OPQ. Just doesn't.
Yeah. You're down with OPQ. Yeah, I know you. You're down with OPQ. Yeah, I know you. He is down with talking about other people's quarterbacks.
Travis, we're unraveling out here.
Oh no, you joined an operation that was already completely unraveled.
Unhinged.
I'm loving every
I
second.
think Rich was hoping you could seam it back together to
No
some
chance.
degree, like stitch it a little.
I don't
Travis,
know why we would
Travis
ever have
not
that
holding
hope.
out
I think
any
you
hope.
guys are irredeemable.
Not a chance.
All right. Yes, Travis filling in for Ashley today. She had no hope of rescuing it either, poor girl. But yes, she and I have been doing OPQ. We've been down with OPQ for a while now.
All right.
It's not, we don't schedule it. It's just when there's some quarterback news compiling, we talk about other people's quarterbacks. We gossip.
Uh-huh.
So we got our QB1. I just wanted to do an OPQ segment with you. So I want to start with somebody that you used to evaluate on a game-in, game-out basis when he was a collegian. And now Michael Penix Jr. is still not healthy with the Atlanta Falcons. He might not be the starter since they brought in Tua, who's also, again, not healthy at camp with the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, they've got their third-string quarterback doing first-team reps right now in Atlanta. One, what do you think's going to happen in that quarterback situation there in Atlanta? And then two, which is most important to our listeners, is Michael Penix ever going to be able to do this? Is he ever going to – I mean, we were all pretty high on him as a prospect during the draft process, but he's not exactly taken the league by storm to this point.
Yeah, last year he had 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 60%, which nowadays is kind of middle of the pack at best. His passer rating's 88.5. So I think that he's sufficient statistically. There's obviously a big concern about the ACLs, and he had the multiple ACLs in college. He had another one. He has a relatively thin frame. Standing next to him, talking to him, they say he's 6'3", seems maybe a tad under that, but kind of thin. He wore knee braces, so he didn't look as thin as he actually is when he's on the field. But to me, he looks relatively slight by NFL quarterback standards. I think he's got a better arm than Tua in terms of there's more life in his arm. I think they're probably similar athletes. I think, decent athletes. Neither of them are top shelf athletes. Where Tua has the advantage would be experience, obviously, in the NFL. But Tua, at his best, remember, just a couple of years ago, he led the NFL in most yards in a season. That's when he had Tyreek Hill and all those roadrunners running him. Yeah. Jalen Waddle. He had a very potent array of targets. But where Tua is at or near the best in the league, along with Brock Purdy, is anticipation. He will the nature of how he throws. Particularly on in-breaking routes and what have he just gets rid of the ball really fast, and he anticipates guys coming out of the break, and that's kind of his superpower if he has one. You can't really say Tua has any superpowers, but that when he's playing his best is his best attribute, in my opinion. So
health is both their kryptonites.
Yeah. You got Tua with all the concussions and what have you, and he's got to watch what he does when he scrambles. And I think that Atlanta's just hedging themselves.
Probably
they're not just looking at one ACL; they're looking at the career. the ACLs at Indiana, and how those are mounting, and they're saying, "Hey, is this guy really reliable? Is his composition just not befitting an NFL quarterback being durable?" So I understand from their perspective how Tua has diminished and just kind of fallen off and become a non-playmaker. I haven't studied it in earnest, but it is one of the perplexing things for me, because it seemed like he was on the road. Maybe the Miami Dolphins were premature in the contract they gave him, coming off of that best year, but the way he has spiraled down, I don't know. They probably feel like there's big question marks for both their quarterbacks.
Let's talk about the Raiders situation. Kirk Cousins has already been named the QB1 by Clint Kubiak in his first head coaching job there with the Raiders. Not the number 1 overall pick in the draft, Fernando Mendoza. How long do you think he keeps that job?
Well, I think Kirk Cousins, if you were to ask me what's got kind of like Jeopardy, like I'll turn it into a Jeopardy question. All right. Now I understand this is not a fact. This is subject, but just work with me.
Okay.
He has got more productivity out of limited physical traits than any quarterback of the last 20 years.
That's a compliment, Kirk.
Who is Kirk Cousins, right? He's pushing 6'3", but he's well under 200 pounds. Then he doesn't move well, doesn't have a big arm, but he is just kind of, I don't know, willed his way, or all the other attributes. He has played with compensating factors. His understanding how to read defenses, knowing where to go with the football, playing accurate in a manner that has allowed him to be a very good quarterback in some of those years with very limited skill set. And so I think that for Clint Kubiak, the experience that he has, it seems natural to me that you start with a veteran like that, unless Mendoza had just come in and he's just so on fire in practice. It makes a little sense that Cousins, who I think is just perpetually underrated for the reasons I'm describing, that Cousins would be the starter until let's face it, they're probably going to be 2-4 or something thereabouts, about a third of the way through the season, and then you can find the opportune time to get the rookie in. But to have the veteran come in week 1, not terribly surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the whole year. I really do. I mean, there are a lot of guys that sat for a year and benefited from that in the National Football League. Yeah, exactly. Aaron Rodgers. I don't think you have to be in a rush to get Fernando Mendoza, even though the fans can't wait to see him, I'm sure, in Vegas, and I'm sure football fans everywhere want to see the number 1 overall pick and the Heisman Trophy winner and everything else.
I'd be surprised if we don't see him.
You expect to see him this year.
I expect to see him. Well, you've got
like him?
I really like him.
Okay.
I really like him as a. I think he's a very good athlete. Not great, but I think he's got great accuracy, and I think there's enough life in his arm. There's a lot of pace on the ball.
Yeah,
he's got great size. I love his trajectory on go routes. Gets it up and down in a hurry, and so his ability to throw those back shoulder fades. I mean, Eli Manning, he completed those passes all the way to Super Bowl championships. Mm-hmm. He was so good on those back shoulder fades. So I'm a fan of Mendoza, and he's got a quirky personality. Yeah. I think it fits well with Kirk Cousins. There's some similarities.
Yeah.
So I think that they picked the right mentor, personality-wise, in that room. Okay. I like where they're going. I'm rooting for them.
Yeah. One more. since we're talking about other people's quarterbacks. Look at you and I just gossiping about other people's quarterbacks, just cutting it up. Baker Mayfield. I mean, he and Sam
They look
Darnold.
terrible without their makeup. I've seen it.
Baker
Isn't
Mayfield.
that how chicks gossip about other chicks?
Yeah,
Is that the number one gossip? I don't know.
Probably.
What?
He and Sam Darnold once were both with the Carolina Panthers. I think that people have given Baker a little bit more, even though everybody was down on Baker, as down as they were on Sam a few years ago, they were just as down on Baker Mayfield a few years ago. Mayfield resurrected his career a little quicker, I suppose, than what Sam did based on the opportunities he was given. But obviously Sam's passed him now in terms of achievements, having won a Super Bowl. So I guess long way of asking, he's in a contract negotiation right now. Apparently Tampa Bay's not wanting to give him what he thinks he's worth. Do you think Baker Mayfield is the type of quarterback that could pull a Sam Darnold with this team?
Yeah, they're
like be a
totally different
championship
personalities.
quarterback.
Yeah, they're totally different personalities. Now they lose Mike Evans. I think Emeka Buka is really a star. So I think he's got targets so I'm just considering the factors, but yeah, I do. I think there's a fire and a feistiness to him. There's a maturation that he's had, and remember, for what it's worth, Colin Cowherd, and he used to have this feud, and Colin Cowherd would be just he's so immature. I want my quarterbacks to be, business-like.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to be a CEO, buttoned up, the type of thing, and that's kind of Colin Cowherd's thing. So he was killing Baker Mayfield, and then Cowherd had to admit, hey, the guy has matured. He's really matured, and we saw him in Lumen. Other than Matthew Stafford, the best performance we saw by a quarterback against the Seahawks defense was by Baker Mayfield. He fell off, I think, 5-6 weeks into the season.
Yeah.
He would have
Lost
been
a lot of
voted
his
the
receivers.
MVP.
Yeah.
Lost a lot of his receivers.
his pass catchers last year
I
during
think he
the
got
season.
hurt. He had some shoulder issues in there. So, I think, given the scarcity of good quarterbacks, I think Tampa would be well served. They haven't drafted their quarterback of the future. So I think they're in a little bit of a bind.
Okay.
I think they're going to have to pay Mayfield. But Mayfield, in the past, has bet on himself. He wants to bet on himself again. And now we've had, I respect Mike Florio a lot. He comes on with Softy, and 2 weeks in a row, he's drumming up this. Well, if Sam Darnold doesn't play well, maybe Baker Mayfield is available for the Seahawks. And I'm like, what are we talking about? Sam Darnold? Not
Right.
why
Why is that still happening?
Why would we be having that discussion now? But
Yeah.
in any event, I like Mayfield. I think it's been a good story in the league because he has in fact matured.
He's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
and-
I don't know if he's ever going to be great, but he's a good quarterback.
And he's a feisty competitor. I think he's entertaining to watch. I think he's got a relatively nasty throwing motion, so I don't really like the aesthetics of how he plays. He kind of looks choppy to me.
Yeah.
But I love his competitiveness.
All right, one last thing with Hugh next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, one last thing to close out this Thursday edition of the program training camp coverage right here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where the Eagles are out and they are soaring and watching over practice. A proud creature indeed. A beautiful creature indeed. Is that going to be your one last thing? Did I just take your one last thing? Did I ruin
that
it
was
for
more
you?
off, in between segment type of chatter.
Yeah, but
that was not radio worthy.
Well, it was worth noting.
Oh,
yeah. I think the listeners like hearing about the Eagles. Being involved.
You might have misplaced the hierarchy there.
Okay, sorry.
You just brought the off air on in the on air. Our amateur Eagle talk.
Well, I didn't get into the conversation.
I just noted that Ben Franklin wanted to.
No, now you're doing it. I just
you
mentioned the Eagles are here.
Okay.
All right. Glenn Fry and Don Henley are here. All right. What do you got for one last thing?
If Glenn Fry's here, we've got a story. CNN's going to be out here any minute. That I want to see.
What's your one last thing for our week here together?
Oh, mercy. I did not prepare for this. I guess I'm looking forward to seeing the running game today, looking at the players in pads, which is used to be a common.
It's a great one last
thing. But it's an abnormality. It's a atypical practice today. They're in full pads, and I want to see where Jadarian Price, if there's something. Now, they're going to be in thud tempo, meaning they're not going to tackle to the ground.
Yeah.
But you're going to see more than we have been, something, a more realistic picture of just how he sees the field, what kind of burst he has, what have you. I'm concerned about the running back position.
Yeah, I get it. All right, I'm just going to finish this, and I'm just going to wrap Travis into this because I don't know if we've got time to go through the entire, show here. So I have a musical one last thing for you.
Oh,
and I trust both of your opinions about music. I think you both have really good ears for it. And so here's the thing.
You don't have to butter us up.
No. Well,
that's the damn question.
This is why I'm asking the question, though, because I wouldn't care what anybody's opinion, because music's such a taste.
Yes.
But obviously U2 was like huge in the 80s. And then all of a sudden the generation after ours thought that they weren't cool. And now all of a sudden Rolling Stone took off of its top 500 albums, like 4 U2 albums off. They had 6 on the original list, and now there's only like 2. Whoa. Well, I have a record collection. Travis has a record collection. And I, the other day, got to the store, and I'm like, man, I'm going to get Octung Baby from U2.
Yeah.
I can't stop playing it.
Oh, okay.
Is it just me, or is that just fantastic, that album? And then it's like for 20 years, U2's done nothing but ragged on, it feels like. And it's not cool to say that they're great musicians anymore. But I'm telling you, that album is fantastic.
Well, it's got One and She's
Mysterious
So Cruel.
Ways.
Mysterious Ways. Yeah.
Love Is Blindness.
Fantastic. I'm surprised that it's taking you this long to discover. Yes.
Same here. Well, I mean, I know the band, but I not purchased the album.
Of course you know the band. Yeah.
That is a fantastic album.
It is and that was after the Joshua Tree, right? That would have been in the early 90s. Octung Baby.
Yeah. Probably earlier than that, probably 80s.
No, early 90s.
Well, Joshua Tree was 86, 87-ish.
Okay.
Right? So I would think then late 80s or early 90s.
Travis?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
I'm not a big U2 fan.
It's the younger generation. I think
what do
Ashley
you like?
feels the same way. It's like she hates them. Like people like a little bit younger than us, half a generation or a generation younger than us, they hate U2, and I don't get it.
It's because they put them on the iPods that everyone had to buy, or the iPhones, and you couldn't get it off. Do you remember that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like built into the first iPhones, and you couldn't get it off. I think that's maybe why.
Built up a hatred.
It rubbed us the wrong way. Something like that. I don't know.
And then, and now you are having children, and you're passing on to them that U2's not a good band. And here are you and I telling you that's nonsense.
Yeah.
That is a good band. That is a great album.
Fair
great
enough.
album.
Yeah.
De gustibus non est disputando.
What?
That's that. All the hoity-toity fancy Latin guys said that in matters of taste, there is no dispute, which tells me that for 2,500 years or more, people have been sitting around arguing about what the best spaghetti is and what the best bread is and what the best wine is and the best painting, the best statue, right? And so I think you touched on it earlier. You know, if you love it, then love it.
I'm gonna
love it. There is no dispute
love up on it
about music.
Yeah, I'm gonna rub get myself against
music as a construct is one of the great things about living.
Yeah,
is enjoying music and just find your groove, dude.
QB1, thank you so much.
Yeah.
This was great this
Always.
week. Appreciate
Love it.
you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right, we're going to hand things over to Greg Bell. Travis, thank you very much. Appreciate you as well. And I'll talk to you tomorrow here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at 6 o'clock. Greg's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
last night, back underground. 1 hit through 7 innings the night after the 7 runs on 5 home runs. 1 hit through 7 innings. Now they fell behind 4-0 to the Dodgers. Lost 4-2 in Los Angeles. Emerson Hancock, 8 hits, 3 runs allowed in 5 innings. Was that his last start as a Mariner? We'll talk about that. Weston Wilson struggled playing third base. Mariners 3 games under 500, 2.5 back from Texas in first place in the American League West. Tonight, the series and road trip finale at Dodger Stadium. Brian Wu moved up a day. He's going to start against Roki Sasaki for L.A. Then the Mariners come home and play the Twins over the weekend at the Arden Soto. The Seahawks are on the field right now in front of me here at Renton along Lake Washington. 5th practice
The
of training camp.
Virginia Mason Athletic Center. How fancy of you.
Well, that's what they asked me to say, right? I guess Virginia Mason paid for it, so.
Well, I think that you're just fancy for being there.
Yeah, well, it is a beautiful day. I can't imagine an NFL training camp with a better setting, better temperature, blue sky.
I think that's why guys come here.
It's crazy.
To be honest, like they're like, wait, hold on, I'm not in the heat of Texas right now.
I used to cover 105-degree practices at Napa with the Raiders. This is not that. Full game, full pads. First time they've been in full pads. First morning practice. No fans today other than a few VIPs, but the Hard Knocks cameras are still here with the boom mics and everything else. NFL game officials are here for the first time. They make a tour of every one of the 32 teams and explain the new rules, emphasis, and changes for this year. Game officials will be officiating the practice today. NFL reporter Aaron Wilson is reporting the Seahawks are checking out Jadeveon Clowney. Remember him?
Oh, my gosh. For a hot minute. You know what? A funny story. I got to cover, well, I was producing the ESPN radio broadcast of that bowl game when it was like the infamous, he was facing up against Lawan. Yeah.
South Carolina.
Yep. It was the Outback Bowl, and I was there. And yes, I saw him get hit, and it was not in an area that was injured.
He's 33 years old now, Jadeveon Clowney is. Played for the Seahawks, of course, in 2019. Had 8.5 sacks last season in 13 games for the Cowboys. The Seahawks yesterday signed undrafted rookie Kyrie Duplessis. He's from the University of Delaware. He spent a little bit of time with the Lions this offseason. He takes the roster spot vacated when the team waived Kenny McIntosh, the running back, after his knee surgery. The WNBA has fined the Seattle Storm and suspended Conor Celeste Keaton from attending the team's next 5 games. She had an exchange with 2 fans during Tuesday's game against the Indiana Fever at Climate Pledge Arena. The WNBA confirmed this today, that she's suspended for not being able to attend her team's games for 5 games. According to multiple reports, Keaton admonished a pair of fans who brought signs in the Climate Pledge Arena supporting Fever guard Sophie Cunningham following her recent comments about transgender athletes. The fans told UndividedPod.com that Keaton directed expletives at them for a sign to thank Cunningham for, quote, speaking up for girls. The Storm apologized for the incident yesterday. And the Vikings signed Jamal Adams this week. He's now on the field at Vikings training camp, which has begun, one of the later ones to begin. At 10:20, we'll talk in Minnesota with Ben Gosling, Vikings beat writer for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, about what the 30-year-old Adams looks like as a Viking. Now on to the Thursday show. Good morning. Good morning to Mark Morrison. We're live at the Seahawks training camp. 5th day, first morning practice. They're already on the field in full pads. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre with you on 90.
Shout out to Sarah.
Shout out to Sarah Bell, Ensign Sarah Bell in Honolulu with the United States Coast Guard. That's your favorite song. We'll talk about what I've seen so far from the first practice of training camp today? What's Jake Bobo's status? He missed practice with an injury the other day. How about Julian Neal, the third-round pick? I'll tell you what I've seen so far from practice from them. It's not much. We'll go to Vikings training camp, see what Jamal Adams is doing there right now, signed with Minnesota. We'll talk to Ben Gosling of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune in about 15 minutes. 10:45, you're going to hear from A.J. Barner, the tight end who had 2 surgeries after the Super Bowl, one on his shoulder, one on his ankle, to repair the 2 issues that he played through last year and played really well through last year. But now he's a lot healthier. He has a real chance, Jessamine, to be a big factor in this offense because it is now run by offensive coordinator Brian Fleury, a tight ends coach for the last 7 years with the 49ers.
And we have yet to see what he has to offer in that position. So that's exciting.
Yeah, Barner has a chance for a Pro Bowl, borderline All-Pro season.
I mean, he's doing it with his outfits already, so.
Yeah, he's the most un-Aurora, Ohio guy I know. He grew up an hour from where I grew up, and his persona with the faux mink coats and the sunglasses and the cowboy hat.
Yeah, but he thrifted it. That makes him cooler.
Yes.
No, I like him a lot because he was very understated throughout the season, and then he came out with the first touchdown of the Super Bowl, and then parade. I'm sorry, everyone can do whatever they want in the parade, and he did him, and I was like, that's him. Okay. Because you do you. I saw Abe Lucas in Cougs gear, and I was like, yep, that's Abe.
Yeah.
And then I saw AJ Barner, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're thrift shopping. This is awesome.
We do have the largest Goodwill store in the world.
We do. I just actually had them on Seattle Voice to talk about it with the World Cup coming in. Yes.
Seattle Voice is the weekend show that Jessamine hosts as well.
Yes, it's your community voice.
At 11 o'clock, you're going to hear from Cooper Kupp, Yakima native, 2-time Super Bowl champion wide receiver. He had some interesting things to say about Brian Fleury, the new offensive coordinator, and about wanting grass fields in all NFL stadiums. He says he knows it can be done, but will it? That's a place I think the new owners, the Kozlov family, could score points with their new players. We'll talk about that, and you'll hear from Cooper Kupp and his perspective about grass fields in the NFL at 11 o'clock. 11:30, your text and talkbacks on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. The talkbacks are on 933kjr.com with the red microphone button, or the iHeartRadio app at 933kjr with the red microphone button. Jessamine loves herself some of those talkbacks. We'll play those at 11:30. First question I have is on the text line, 49451, or the talkback line. What, if any, concerns do you have about these champion Seahawks, their defense of their title, what the NFC West is doing? What concerns, if any, do you have? Or you none? You like, I'm good. We won a Super Bowl. This team's loaded and reloaded. We're good. I'll read back your text at 11:30.
And please give me the talkbacks. I like your voices. I want to play them. I want to hear them.
The Seahawks right in front of me have pulled out the high jump landing pit mats now that they're in full pads. They don't take guys to ground. It's not like they're in full pads and all of a sudden they're going to do handles.
I was going to ask, are they actually high jumping? Because
no,
that's a skill.
They just fall into the pads. That keeps them from landing on the ground.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They have got you hear stay up, stay up, stay up all the time. They don't want guys falling down and tripping over themselves and getting some cheap, unnecessary injury. The contracts are too expensive these days, and the season too important, and these practices limited. They're limited by the collective bargaining agreement on how many times they can be in full pads in training camp. They also, by CBA, have to have days off every 5 or so days of camp. All of these within the last 15 years or so of the CBA. I mean, when I first started covering the NFL, 2-a-days and smash mouth and tackling, full go scrimmaging. The only thing full go now that the pads are on is the line of scrimmage. The offensive and defensive linemen, they go one-on-one on pass rush drills, their run blocking drills. That's real football, and they get after it. And that's when you've seen the fights and Jermaine Ifedi and Frank Clark.
The oopsie daisies, like we call them. Yeah.
That's from those drills.
Well, that's just camp.
Yeah, and that's what starts today now that they're in pads. And we'll see what the full pads, what the offensive and defensive lines look like. Much, much better than we've seen so far. We'll also see what Jadarian Price's pass blocking looks like now that they're in full pads. The Mariners, the offense last night for the Mariners, back to what it's been most of the season. A night after the 7 runs on a season-high 5 home runs to beat the Dodgers. Only 1 hit through 7 innings. They're behind 4-0, then they lose. Emerson Hancock. Was that his last Mariners start last night? According to ESPN's Jeff Passan, the Mariners are looking to trade a starting pitcher to land a right-handed batter. We've talked about the right-handed hitting.
Well, he's been mentioned quite a bit.
Yes.
Yes.
Why? Because he still is under club control through the 2030 season, and he doesn't cost $23 million like next year like Luis Castillo does.
Exactly.
So that would make him not only more tradable, but also would fetch, you would think, bigger prizes for someone who would be under club control at relative low cost. Remember, Hancock was he was the extra starter here that had the plans were that he was going to start in Tacoma again.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bryce Miller was hurt and on the injured list for the first 6 weeks with that oblique. And Hancock just shoved in those 6 weeks. And all of a sudden, Hancock's in the middle of their plans. And you can't send him down the way he's pitched most of the season. He's tailed off recently. But even last night, 3 runs. His pitch count got up. He had 92 pitches in 5 innings. But, yeah, he was not in their plans. So his emergence when Bryce Miller was injured has created this 6 pitchers and the piggybacking and the 6-man rotation and all of that. They would love to trade Luis Castillo. It's just going to be difficult at the $23 million he's owed.
Right. How much are they willing to eat?
And a team option. And that's right.
Yeah.
We talked about this, Jessamine. You're right. How much is John Stanton and the Mariners ownership willing to eat of contracts of guys that are not going to play for him? Owners don't like to spend money on assets they don't get to use. And that's what you'd be doing with Castillo. That's what a lot of teams do to get rid of high-priced veterans. They eat the money and pay part of the money or a lot of the money of the contract that they give away. The Mariners have not traditionally done that. We've talked about them as a business enterprise. They keep their costs relatively low compared to the Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs of the world. They're in the middle of the pack in spending on team payroll, yet they are always, recently been in the top 10 or so in revenues. So the business model's working. They get luxury tax revenues from the top spending teams, and they don't get into the luxury tax threshold to have to spend that tax themselves. And then you come into situations like Luis Castillo, and that's why there's talk about Emerson Hancock getting traded or George Kirby getting traded, younger players, younger pitchers who are still under club control. We'll see. The trade deadline is 3 p.m. on Monday in Major League Baseball.
What are they going to do?
He always makes a move. We talked yesterday that some people on the text line said, stand pat, don't do anything. That would be very uncharacteristic of Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander here in the middle of the season. Up next, we're going to go talk about Jamal Adams, your old friend.
Oh, hey now.
Minnesota. He's 30 years old.
That's like two Jets tradesies kind of thing when it comes to Sam Darnold and Jamal Adams. Yes.
Jamal Adams in Minnesota. We're going to talk to Ben Gosling. He's a Vikings beat writer for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune from Minnesota's training camp next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the show. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre with you. I'm at Seahawks training camp for the 5th practice of training camp. Jake Bobo is not out here that I can see. He had a leg injury that I was told might be a hamstring issue that he missed practice, the last practice they had on Tuesday. Rookie third-round pick Julian Neal also not here. He has a leg injury. He's missed practice the last 2 days as well. They're in full pads today for the first time. Interestingly, I just saw Robbie Oots as an inline tight end doing duo blocks with
That guy
tackle.
can do anything.
He was a 275-pound tight end for the University of Alabama that the Seahawks converted to fullback last year. They still have Brady Russell, of course, as fullback, but Oots doing some tight end work right now. Doing some Minnesota Vikings work is Ben Gessling. He's the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, longtime Vikings beat writer in the Twin Cities. He is in Minnesota at Vikings camp where Jamal Adams has landed. Remember him? What does Jamal Adams look like as a Minnesota Viking? We bring in Ben Gessling on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from Minnesota. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon for you, sir.
Yes, just barely afternoon for me. I suppose about almost 10:30 for you guys. But yeah, hope the start of camp is going well. It sounds like you're a few days ahead of us. We are just gearing up for practice number 2 here a little later this afternoon. But yeah, things are off to a good start here in the Twin Cities.
What does Jamal Adams look like? Does he look 30? Does he look 35? We have a checkered history with him out here in Seattle, as you know.
Yes. He looks in shape. He's excited. I mean, we talked with him yesterday, and he sounded pretty thrilled to be back with Nolan Teasley, to be playing for Brian Flores, and I think that's probably a lot of the appeal of this for him in terms of how they will use him. But, yeah, he talked about if they need me to be a kicker, if they need somebody to walk a dog, I'll do whatever it is that I need to do. So I would imagine some of the time seeing this versus what things are like with the Raiders may have him feeling pretty excited about this as well. But, I think they're going to kind of see what the fit looks like, but they have a lot of players. They've used a lot of players that can do similar things to what Jamal Adams will be apt to do here. And I think a lot of the early phase of this is going to be seeing how he fits in that type of a scheme.
We're going to get to that and use of him in a second. But, Ben, out here in Seattle, he was not a guy that came out and said, I'll walk the dog, I'll do whatever you want to do. Yeah. He was all that in a bag of chips. He came as 2 first-round picks and a starter. Bradley McDougald, the Seahawks traded to get him from the Jets about 6 years ago. And then he comes out, and then he has all kinds of success as a blitzer in the very first year here. 9.5 sacks to set a record for defensive backs as Pete Carroll just sent him blitzing. Then once teams figured out how to block him and blitz him, he was done. He didn't do anything else here in Seattle, basically, and became a liability in pass coverage. Does he sound humbled to you? I mean, I only use that from the context that we know him in Seattle, but he's been around now a few teams in the last few years. How does he sound? Humbled, or how would you describe him that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think the excitement for the opportunity, which I can only assume is on a vet minimum deal. I haven't seen the full details yet, but I think that's what he was last year with the Raiders. I wouldn't think that you're signing with a team on the eve of training camp for any more money than that. So I think some of the gratitude of being here probably can be tied into being humbled a little bit, like you say, because whether it's injuries or moving around, being asked to switch positions because the question of can you run enough to play in pass coverage downfield or play in deep coverage has changed the trajectory of his career, and I think it's changed the trajectory of where he can make money, how he feels about his ranking in the league, all of those things. I mean, you've covered this as long or longer than I have, so you know all these things very well, but it's I think there's been a shift for him in terms of just you're not the guy that's getting traded for 2 first-round picks anymore. You're the guy that is having to fight your way onto a roster, and those things and how quickly they change, I think inherently have to humble people or add a dose of cold water probably to the way a guy sees things and the possibility of his career. So, yeah, it certainly seemed yesterday like there's a different perspective than maybe it was at the end in Seattle. And I have to think the things he's gone through the last few years play into that quite a bit.
Ben Gessling with us from Minnesota Vikings training camp on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Those things that Jamal Adams has gone through. He played just in 5 games in 2024, the first season after he left the Seahawks. He played 3 of them for the Tennessee Titans, who released him in the middle of the year. played 2 for the Detroit Lions. Then Pete Carroll got him off the scrap heap last year and brought him to Las Vegas and made him a linebacker. He played in all 17 games, but as a linebacker, not at all as a safety. I'm going to ask you, what is Harrison Smith's mysterious situation with the Vikings? And is that situation part of the reason that they signed Jamal Adams?
I don't think that is directly related because I think they've listed him as a linebacker. They've talked about using him in that context, and I don't think they would look at him as a Harrison Smith replacement, somebody that's going to play downfield a lot. Now, Harrison Smith gets asked to play in a lot of different places as well, and gets used as a blitzer or a guy that's showing those 7-up, 8-up looks that Brian Flores likes to use and then drops out of those things at the last second. I mean, that's something you see him do a lot. I don't know that Jamal Adams will have the deep coverage responsibilities if he's on the field on a regular basis. I don't know that they'll use him that way. I think some of this, they worked out like 5 linebackers in that tryout session that they brought him in for. So I think a little bit of this was Blake Cashman had dealt with a finger injury during OTAs and minicamp. Ivan Pace has a lot to prove in the inside linebacker position. They need some depth there as well. I think that's part of this, and then just those types of roles they like that Brian Flores uses with Josh Metellus, where is he a slot guy? Is he kind of a safety, a 3-safety package? Is he a linebacker that can drop into coverage a little bit and then blitz? I mean, they're going to use a lot of positionless descriptions of players, and I think there's going to be some of that, probably more so than saying, well, we don't have Harrison Smith here, we got to fill in another safety. I don't think it's quite that one-for-one. They still are sending the overtures publicly, privately to Harrison Smith saying, we'd love to see you back here. I think the question there will be, towards the end of the season, how is his body feeling? I think that was certainly something he was thinking about. And then, he's a guy that has gotten married a couple of years ago, has a couple of young kids already. And it's that thing of, do you want to go back and do this again? So I wouldn't expect to see him before late training camp. And then, it could be even a little bit later than that if he were to decide to do it. The door is open for him. The Vikings would love to see him, but it will be his decision. And he's always been a guy that, and I covered him his whole career, and he likes to say, when I retire, I'm not going to tell you guys. You're just going to see that I'm gone, and you'll figure it out from there. But I don't expect like a grand announcement from him one way or the other that will lend any clarity anytime soon. And that's kind of how he rolls, and he likes to keep people guessing a little bit, which is part of what made him fun to cover.
Harrison Smith has just turned 37 years old. He's smart enough not to come back in the middle of training camp. He's going to wait till he does come back. Yeah. He's going to wait. He's the All-Pro, 6-time Pro Bowl safety. We're talking to Ben Gessling. He is the Minnesota Vikings beat writer for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline from Vikings camp. We mentioned Brian Flores. We know how creative and attacking and aggressive he is as a defensive coordinator. What did he say about Jamal Adams and maybe what role he envisions for him and what he thought of him?
Yeah, he is somebody that he's watched his whole career and certainly scouted his whole career. A lot of it is they will try him in different spots. A lot of it will be linebacker at first. But, a lot of this, I think, is they know what he can do as a pass rusher. They've seen some of the things certainly in that year in Seattle and probably more so earlier in his career. I think he's only got 1 sack since he left the Seahawks, if I'm not mistaken. But there is certainly an interest in leveraging some of those pass rush skills and seeing where he fits. A lot of this, the fact they had the first practice yesterday, they're still getting to know him a little bit and seeing where he kind of slots into this defense. But I would expect to see him move around. I would expect to see them design some pass rush packages where he's involved. As we get going here, those things will become a little more apparent. But Brian Flores likes nothing more than players who have experience at multiple positions. When you see their draft picks a lot of times, a guy like Jay Ward, who will play a bigger role for them this year, was a corner and a safety in college. They look for a lot of those types of players that have worked in 2 different spots because they like to have people do things from unconventional positions because it makes them harder to plan for, harder to figure out. And I think him and the experience he has doing that will map nicely onto what the Vikings want to do with their defense as a whole.
Ben, we've talked for 10 minutes, and this is probably your first Vikings piece of work in a couple years. Nobody's asked you about a quarterback situation. Let me ask you, what did Kyler Murray in, of course, after Arizona gave up on him, and they've still got J.J. McCarthy coming off of his injury that he had as his rookie year and trying to bounce back still from that to become the starter. What's going on? What do you sense is going to happen at the start of the season, and who the Vikings quarterback is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, they had both of those guys taking reps with the ones yesterday in the first practice. I would expect we will see that for the first few days here at least, where they're both getting a long look with the ones, with the twos. I think there's going to be times where they're lining up with the twos, playing against the number one defense. You know, those types of reps tell you a different story because you're probably going to be overmatched a little bit. You don't have Justin Jefferson lining up to help you look good. I mean, those things change quite a bit, but they are, at this point, I think pretty committed to seeing what both of these guys can do. Kyler Murray probably comes in as and certainly the betting favorite publicly to win the job, I think, and I think there's good reason to expect that he'll have a chance to do that. J.J. McCarthy will have to show some demonstrable improvement from what he did last year. I think they want to see a little more touch on the ball, a little more restrained decision-making probably at times, figuring out where he can take easy completions and not force the ball downfield as much. A lot of those things, if he's going to win this job back, he will have to show he's improved there. But they are, I think, at this point, going to take a pretty long, thorough look at both of these guys. I don't think they want to drag this out until September 13th, but I think they're going to take the time that they feel they need, especially early in camp, to look pretty thoroughly at both of them and try to make a decision from there.
It's an easy narrative for us out here in Seattle to say, the Vikings have buyer's remorse or seller's remorse in letting Sam Darnold go. And you were there when it happened. Was there any opportunity that they even tried to bring him back? Did he just get priced out where the Vikings weren't going to sign him anyway because of his 14-3, 4,500-yard season there? Or did they were already sold on McCarthy so much that it didn't matter? Sam Darnold could have been Joe Montana reincarnated. They weren't going to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, the tricky part of that whole thing was, I mean, they certainly wanted to keep him, but they knew that the price was going to be a factor. They certainly liked the idea of the young quarterback where he's on the rookie deal and you can build a roster around him and make everything work with him. They, with McCarthy coming off the injury, I don't think wanted to be completely all in on him the way that they ended up being. I mean, the hope was that they bring Daniel Jones back. They made a push to get Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, of course, said, I think correctly, judged it as, I have a better chance to win the job with the Colts than I do with the Vikings because of J.J. McCarthy's standing and what they're excited about with him. But Darnold, I think it was, they knew a market rate offer was going to probably not be in their plan given what they wanted to do defensively, what they're paying Justin Jefferson. So was there remorse to letting him go? Yeah. I mean, you talk to players in that locker room. I think they would have loved to see Sam Darnold back. I think Sam Darnold had become, I mean, you saw it at the end of that season where they're lifting him up on their shoulders and in the locker room, they're dousing him with water bottles up to beat the Packers and, all of those things. He had started to build a real connection with that team. And I think if the money was not an issue, they probably would have taken a run at bringing it back. But it was the money and the fact that if it worked with J.J. McCarthy, they could have that young quarterback to build around for a while. And we'll see if McCarthy can put that back together. It certainly doesn't look at this point like he's got a great chance to do that. But, yeah, I think in the end, Sam Darnold doing what he did, winning a Super Bowl in Seattle and looking like the linchpin to that franchise for a long time. There are people in that building in Minnesota that say, it would have been nice if that happened here. But there's also an understanding of knowing what they knew at the time was going to be difficult to do it.
Is it too simple to say it cost the GM his job, that decision alone?
I think that's probably too simple. I mean, there were other factors that cost Kwesi Adofo-Mensah his job. I think a lot of it was just how he was building connections and building the ability to work well with the department. With scouts, that's coaches, that's cap people. The draft history was not very good, and that's part of it as well. But, I think, nobody wanted to watch on Super Bowl Sunday and see the quarterback the Vikings let go hosting the Lombardi Trophy with a lot of former Vikings coaches like Clint Kubiak, Andrew Janocko, et cetera. But I think the GM shift was probably a little more to it than that. But, yeah, now it's Nolan Teasley here who came off of that Super Bowl with Seattle, and they're going to try to hope they can bottle some of that success and transport it east.
Say hi to Nolan Teasley for me, Ben. I appreciate it. I know you're a busy, man. I'll let you get to your day job. I appreciate you jumping on with us. We'll be watching Jamal Adams and everything else that goes on in Minnesota from afar. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me. We'll talk to you down the road.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ben Gessling from the Minnesota Vikings training camp in the Twin Cities area on the emergence, out of nowhere, really, of Jamal Adams as a Minnesota Viking. Nolan Teasley had a hand in that, of course, was the assistant general manager and in the front office of the Seahawks under John Schneider when they traded for Jamal Adams, a half dozen years ago now. And also talking about the quarterback situation where he says the favorite is Kyler Murray coming from Arizona.
It's quite interesting.
It is that they put all their stock in J.J. McCarthy, and here they are with Sam Darnold as a Super Bowl champion in Seattle and McCarthy not even having the job in Minnesota.
I have a couple Minnesota Vikings fans friends, and they are not happy at all. But they also weren't happy with Sam there. So, pick your poison, dude. Okay, just be happy for him now.
They were happy till the very end, right?
Yes, exactly.
14-2, and then
you should have done that for us, is what their thing is. Well, you couldn't do it. And I'm like, actually, he pretty honestly said, as we heard with Softy and Hugh, that it wasn't him. It was the team system, and that he didn't do everything that he dreamt of in the Super Bowl.
What I'm seeing right in front of me here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center,
give
the
us
fifth
the
practice
insight.
of Seahawks camp is already underway in full pads. Robbie Utes, interesting to me that he was an inline tight end in a blocking drill with the offensive tackles just a few minutes ago. I hadn't seen that. He's been a fullback since the Seahawks drafted him out of Alabama, but he was a 274-pound tight end at Alabama that they converted to fullback last year. This is a fullback-centric offense that Brian Fleury's bringing in, the Shanahan system from San Francisco, just like Clint Kubiak's. But now, they still have Brady Russell on the team who plays fullback as well and has played some tight end. It looks like a little multiplicity for Mr. Robbie Utes in his second NFL training camp being an inline tight end. I mentioned earlier Jake Bobo not on the field for the second consecutive practice. He has a right leg injury that I've been told may be a hamstring issue, and hamstrings sometimes take a while. And then Julian Neal, the third-round pick, the cornerback, who's a versatile guy who can also play inside and near the line of scrimmage. He has missed the last two practices with the apparent leg injury. We're going to talk to Mike McDonald after practice today, and I'll be asking about those issues, the injury list issues in particular. So they go full pads, and the line of scrimmage play is underway between the offense and the defense right now, and they're doing a run drill right in front of me with Sam Darnold in the starting offensive line against the first and second team defensive line. It's the second team defense against the ones right now. And Robbie Utes is still an inline tight end in that. So
that's going to be pretty interesting. But what is the one thing we talked about yesterday so much? The biggest word we used, versatility.
Yep. More you can do.
Yes.
That's an adage in the NFL, and it's certainly true here. Jared Ivey, by the way, the linebacker last year, the undrafted rookie linebacker they kept on the roster and active for every game, and they didn't want to expose him to waivers to the practice squad for fear of someone picking him up because he was that impressive. He's been playing defensive end with his hand on the ground since the spring. He just walked out of the training room late without a helmet or cleats on, so he has some kind of injury, or apparently he's not practicing either. So that's the update of health that I can see from my vantage point here right on the edge of the field. Up
you
next,
can only say what you see.
Yes. That's true. Up next is A.J. Barner, the tight end. We taped an interview with him. Obviously, he's not going to talk to me in the middle of practice right now. But he had a shoulder and also an ankle surgery after the Super Bowl and is way healthier than he was at the end of last season. You'll hear from A.J. Barner next. At 11 o'clock, you're going to hear from Cooper Kupp, who had interesting things to say about his new offensive coordinator and about his belief there should be grass on every damn playing field in the NFL. the new owners for the Seahawks could affect that. 11:30. We'll read back your text at 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Or Jessamine is yearning for your talk.
Please give me your voices. I want them. Hit that microphone.
That's on the iHeartRadio app. Or on 93.3 KJR.com. That's coming up from Seahawks training camp, the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, live on 93.3 KJR FM. but guys had to be separated. Robbie Oots is back at fullback for the 11-on-11 portions of this practice. And the first running back on the first snap of 11-on-11, Jadarian Price, the rookie first-round
Let's
pick.
go.
That's somewhat symbolic, I think. He'll be the starter September 9th against New England.
I mean, you predicted that days ago. So,
they would not have drafted him 32nd overall if they weren't going to do that. That's the plan. He's still working on his past games as well. A.J. Barner's going to be starting the opener September 9th against the Patriots at Lumen Field to kick off the NFL season. He is one of the emerging premier tight ends in the league because he blocks and he catches passes. An inline blocker as well. He now has an offensive coordinator in Brian Fleury, who is a former tight ends coach with the San Francisco 49ers, who is showing us out here it may be a very tight end-centric or at least more tight end-focused offense than it's been in a while. A.J. Barner talked to us a couple days ago. This is him right now from the Seahawks training camp.
On a team, I think, and especially this team. And I love the fact that in football you can really get better at the game in so many different ways. You can come out here and practice. You can go in the weight room and get a lift. You can go in the cold tub, and that's getting better too. So I think there's so many great ways to get better at the game, especially the tight end position as well, because we affect the game in so many different ways.
Last time we talked to you, you said that you want to be the best tight end in the league, and you believe you will be. What kinds of tangible steps have you been taking this offseason to get there?
Again, I think just really attacking every single day, with a mindset, and I think everyone on our team just, believing in themselves and holding themselves to a high standard. But at the end of the day, just doing their job over and over again and letting the rest take care of itself.
I don't know if we ever asked you about the NFL did not do anything with the
Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah. Were you paying attention to maybe see what they were going to do there?
Of course, yeah. I was grateful that they did not ban it. Super excited to get that going again. So, I'm stoked that they didn't get rid of it.
Kind of similar to Edward's question. What do you expect from the Barn Show this year?
Yeah. I think just take it to another level. Just continue to be myself, both for my teammates and that version on the field as well. And I think just every year you grow in the league and you learn a little bit more. You learn a little bit about the length of the season, how long these games are. And that, there's opportunities to affect the game in the first quarter and the third quarter. So I'm excited about that. I don't think we need to convince it. I think, whatever they want to call, I'll be ready to do it. So, yeah.
You've always done really unique things in the offseason, like MMA, trying to get better. Did you do anything this year, or were your injuries preventing?
Yeah. Shoot, that was unique for me. Surgery. Never had surgery before, so that was pretty crazy. I tried some Tai Chi this year. So I did a little Tai Chi out here in Seattle. And that was cool for me to do. I think, I like to try new things, experience new things. So Tai Chi was a new one I did.
Did it help calm your mind?
It calmed my mind, and I was in a Zen state. I felt very, flow and worked on my balance too. So it was cool.
Was that intentional that you wanted to work on balance?
I was literally like, I've said it before, I love football. I'm obsessed with football. And I was like, how can I recover better? Like, I was feeling some type of way. My body was hurt. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try Tai Chi and see if this is like what I need. And it wasn't like a magic pill or nothing, but it was cool to try out.
We didn't get to see a full year of Elijah Arroyo last year, but we have seen the camp. What have you seen in his progression?
Just continue to take steps to be the best version of E-Dog. And I think, we're going to ask a lot of Elijah, and I think he's ready to step up. So I'm excited about Elijah and just the strides that he's made in the run game and the pass game and being able to play with multiple tight ends in the field. I think that is only going to help our offense. So really expect a lot of great things out of Elijah.
Hey, John, I think cross pass with Nick Vannett, just about tight end stuff.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on him today?
Yeah, great guy to get back in the VMAC. Obviously been here before, been some time since he's been back, but great addition to the room, great vet. A guy that's been in the league for a long time can only help and provide great value. So we're excited about Nick being here.
How was tight end you?
It was great. Good to be around the tight ends. Talk ball, talk the tight end position. And yeah, hopefully, the Seahawks tight ends got some love there too, which was cool.
Were you able to do a whole lot?
I kind of wanted to just, do what I could, but didn't want to experiment in that setting.
Brady was there with you too, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a nice thing for you guys to be able to experience something different together.
Yeah. We had a lot of the tight ends there. A lot of the guys that were there last year. So it's a great event that those guys put on.
Did you go to one of the World Cup games?
I did. Yeah.
What was it like being in the stadium kind of for a non-Seahawks game?
Yeah, out-of-body experience for sure. Same energy, though, in that building, regardless of what's going on. I think, big shout-out to the people of Seattle. I mean, we always bring it, especially when you bring an event like that to Seattle. So that was a cool experience, and I think it's great for the game of soccer, football to continue to grow in America.
That was A.J. Barner talking about his first surgeries of his life. He said it was on his shoulder and his ankle. He didn't specify that. By the way, the happy birthday you were hearing in the background, after practice the other day, Julian Love ran into the facility and pulled out a birthday cake that had a festive little mini hat on it and presented it to his wife.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, right on the field in front of everyone, and the fans were singing happy birthday to her. They were with their little toddler son that he had a couple Christmases ago, right before that game the Seahawks had in Tennessee, where he played anyway after the birth, and then took a special flight himself to rejoin the team. But that was what the happy birthday was going to be behind. You heard A.J. Barner talk about Tai Chi.
Yeah, he got very zen.
Man.
Yeah, I like what he said about it too, where he just got zen because a lot of athleticism comes from the mind and not necessarily the body. Obviously, the body is a huge part of it, but yeah, getting your mind right. That's awesome that he did that.
Yeah, that's Renaissance man A.J. Barner. When we come back, we're going to talk to Cooper Kupp. He has some interesting things to say about Brian Fleury, the Seahawks' new offensive coordinator. He thinks there should be grass fields on every single stadium in the NFL. So do I. But Cooper Kupp has a lot more reasons and a lot more experience and expertise in that than I do. You'll hear from that. 11:30, we'll read back your text. Tacoma Dodge text line 49451 and your talkbacks on the text line of this. Who would you trade for the? Would you trade Emerson Hancock? Would you trade George Kirby? I know you would trade Luis Castillo, but can they for $23 million price tag next year?
And I need more talkbacks, please.
Jasmine needs more talkbacks. Also, what is your, I won't say favorite memory of Jamal Adams, your biggest memory of Jamal Adams? We'll talk about that at 11:30 as well. Right? That's my other question for the text line. Cooper Kupp's up next from Seahawks Training Camp live on 93.3 KJR FM.
FM Sports Headlines.
Good morning. Welcome back. Thanks for listening. Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seahawks Training Camp. Headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Seahawks are right on the field in front of me right now. First morning practice at training camp is also the first one in full pads. The first snap of the first full pads practice at training camp, the lead running back was Jadarian Price.
Let's go.
Rookie first-round pick. Looks like he is moving up to the role that we all assume he will be in the opener on the 9th of September against New England. Jake Bobo not out here. He missed practice the other day with what I'm told might be a hamstring issue. Rookie Julian Neal, the third-round pick cornerback, also not out here. He's missing his second consecutive practice with an apparent leg injury. Jared Ivey, Brandon Peely, the nose tackle, Ivey, the defensive end / linebacker, both of whom just came out of the facility. Looks like they're not practicing either for some kind of medical reasons. We'll talk to Mike McDonald after practice, and Ian Furness during his show 12 to 3. We'll also talk to the Seahawks head coach one-on-one, Mike McDonald, here from training camp. Mariners tonight have the final of the 3-game series and the final game of the road trip in Los Angeles against the Dodgers after they lost 4-2 last night. It was 4-0 after 7 innings when the Mariners had just 1 hit. So one night after all that offense, it's back to the norm. The Mariners last night, Emerson Hancock, 8 hits, 3 hits, 3 runs allowed in 5 innings. Could that be his last start for the Mariners? Rumors that he potentially could be the chip Jerry Dipoto uses to get a right-handed bat before the trading deadline in the major leagues Monday at 3 p.m. The WNBA has fined the Storm and suspended co-owner Celeste Keaton from attending the next 5 home games after exchange with 2 fans during Tuesday's game against the Indiana Fever at Climate Pledge Arena. The league confirmed that today. According to multiple reports, Keaton had admonished a pair of fans who brought signs in the Climate Pledge Arena supporting Fever guard Sophie Cunningham following her recent comments about transgender athletes. The fans told UndividedPod.com that Keaton directed expletives at them for a sign that thanked Sophie Cunningham for, quote, speaking up for girls. The Storm apologized for the incident yesterday.
Yeah.
Coop, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that was an interesting thing to see how that all played out. And a co-owner doing something like that, it was interesting to say the least.
Back out here at Seahawks training camp, it's one-on-one pass rush drills right in front of me, which is the most football it gets out here in full pads. Cooper Kupp's not taking part of that. He's over on the other end of the field catching passes from Sam Darnold like he always does, the 2-time Super Bowl MVP. I asked him in the offseason, were you thinking about going out on high, going out on top with winning a second Super Bowl, going to your family, go back to Yakima with your kids? And he looked at me like I had 3 heads, said, no way. Still love it, still do it.
I saw him crush us, when I say us, the Cougs, when he was over at EWU. So, yeah.
That's right. He was the Walter Payton Player of the Year in Division I AA FCS at Eastern Washington.
He crushed.
That's because he wanted to be a Washington Husky like his grandfather, and Huskies didn't even recruit him.
And he had a chance to leave before his final year. He had a chance to leave. He was getting recruited. He had transfer portal. And, or whatever, he had the ability to. I don't know if the portal was necessarily open at that time, but he was like, no. His quarterback left, and he goes, I don't do that.
Cooper Kupp spoke at length and was interesting as always. Here's what he had to say at Seahawks training camp.
All right, Coop, picture this. You've got multiple billions of dollars. You're going to buy the Seahawks. What is the first thing you do other than giving yourself a raise?
It's the first thing I do. I go and ask Mike what's the thing that he needs for the team.
What do you think?
I feel like you wanted a more dynamic answer than that.
What would you want to see happen for a football team that you own? And why would you?
I don't know. Well, because I think the coach probably knows what the team needs more than I do. So I'd go talk to Mike, and then I'd say, what do you guys need? What's going to help move the needle? And then I'd make sure that got done.
I know it's really early, but what are you seeing out of this offense with the new coordinator? I know a lot of carryovers.
Yeah, I think it's good. There's like enough of a challenge of new things that are added in. The guys have to stay on top of stuff, right? Like I think the danger you fall into is you you have guys come in that just feel like you're running the same exact thing, and you get complacent. You think you know the details, you think you know the stuff. And so there's enough new things that's keeping people on their toes, and it's forcing you to get in your book, it's forcing you to ask questions, and forcing you to understand and master what we're doing. So I've enjoyed that. I've enjoyed the challenge of that, and I think the coaches are doing a great job of getting. We're only a few days in here, but we've got a lot of stuff in. But being willing to answer questions. We've had to. I think we've installed really quickly, but now we've got the opportunity to dive into things, the depth that we want and we need. I know that's coming now.
During the scrimmage, I saw you talking with Torrey Horton, and you were showing him some moves there. Can you just talk about the enjoyment you have of that and him asking and you giving back?
Yeah, well, just like I was saying before about coaches being open to having being asked questions and having to explain things. I think one of the more missed things that people don't emphasize is there's coach to player communication, but there's also player to player communication. And I've been blessed to play this game for quite a while and be able to see quite a few different things. And I love being able to talk to guys about ball and guys that are interested in it and are asking good questions and want to know. I love being able to step into that role and be able to help them out. And so we talk about all the time here, being 12 is one, mob ties, all the things that we live and breathe. It's about the collective being better. How does the collective get better? And that becomes with rooting for the guys next to you.
I've heard several guys talk about Brian Fleury, that he has really high expectations. I imagine every coach probably does, but how does that show up with him? I guess what does that kind of mean?
Well, I think you'd be surprised. I think it can be easy for coaches to kind of get, like I said, complacency is a dangerous word, but to get comfortable with things being run a certain way, and I think that is something that Brian's like. Brian knows he has a great vision. He's seen a lot of really good football, and so he has an expectation for us. And when you don't hit that expectation, it's gonna be like, hey, this isn't how we're gonna do it. This is how we're going to do it, though, and there's coaching there involved with that, and that's what we want to be. We want to be always moving forward. Needle's always moving forward. It's 1% better every day.
You said there's enough differences to keep guys on their toes. What about this offense feels the most different?
Well, I can't tell you all of that, right? It was like the same thing last year. But yeah, I mean, I guess we can go back to that. Like, the wing tee stuff that we've got in is fantastic, right? Like, I like the dynamic, receivers and 3-point stances. It's gonna be good. So yeah, there's enough stuff. There's enough stuff that I think we know where he came from. But we also he's been there enough time to be able to also grab some stuff like, hey, here's some things that we're going to do different. There's some details that we want to do, that we want to add in, some wrinkles, mix of things that we've done well before. And so there's just, I think there's a good mesh there, and he's done a great job of just coming in with ideas, great foundation, but new ideas as well.
What are you seeing from Jalen Milroe in his second year?
He's doing a great job. Yeah, I think, there's, I think you go through that first year, there's a lot happening. The amount of thinking that's going on, I think he's settled into that a little bit, just letting it rip, which is awesome. Just letting some balls go with anticipation that he wasn't last year, and it's been pretty cool to see.
A lot of these offensive systems have different terminology, but a lot of the same play, the same content. How important do you think it is for a play caller at this level to cater the personnel that they have more so than being solely focused on the scheme stuff? Everybody running a lot of these things.
Yeah, I mean, there's a balance to it, right? I think as a player, you need to be as adaptable as possible, and that's part of our job. And as a play caller, you should be as comfortable and as much in the flow state of the subconscious competence as you can be, right? Like, I think the best play callers aren't stuck here looking, but they're just calling things. They're just letting the plays come to them and seeing the game. And so I think it's important then that they are able to install and get to us exactly what they see in their head and how they see the game. Now, there's also a level to that of Sam needs to be able to communicate it to us. It needs to be clear, however that comes across. And so there's layers of communication that happen from Brian to Sam and Sam to the players and players at the line of scrimmage amongst each other. So there's always this level to it, but that's where I think, Brian has done a great job of owning all of that stuff and then simplifying it down to the point like, hey, this is where Brian's comfortable calling things, is how he's comfortable seeing the game and calling it, and this is how it fits and makes sense for us as players to be able to get the job done.
How do you feel like Mike and Brian?
I don't know. Mike's kind of like a short, stocky guy. Brian's like tall and skinny, so they kind of have like this nice little evening out to each other. No, it's cool because they're both very like pretty calm, cool, collected guys, which makes it fun to work with. You're like, yeah, there's a comfort to bringing questions, bringing thoughts to them as well. Like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think this is something that can fit in terms of what we're doing? And but they also, which I think will be good when there are moments where there's going to be one guy who gets heated because they both do have high standards, and there's going to be moments of emotion that come through. But both being able to play off of each other and know, like, hey, there's going to be you get too much emotion going out there. It can be kind of just a roller coaster of emotion. But you get guys that can play in this place, like you're playing in this place and not in this one. It's cool to see, and they've got a great relationship just in the short time they've been together. So
this is like your 10th or 11th training camp, whatever it is. Do they all feel the same, or do you do something different every training camp, or how do you...
No, they feel pretty similar. I mean, the first one was always super different. Was the one that stands out, like your rookie year, and you're just not sure what's, you have no idea. You have no idea what it's going to be like. But after that first one, it's kind of like it's the same kind of thing. I think training camp is 6 weeks long. Is that right?
Yeah.
7 weeks. So I'm like a little over a year of training camp, NFL training camp for my life. So it feels a little bit like Groundhog's Day. But I think the battle is not letting it be too much. Like, you don't get too much into that, right? Show up. Great challenge, and Mike does a great job of making sure you got to come to work every day, with your lunch pail and hard hat.
At this point in your career, Cooper, how big of a priority or wish list would it be to play on grass? Is that a big issue?
I mean, that would be sweet.
Why do you laugh?
Because I don't know. It would be awesome. I've been vocal about it like in the past. There's so many moving parts, which I get. I just would love, like, really what we need to do, there's a great crew that works out in that shed out there. It's a great crew that keeps this grass really nice. And just go ask them, like, hey, what would it take? Like, what is it really, like, what would it look like? Because I don't know the grassology of all that stuff, right? Like, you got soccer teams playing on it. You got a lot of stuff happening. You got events being hosted. I would like to think with all the resources of the NFL that we can make that happen. But there's people that can make that happen. We just gonna keep, as players, keep voicing what we want and what we think is important. But eventually, I do think it'll get done.
How much do you notice your body after the first game versus?
No, it makes a huge difference, and I know all the metrics and all the data that says, whatever the injury rates of this, but like, I don't know. I mean, like, I know how I feel. I think you asked a lot of players would say the same thing. Like, whether the injury rates change or not, I know how my body feels after playing on turf versus grass. You can ask the coaches how their backs feel after standing on turf versus grass, right? It's like now they've got coaches have a lot of other issues. So, it does make a difference.
You ever played on grass since Davis High?
In terms of the Coliseum.
Oh yeah,
the Coliseum for a few years there. And there's college. I mean, it's Southern California, but there's colleges were playing on that quite a bit. I'm sure they had events and things like that. So it's possible. I know it's possible. It's just it's a conversation that needs to continue.
With all the movement towards multiple tight ends, multiple backs, just heavier personnel, fewer receivers on the field, how do you keep from tipping what plays you're doing depending on which receivers are out on the field?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's where, as receivers, we need to do a good job of making sure we can be, multifaceted in terms of what we do. We can't get stuck in this place where we only do one thing, and it's also on the our play callers and our offensive coaches to make sure that we're not creating tendencies in that way as well, because defenses and coaches, there's the amount of time that's spent in looking for tendencies and things like any edge. This game's too hard to be fighting uphill. You can't be fighting uphill battles. So that's something that we need to be aware of and need to make sure that we're taking into account. And as receivers, we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can. When we're asked to block, we got blocked. When we're asked to go down the field, we go down the field and we make effective plays down there, and and all the things in between with that. So that goes hand in hand with us doing our job and the coaches doing a great job putting us in those positions.
And there you go, Cooper Kupp, live from training camp. Man, he had a lot to say, and Greg Bell is being enthralled right now by, I think, the Blue Angels practice, which is happening right outside at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Jessamine McIntyre being rejoined by Greg Bell right now. And Greg, I thought that Cooper Kupp had some pretty interesting things to say about grass versus turf.
He said, I know it can be done.
Well, he even talked about coaches.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's talked about it before. And that's kind of why I started the line of questioning I did. Somebody on Twitter or X said I was goading him into those answers. I was not. I knew that he had talked before and had spoken out against grass or against turf. And he's played his career, except for when the Rams played at the Los Angeles Coliseum. He's played on turf at SoFi and now Seattle and at Eastern Washington. But when the Rams were at the Coliseum, you heard Cooper Kupp mention they still had all kinds of events in it. They had a NASCAR race in the Los Angeles Coliseum when the Rams played in there. So his point is they can do it. They have concerts.
Oh, he said it.
NASCAR,
yeah.
Motocross.
He flat out said it.
Yeah. And he even said, hey, look at the dudes at the end of the field here. The guys, they practice on grass, natural grass, in January in the rain here. McDonald, leading into the Super Bowl last year, had them outside the entire season, including in sideways rain and 40 degrees. It's possible. It just takes money. And that's why the owners haven't done it. If no one in the NFL makes the owners do it, they won't do it. 15 of the 30 owners have grass fields. The other 15 haven't been compelled to, so they're not doing it, because why would you cut into your own revenues? That's local revenue that you're taking away. You're spending money on your own field. And if you're not forced by the league or a collective bargaining agreement or anybody else, then why would you give up some of your billions of dollars of revenue? The Green Bay Packers last week, Jessamine, issued their annual report. It's the only NFL team who opens its books to the public. Why do they do that? Of course, because the Packers are the only team publicly owned.
I found my hometown on their wall.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Because everybody everywhere has shares of the Packers.
Yes.
But because they are publicly owned, they are required to file their financials every year.
Which is awesome.
They have a stockholder meeting, and all the fans that own stocks or shares are invited to come to Green Bay and hear from the president and the general manager. It's unlike any other place in the NFL for many reasons, including that one. But as such, they have to open their books. The books showed that the Packers last year made $423 million just in national revenue, in licensing, media rights, the revenue that all 32 teams share. So what's that mean? The Seahawks made $423 million last year in national revenue, licensing, and media rights. We talked before, it's the delta above those national rights that's where teams separate themselves, the local revenue in the stadium, in signage, and in local advertising agreements. That's where they make their money. So it would take out of those local revenues owners putting in new grass. That costs them money. It costs them new money to redo the grass and to reinstall grass fields like Pittsburgh does in the middle of the season. The point is it can be done. The question isn't can it be done. It's in the Northwest in the winter in the rain. The question is, will it be done? And the new owners, the Kozla family, have an opportunity here. And I'm not saying it's going to be as soon as they get here. They have a lease that's still running through 2030, and then there's 3 10-year options on the lease from Lumen Field in 10-year blocks that the Seahawks in Lumen Field can exercise after 2030. But I'm saying sometime eventually, if not before, in a new CBA, the current CBA in the NFL ends in 2030. I think, my opinion from covering this league and talking to players who say their quality of life is affected by turf games and that they feel so different, like Cooper Kupp said, I think it should be a collective bargain issue. And the players should say, hey, if you want an 18th game or you want all these other things, owners, put in grass. We'll start talking about an 18th game or anything else if you put in grass on every field. And they've been reluctant to do that so far. They just talk in this rhetoric, and JT Treader, the union president, talks about how the players don't want turf, but they don't go to the mat on a CBA negotiation over it. And I think that's what it's going to take for somebody to mandate teams to put in grass.
Where do you think that would rank in their prioritization?
Well, that's the thing.
Yes.
For veteran players, it's higher than younger players, right?
And they have the bigger say, the veterans.
They do in voice, but they don't in voting. Because the younger players, the rank and file minimum salary young guys, make up 60+% of the union. That's why the last CBA got ratified, because the owners split the union. They raised the minimum salary from $480,000 to $740,000, a huge jump. So a 23, 24-year-old undrafted rookie said, wait a minute, you want me to vote for a deal that will increase me from $480 to $740? Sign me up for that. They didn't care about everything else. They didn't care about the extra regular season game. They didn't care about the drug testing policies. They didn't care about Roger Goodell's wide sweeping powers to discipline like the veterans did, or the pension plans, or the quality of life issues after playing. The veterans did, and the veterans hated the CBA that got signed in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll take the younger players to get on board because they have the voting block. They take the majority of the vote. It only takes a majority vote to ratify a CBA, and in fact, it only ratified by a couple hundred votes. I think 190 votes or something like that over thousands of players. My point, long-winded point of all this is the Seahawks owners, the new owners, can affect this if they want to. Will they be compelled to? Will they want to do it anyway without being compelled to be friends with their players? This isn't something that's going to happen this year or next year. We're not going to have grass in Lumen Field next 2 years. I'm not saying that. I'm talking long-term down the road.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking long-term down the road. And you heard which side Cooper Kupp sides on the fence. 49451.
Yes. And also, just because you're out there doesn't mean we're not giving away some bucks, because we have a big bucks contest going on. The 11 a.m. hour for this Thursday, July 30th, is preset. As in, preset your reset to us. Please listen. Preset. It's pretty easy to spell. I'm not going to spell it out for you. But
that's the first time preset has been a keyword in any of
they
our
do rotate
ever.
a lot of the words, but it's $1,000 on the line here, folks. So anyway, just if you go to our website, it'll automatically prompt you 93.3 KJR.com, and you just put that word in, preset, and you're entered to win $1,000. So thank you for listening. And
thank you.
Also, one more thing. Just got this from the Sports Pit. Mike McDonald will be joining Ian Furness.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I didn't get a Ted Koppel nightline thing when I said that earlier.
Well, I just want everyone to know it'll be in the noon hour, and wanted to make it a headline because I don't know if we have mentioned it too much, because you can never announce that too much. So anyway, yes, Ted Koppel. Wow. Nice throwback, Greg.
Oh, man, I'm old. I used to watch Nightline and Ted Koppel. I watched Al Campanis torpedo his career live on Nightline with Ted Koppel.
Oh, man. That was like before social media. You actually got to watch things happen in real time. Anyway.
What time's Mike McDonald coming in?
In the noon hour, I heard.
Practice is supposed to end right around that time, so it'll be soon after he comes off the practice field.
Mm-hmm.
49451 is the Commodore text line, or the talkbacks on the
We got some talkbacks.
93.3KJR.com. What do you think about grass? Does it matter to you as a fan? Not that grass.
I was going to say, you really need to speak to your audience on this one.
I got it. It's legal in Washington, I'm aware. We'll read back your text next on 93.3 KJR FM. The Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Jessamine McIntyre, Greg Bell. 5th practice of training camp. First one in pads. And the very first snap of the first 11-on-11 of a padded training camp practice, Jadarian Price was the lead running back. Devin Eastern, the rookie nose tackle from Minnesota, 7th-round pick, had been on the physically unable to perform list. He's now off of that. And he is practicing for the first time today, the first day in pads. Mike McDonald, remember, he's talking to Ian Furness right after 12. Your chance to be a part of the show every day at this time at 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Anything interesting jump out at you, Jessamine?
Oh, I was just going to Ted Koppel you again, just for fun. That was just fun for me. We did have another entry to our talkbacks, and some of them are actually still coming in. But I'm going to play this one for you. It's another subject, but it's also kind of fun.
Hey, Greg, this is Habu, crew chief here, and I think the Seattle Mariners should trade for Jimothy, because Jimothy, he came and he gave without taking. And we need him today, oh, Jimothy. He came and we gave without taking. And we need him today. Air Force rules, Army drools.
I know you would not like the end part, but I had to
Army
leave
beat
it
Air
in.
Force. You must really love talkbacks, Jessamine, if you played that.
I mean, that's fun. That's creative. And for people to take time out of their day to contribute to our show and be that funny and to also reference Jimothy. I mean, it was trendy. It was on point, on key, too. I was with it. Anyway, that so far is what has stood out to me, but we do have some people who are interested in the grass, and we're talking about field turf people, just so you know.
They made an indoor ski resort in the middle of the desert in Dubai. I think we can make grass work in Seattle.
Yeah.
Fair
Cooper Cup agrees with that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a matter of can it be done. It absolutely can be done. It's a matter of will it be done. Yeah, I think that seems to me to be indisputable.
Yes.
425 on the text. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it 100% can be done. We know that. You've said it a bunch of times, how it can be done, what it can be done. We know it's just money. We have new ownership, and also there's a lot of logistics that will have to go into it.
From the text line, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line, 425 says, no one is forcing them to play football. If they don't want to play on grass, then don't play.
Okay. Well, that's not really feasible.
So you're saying that you should just retire from football if your team is artificial turf?
Essentially, yes. I do understand when these complaints come out, and I get it. When people hear complaints from multimillionaires complaining about things that don't affect people's regular lives, but this is their life, and that is their career, and they do have a say in it. And I know it might seem just innocuous, but no, they should have a say in it.
253. I would trade George Kirby to the Cubs for Matt Shaw to play third base for the next 5 years. I would trade Emerson Hancock to get a left fielder. I would trade Randy away for whatever prospects we can get. And lastly, I'd bring up Kate Anderson at the same time.
It's a lot of
Kirby
moves.
and Hancock. Trade both of them. You'd be gutting 2/5, well, 2/6, I guess, 1/3 of your rotation.
Yeah, no, they're in full rotation now.
That would be bold.
I wouldn't do that.
The thing about the Cubs is they're trying to get Tarek Skubal among the Dodgers and a bunch of other people who would love to have him. But so I don't know if Matt Shaw would even be available to the Mariners if they wanted to trade George Kirby to the Cubs. On the same vein, 206, I think George Kirby would be the best to trade. If you can't move Castillo, Kirby, Gilbert, Wu, Brian M. will all have contracts come up in quick succession. Brian Wu, I think he meant.
Yeah, of course.
Moving Kirby and keeping Hancock gives the M some breathing room between contracts. Also, when Kirby first came up, I believe they said he basically used 2 pitches, so I was thinking he's destined for the bullpen since I assume he's no Randy Johnson. Well, he's evolved since he first came out. Also, he likes to throw mostly in the strike zone, so when his location goes wrong, he's prone to getting rocked like his last start. 253, Jamal Adams set the sack record for a defensive back because the Seahawks played him as an edge rusher because he was so bad at defending the pass.
Ooh.
If you look at his win rate against offensive linemen during that season, it was one of the worst in the league. Dude got his money, and all that was left was a big-talking, underperforming player.
I mean, that is what they got. And it's unfortunate because one of my favorite plays that he ever made was tackling Pat the Patriot, and I know there was like a lawsuit and everything when he did it at the Pro Bowl. I still loved it because I hate the Patriots that much.
Spoken like a Jets fan.
You know what? A self-inflicting wound right there. We had a late incoming talkback I'm going to play for you.
Random thought. Did they ever look across the street at the Mariners? They have grass. Obviously, it's not football, but they play 81 games a year there, along with concerts and you name it, hockey games, you name it. Where's that been in this whole discussion about grass? Just curious.
It's a fair point. They did do the Winter Classic, yeah.
They do have contests or concerts, and they have other events beside baseball.
Yeah, it wasn't like Taylor Swift here at one point.
That was at Lumen Field, yeah.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
The no concern 425. No concerns on grass. Where did that go?
We have too many coming in, Greg.
Grass in the practice facility is a first step. They don't control Lumen Field unless they want to practice on the surface they will play on, which makes sense. Maybe leave one field, turf field, at the VMAC. They have a turf field here. It's inside. McDonald doesn't like to go inside because he likes his players to practice in the conditions they're going to play in.
I do like that.
But the reason they don't practice on the artificial turf field, even though they're going to play a home game on it, is because the players don't like it. They don't want to go day, and then game all on turf. It's hard on their legs. It is. And people can dispute that, and the NFL can put up injury numbers that say there's no appreciable difference between grass and turf. The fact is, veteran players who've been playing on turf for years over years feel it. And you heard Cup talk about it. He said there's a big, complete difference between how his body feels the day after and the days and the week after a turf game versus a grass game. He says, I know how my body feels. I don't need any studies to tell me that. The fact is that there is money to do this, and nobody's forcing the owners to do it, so they're not doing it. Period. That's the end of the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Until they're told to do it, they're not going to be forced to do it, then they're not going to do it. There's going to be roughly half the league, and including some climates like Pittsburgh and Cleveland and the frozen tundra at Green Bay, for heaven's sakes, is grass. It's a hybrid with turf instilled in it. It has a very elaborate heating system under Lambeau Field.
Yeah.
Chicago has grass. I mean, yeah. The whole it rains here in the winter, yeah. So what?
No, it can be done. It's just, if and where's the payoff? Is it worth it? That's what it comes to investments, right? Is it worth it?
425 has an opinion on the Bryce Miller, who was originally scheduled to start tonight in Dodger Stadium, and then Brian Wu was moved up. Remember, the 6-man rotation gives him some flexibility because of that adequate rest to do these kind of things. But now Bryce Miller is starting Friday night tomorrow night against the Minnesota Twins here at the Yard in Soto. Miller, the 425 says, Miller being pushed out a day makes no sense unless they are working on a deal for him, especially with Wu's home road splits. That's a theory. All that last night after the game, all manager Dan Wilson said was Bryce Miller needed to be pushed back a day. That's it. They didn't elaborate.
That's it.
And you didn't expect them to. 425, thanks for all the reporting you do during the Hawks, especially with all the many things you have going on. Can you update us on what the feel is like having Hard Knocks around? For those who didn't hear your interview with Softy and Dick yesterday, are you making a cameo? No. Laugh out loud.
That'd be
fun. I have a concern that this is a distraction for the team. A U.S. Coast Guard listener, Semper Paratus. Thank you, U.S. Coast Guard. There is some concern about revealing too much because the cameras are in the meeting rooms, they're in the position rooms, they're going to have handheld cameras walking around the locker room, and the boom mics are everywhere. I mean, every huddle, behind the play, boom mics are everywhere. I mean, they're just overhead recording everything. So there is some concern that Mike McDonald has this culture and this brotherhood in the locker room. He doesn't want the rest of the league seeing it. He thinks it's unique and the reason they won the Super Bowl last year. The players think that too. They just don't want to share that. There is that concern. But the Seahawks do have some editing capability. They get to review the episode about a day and a half, 36 hours or so before it airs. The first one airs on Tuesday, August the 4th. The last one airs on September the 1st. Ian Furness, the mayor of Maple Valley, is sitting right next to me here at the edge of the practice field. They're still practicing. Ian will tell me what he has up next beside Mike McDonald just afternoon on 93.3 KJR FM. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre, now Ian Furness here at Seahawks training camp in Renton, right along Lake
My
Western.
favorite people.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Checks in the mail. Practice just ended, and now we're awaiting Mike McDonald's arrival, Nick Vanette's arrival as well. We're going to go talk to Nick Vanette at the end of our show. We'll play that interview tomorrow.
I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous.
Why's that?
One of my favorite guys.
He's back.
I know. One of my favorite guys. You know, I was telling somebody when he came back, I said one of the PR guys, I said, it's probably nice to have Vanette back, right? And they're like, yeah. I said, the last year he was here, was it 2019?
Yep,
right?
2019, before they traded to Pittsburgh.
Vanette and KJ Wright, for us TV nerds, gold.
Go-to.
Because anytime they lost, I'd ask for those guys, and they'd always do it. And KJ became a running joke. He's like, you ever talk to me when we win? I'm like, well, probably, but I appreciate you doing this. And Vanette was the same way. Just a first-class guy, good dude. I'm curious as to why he's here.
He's well-traveled since he left. I was going through all the teams he played
for.
for.
11 teams, right?
I think so.
And this is his 12th stop.
Yes.
Yeah, second time here. But I'm just like, why is he – I don't want to sound that way. That tight end room is loaded.
Is he here because of the Rams download? He played for the Rams to end last season.
I don't think teams do that. Do you? I mean,
not over the offseason.
No, I don't know. It's interesting. Now
I'm going to ask him that.
You got to know.
Why he's here.
You got to know. See, that's a tight ends coach.
That's right. 7 years.
Are the tight ends more involved?
Yes, I already seen it on the field.
Okay, so there you go. I guess that answers it, right?
But there's still roster spots. Are you going to devote an extra roster spot to an extra tight end?
Let's just go through it. I mean, Salbert, Arroyo, Barnes, Barner, all on the team.
Correct.
There's 3.
Right.
Callerup?
He's been the practice squad guy. He's been on the fringe.
Okay.
Today they had Robbie Utes inline tight end and position drill.
Well, then you got it. Then we're all into the definition. We're getting into hardcore football world of like what's a tight end?
Yeah.
It's kind of like what's a defensive end in this defense.
That's right.
There's a defensive end and there's the rush linebackers.
That's right.
Right. So it's a whole different deal.
When I told Mike McDonald, I asked Mike McDonald about switching Jared Ivey to a hand-on-the-ground defensive end. He got very defensive, McDonald did.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's not. And you talk about outside rushers and all of that.
Yeah.
What stuck out that you got to watch a little more of the practice than I did?
Just seeing the running backs kind of gives you a little bit better feel. Jacardi Wright had a couple nice little runs I saw.
He's moved up to get some 1 reps the last couple
Yeah, so that was good. You had your obligatory scuffle.
Yes.
Christian Haynes, I'm not sure who he's involved with, but he got it. But it was very quick and short-lived, so it wasn't much. But, here we go, man.
What do you get today?
I got a guy named Mike McDonald coming on in the first
him.
segment. Yeah. He's going to go talk to you guys here in the podium, and he's going to make his way over here, so I'm looking forward to doing that. I haven't talked to him one-on-one since the day he was hired, introduced here. We did it in a little side room over there. A lot has changed since then.
A lot has changed.
Yeah, getting had a chance to talk to the head coach. Pretty excited about that. Sarah's talking baseball in the 1 o'clock hour, but the mainstay, the headliner, besides the Blue Angels in the background, Greg, I know they're Navy, is Mike McDonald in the first segment today.
That's coming up next with Ian Furness, Anderson Hurst, Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre. Thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center for day 6. Read all my coverage at the News Tribune of Seahawks training camp. You can go online, subscribe for 99 cents for 6 months. 99 cents not for a month, but total 99 cents for 6 months.
Pretty good deal.
At thenewstribune.com. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
National Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's lose the second game of the series. The Dodgers 4-2. One hit through 7 innings. I don't know. That might not be good. I could be wrong, Anders. You can tell me. Game 3 tonight. Road Brian Wu. Roki Sasaki. Really? We'll get into that a little bit later on. WNBA has suspended Seattle Storm co-owner Celeste Keaton from attending the team's next 5 home games after her exchange with 2 fans during Tuesday's matchup with the Indiana Fever. She didn't like what they were saying politically. They were plants, so there was that too. Just an ugly situation all the way around. Get your blank together, WNBA. NFL, Baker Mayfield said Thursday he felt disrespected a little bit that he and the team could not reach an agreement on a new contract before his supposed deadline at the start of training camp. Tony Romo had an open container of alcohol in his vehicle. What a dummy. What an absolute idiot. That's one. No, let's move on.
Yeah.
UEFA will boycott all FIFA competitions, including the World Cup, after an emergency meeting Thursday. Resolved to unequivocally reject FIFA president plan to raise $20 billion of outside investment. Wow, private equity? Really? Okay, let's get the show started. Here we go.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3. KJR FM.
All right, well, listen, I'm talking to Nick Vanette right here, who I haven't talked to since I was with Fox 13 a couple of years ago. He's like 9 stops in between. He's going to go talk to Greg Bell in a second. I've got Mike McDonald coming. I'd love to talk to you, but I got Mike McDonald. Is that cool with you? We'll catch up another time. He gets it. Good to see you, brother. Nick Vanette back in the one of our favorites in the media, one of the great dudes out here. But Mike McDonald's coming on. I said, hurry up. He's waiting for you, Greg. Greg Bell doing 2 things at once. It's a little bit of a gong show out here today at training camp. Mike McDonald's making his way here as we speak, so we're looking forward to having that conversation. I haven't talked to him one-on-one since he was hired, on the day he was hired, 3 years ago, Anders. So busy show coming up. Wow. Ceros talking baseball coming up at 1:20 today. But the head coach is, he was making his way over here. He just got waylaid by a couple people, so that's coming up as well. We had a lot going on today, Anders. A lot going on. What do you want to hear from the coach?
How much he cares.
Yeah. Do you have that?
I do.
Ready to
of course.
Go? Okay, good.
We did not care.
One of the great lines of all time. So,
yeah.
That's really good. So, really good. Yeah, he's making his way over here right now. I'm excited to have a chance to talk to him. I haven't done that since, like I said, the day that he got hired a few years ago. So, first day in pads for the Seahawks today as well. So, a little bit more like football out there. They're trying not to take guys to the ground. We had one small scuffle during the process as well. So, it was good to see that. But all in all, very good as the head coach of the Super Bowl champions. I'm going to move that, Hugh, just so coach doesn't have to deal with it right there. He's sitting there. So we're going to check in with Mike here in just a second. I can't hear it. What are you saying? Hey, Mike McDonald here. Hi, Mike. How are you? Good to see you. We'll throw the headset on you. We're live right now on the air, so I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, no worries. We're all good. Grab a seat. Have a seat. Sit down. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to do this. There we go. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
We're an engineer and producer here. We're all the one time.
This is good. And it's all live,
It's all live. It's all live.
And in color.
I'm going to do bigger picture stuff today.
Okay.
But I'll let the print guys deal with all the minutia. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
First thing, though, how was pads? First day of pads.
It was a great day today.
Yeah.
I'm really, really happy with today's practice.
Yeah.
Guys came out with great intent coming off the off day, morning practice. It was physical. They took care of each other. We sharpened each other. We got after it. We competed. Talked a little smack. It was great. Some really good execution going on. So I can't wait to watch the tape.
What's the fine line between the physical nature you want to see?
Yeah.
There was one small scuffle. Like, where do you? Because it's changed. Football's changed.
There'll be some scuffles as we go. I mean, we want to take, obviously, when we talk about 12 as one like that, that's kind of our guiding principles. That's kind of a non-negotiable. But you kind of know when you see it, like when there's fair physicality and ones where you're not taking care of your teammate. And so we obviously want to minimize the latter, and the guys did a great job of that. And so I think that's when the scuffles start to happen. Is when they feel like there's unnecessary shots.
Yeah.
Which at some point in camp, it's inevitable to a certain degree. But our guys on the whole, they've been great with it. So.
Nice.
What's the biggest challenge that you have?
He's just coming in hot. I guess he is.
Just coming in hot.
Sat right down.
Use the voice of humility.
Just
People
straight
didn't know.
between the eyes. I love it.
Yeah. So what's the biggest challenge? I got traded to the Cowboys after they won their first Super Bowl, and Jimmy Johnson was doing all these things to try and say, okay, let's keep the gas going. So what are the strategies that you think are most important to connect with your team?
Like coming off of a
season? just having won the Super Bowl and then say, okay, now I know you're going to say, let's run it forward. You got that, but what challenges are most important to you?
I think we have to. I think the first thing we tried to do was kind of put everything in perspective. So, like, what we used with our team was, hey, we love what we did. We're very proud of what we did. That's gonna be something that we're gonna have the rest of our lives. You guys earned it. It's freaking awesome. There's a banner. There's a trophy. But that's like that's a in time, one time thing that you can't. Even if you win the Super Bowl, you're not going to replicate it. That's a different season. So we're going to recognize that. However, I think the things that we're take the most pride in and believe the most in is like our way of life. And part of that is by moving forward all the time and chasing edges and pushing each other and being the best version. All those types of things. The daily inputs, the grind of all these things that like we cherish is that process. And so let's go nail our process, And part of that is growing and pushing each other and having new people and having them integrated in the whole process. And so, like, to me, when I'm talking about that, like, that fires me up. And I think our guys are excited about that. And that's what we're attacking. Sometimes, we've had a couple of days where we probably didn't necessarily hit it in certain aspects of our team, and we kind of just, okay, well, we missed it. Let's go. What do we need to do now to go nail it today? And then you just kind of, take it one day at a time. Try not to be too cliche.
Mike McDonald, who is the head coach of the defending Super Bowl champions. How does that sound, by the way?
That sounds good.
You just downplayed it with you a little bit, but I wonder at what point did you sit back and just say, I can feel satisfied. I have that moniker. I'm gonna get that ring. There's a great video of you and your wife and your son on the field afterwards. I think she said something like, "Hey, how was your day?" Which is a great line by her.
Yeah,
but
she's here, by the way. Shout out to Steph.
There you go, and congratulations, number 2 on the way.
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
At what point did you just kind of maybe sitting at home, maybe in March, maybe in February, say, "Damn, we did it"?
Oh. I don't know. You're probably not going to believe me, but it's just, I think it's something that it's kind of stored away that like that happened. Does that make sense?
Well, that's that mentality of the coach, right? You just said it. Like, you're always looking forward.
Yeah.
So you haven't really been able to sit back and just.
Yeah, but like, why would you want to like? Have you guys ever in your life just sat back and be like, yes? Huh? Does that ever happen?
Why are you looking at me?
In anything, like
no. I
yeah. I mean, like if your son plays Little League and they win the championship, you're going to enjoy the heck out of it,
right?
And then the next day you're going to go to basketball practice, like, or school is a week. It's just you're going to love it, you're going to be proud of that happened, but like you're not going to go to the beach and just be like, we are the best. Right, yeah. I'm just going to sit here and do nothing.
I think that's an interesting. No, I think we both can relate to that as parents of kids. Both our kids played collegiate football, and I think you probably are more proud of what Jack's doing sometimes, right?
Yeah, totally.
Like than what you do and stuff like that. I don't know why Pearson's looking at me when he says something like Dave Pearson's the great VP here. I haven't accomplished anything in my career, so I'm just sitting here, Mike McDonald, with us right now.
Yeah. I'm curious. If you look at the history of schemes in football. Yeah. Through like decades and decades. There was a time when the veer, nobody could stop the veer, or the I formation. The 85 Bears were so damn unique. And one thing about that, every single scheme on either side of the ball eventually got solved to some degree.
Yep.
How much of what you're doing, where you took them in offensive coordinator for the Patriots who'd won 6 Super Bowls, and you made them look really confused. How much of your scheming do you think, hey, we've got to keep evolving because otherwise people are going to figure us out?
Well, the first thing that I've learned, and this is coming from like football dork that made my bones on a computer watching tape, like what's going to give us a chance to win games is our style, how we play the game. When we say 12-1, it's like we want to create the feeling that you're playing more than 11 guys. So that's the chemistry, that's the connection, that's the toughness, that's the That's the shape that you're in. That's the clarity what you have to play with. So that's kind of like the non-negotiable. But to your point with the scheme, you have to evolve. You have to evolve. And the things, you're going to evolve from year to year in the off season when you have those opportunities to kind of study and see where the game's going, where you need to go. Maybe include some of the problems they're going to be able to solve that's coming forward. So that's part of it. During the season, the seasons evolve. And I think we've gotten into an interesting spot with our division. Is we all kind of know each other so well that the game plans evolve within the game.
Right?
That they'll do things that you realize, oh shoot, they're doing that because they realize that we do this. Okay, so now we have to. So there's these little marginal, incremental evolutions that happen in shorter time frames too. So, but it's kind of the question: do you sit back and relax? No, we just want to. I love what's the next? What do we do? What do we need to do next? Teams are going to find something to do against us, or we might be missing a piece or two pieces, or some. The roster's going to change, and so I think that's just how you have to think about it every day. You just have to try to keep finding new solutions and ways to attack and figure out what teams are going to try to do against you.
The process, then, sounds like you enjoy the process.
It's not like we have a checklist on the wall. So, all right, this is the process. What do we,
No, but
it's a mentality, I think, about how we do business and how we go about, our just kind of way of life every day. Yeah.
When I was thinking about doing this today, the last time we spoke was one-on-one was the day you were hired in the side room over there. And it was, a whirlwind for you. Everything's going on. And I remember we talked a little bit about John Schneider that day. And I want to go back to that because here's a GM that, to me, in my mind, I don't know if you would agree, he's got to be the best GM in the football right now. He's got 2 Super Bowl championships with 2 separate quarterbacks and 2 separate rosters and 2 separate head coaches. What he's done is remarkable in this game. So we all know that. But for you as the head coach, when you came here, you had to buy into John Schneider, but also have that rapport. When did you feel that, and what is it about him that makes him special and kind of separates him?
That's a great question. Thanks for setting that up. I think that I don't know if it was a buy-in. I think it was an alignment from the get-go. And we have 2 different styles about how we kind of do what we do. But I think we share a vision about what is really important to us, but in terms of the atmosphere we're trying to create in the building, what Seahawks culture, what that means, and we're building off of what they've built, through Pete and Coach Holmgren's years and all that. So there wasn't necessarily a buy. Now there's some things that mechanisms that he did that I wasn't used to, and for me it's yeah, of course I'm going to trust John Schneider. He wants. This is the way he does. Okay, this sounds great. We're going to give this a shot. Yeah. So if I came in guns blazing, that'd just be absolutely foolish. But when I think of our relationship, I think there's so many times, even now, but especially in our first year or two, where it was so foggy for me, and it was just not clear, or we were going through something, and he could have easily just came in hot, with the answer, or put his thumb on the scale, but he created this environment with me where he let me he kind of figured it out so where I could come to the conclusion through his guidance and his help, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And he kind of thinks 3-dimensionally like that, which is really cool, but takes the edge off, in all of his interactions. So it's a special combination, and he's a sharp cookie, man. I'll tell you what, he's really impressive.
As are you. Mike McDonald with this. When people ask me about Brian Fleury and what to expect, I say, I don't know. I haven't seen him set up a game and call a game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And neither have you.
Right.
But what I say is that my best thing that I like about Brian Fleury is Mike McDonald hired him. You're going to be tough on offensive coordinators. You have been. What was it that you needed to see and hear from Brian Fleury when you talked to him that made you satisfied? He's a never-time play caller, but he's my guy.
I don't know if I want to be known as hard on our offensive coordinators. Okay. I like to think
in a good way.
I like
in
to
a good
way. Working together.
Yeah.
I really appreciated how he saw the game and what was important to him on how to build an offense.
Can you give an example?
An offense. Well, it's easy to get in an interview and say, "Hey, we're going to run this scheme, and we're going to be this, and we're going to have all the things." But to him, it was about how we play the game, and there was so much parallel to how we want our football team to play, and how we built our offense last year, and how that coincides with how we play special teams and defense. And I think him having been on the other side of the ball and on special teams throughout his career, is, gives him this 360 perspective of the game, which is really cool. And he sees how it's all connected. You could tell he's incredibly sharp. He was a great communicator. There's no BS. There's no fluff, which I always appreciate. And he can coach the heck out of a football team. And so being able to have, he can see the quarterback through the lens that the quarterback needs to be coached, but he can also connect that to the timing of routes and how we play combinations up front and how we get in and out of mode, how we operate, and he's open to new ideas too. It's not just hey, this is non-negotiables. From A to Z. He's trying to look to get better, and it's not like I'm critiquing him. We're working together. Where I'm asking him questions about what he's thinking, he's asking me. It's just kind of a tag team. Which is a lot of fun.
You mentioned the details with him the other day.
Yeah.
I thought that was an interesting comment. You said that you're learning from him every day.
Oh, yeah.
And it's details. And even little things like how you carry the ball. I mean, we do a segment every Monday called Hardcore Football, and you will break down as hardcore as it can from an ex-NFL quarterback for us dummies out here. But we've talked about it. Hey, he's carrying his ball. Little things like that. Is that what it is? The little things? Is that what kind of jumped out at you?
Yeah. In the spring, now, I was just doing an interview earlier, but training, if you look at training camp through okay, it's this long period of time, but if we could stack all these meaningful reps, that's when you create something cool. That's when you're building your team. But if you're just doing the motions, you're getting a brick here, it's not cohesive, And so the way that the off season is now is there's so many rules on what you can and can't do, and so he was able to put it through the lens of, okay, even though we're doing routes on air in May, this is how we're simulating what happens in games, and this is how it applies. So it's little things like that I've never seen offensive football coached like that, to that level of detail, that far out with a big perspective, and getting the guys to buy in, and you're creating those habits that now shows up when we're in pads. And we saw a play with Coop today. Coop's a master of this stuff, but he catches the ball, drop step, makes a guy he's in the open field, slashes off the guy. It's probably a touchdown, and I think we've maximized, that opportunity for that type of stuff to happen because of how we coached that type of stuff throughout, since we got here in April.
Mike McDonald with this. You kind of partially joked, I assume, the few days before the Super Bowl that Nick's injury was keeping you up, waking you up. Right?
I wasn't joking.
You weren't joking. Okay, he was okay. Not partial joking, all serious. Okay,
yeah.
So what is it today that might wake you up concerned about your football? Give us something, first of all, that you say, you know what, I sleep really well because of this. But
Actually,
go ahead, please.
I had a night. Well, I said it was a dream, but it was really a nightmare that Eric Kennedy retired last night.
Okay,
our equipment
who's
guy.
going to hand out the equipment?
And he's just he's such just a connect. He's an
institution.
He's an absolute institution
Absolutely.
here, and just a founding massive member of our operation. And so I got it. I literally, when I got in this morning after I worked, I went in and I was like, "You're not retiring, are you? You're still here?" He's like, "No, I'm here." I was like, "All right, thank God." That's probably the answer, honestly.
Okay.
But honestly, foot off the gas, not abiding by an honest process, just going through the motions, getting just complacency, that type of stuff is.
You seen any of that?
No, but I still think about it.
Worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to say I'm trying to not say the word worry.
Okay. All right.
Trying to focus on.
There it is.
I'm getting coached too. Yeah, I'm getting coached.
I thought it was funny. I'll just say this: I enjoyed the interaction between you and our good friend Greg Bell the other day when he's pressing on Eamon Worry. You were not going to give us an answer.
Yeah.
You were not going to give us an answer. I'm sure you won't now.
No, I appreciate Greg asking.
No, it was good. He tried. It was a hell of an effort. But you brought up in that same conversation Zach Charbonnet for a second, and outside of the football player, you talked about his spirit around the team. And here's a guy coming off a bad ACL. We see him walking around. And the running back position, probably you're not worried about it because you're not going to use that term, but I know you'd like to get him back. But what is it about his spirit? Maybe take a bigger picture, because I heard the word connected a lot with this team and how connected and tight they were, guys from different backgrounds, different races, different rounds they were drafted, all connected together. And it sounds like Charbonnet is a guy that kind of helps with that a little bit.
Definitely. He's been in some tough spots since we got here, And it's like the leadership behind the scenes, I think, is the first thing. Like in tough times, he goes to his teammates. You know, he it's like, it's not Zach, it's my guys. You know, and it's not, I don't know that because of like he tells me, it's because you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's how he operates. And so if I can see it, the players definitely feel that every day. When he was healthy, just like the daily work ethic of all the things, just like clockwork, you know. And then to hear how he's gone about his process to come back from this injury, it's not an easy injury to come back from, you know. But you hear about the reports and you see the progress and where he is now. I mean, yeah, you just want the best for the guy. You know, you just like he deserves the best because of what he's done.
I bring him up for this reason. Because every football team, you kind of look from the outside, like all of us look from the outside, and you see, like, who are the leaders? The quarterback is normally going to be a leader for you. Ernest Jones comes across as being Julian Love, guys like that. But to have this team reach the levels it needs, you're going to have guys that maybe, like a fan might be listening, maybe we're thinking, well, I didn't know Zach Charbonnet was that guy. Like, the glue guys, the connecting guys. How many of those guys, like, is character a big thing that you guys look forward to in the draft and everything else, like free agency? And, like, what does that mean to what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, we used to, like, I used the term, like, going Seahawks, you know, then they come, you know, you could have a Devin Witherspoon who's super outgoing and competitive, and, you know, he's got his style away, but he's just as much of a Seahawk as Zach Charbonnet, as Charles Cross, A.J. Brown. I mean, you go right down the line with this team, and, you know, it's hard to find a guy that creates any drag or you're not excited about seeing, you know, and so I'm sure the players feel the same way, which is just such a fun team to coach.
As we let you go, give us just one story. Fans love to hear stories.
Yeah.
There must have been something that was cool or interesting or noteworthy about Super Bowl winning head coach Mike McDonald. Maybe it's at Starbucks or something. Somebody looked at you different than they did before. What in the experience?
So
I
was invited to play in the American Century Championship in Tahoe.
Yeah.
And so that was a great honor, and they do a phenomenal job, and you're meeting people that are, you're like, I literally looked at like 100 people at that time. Like, my life is so dumb right now that I get to do this. But the one thing that everyone told me is like, look, the first tee, you're going to be, you know, your nerves are going to be rolling.
Yeah.
So, you know, get ready for that. So I'm like, okay, you know, I'm thinking about it. Anyway, so I get to the first tee. They instead of introducing me as, you know, whatever the accolades, I was the 2005 Physics Student of the Year at Centennial High School, and that's how they introduced me. So I get over the ball, and I played a lot of golf this summer, and I just remember thinking, like, I don't know how I'm going to make contact with this ball.
Just don't top it.
And there's like a couple hundred people there, and I get to the back of my swing, and my body just like unravels, and I top the ball.
No.
Into the hazard.
No.
20 yards in front of me. And it was just like, well, can I get any worse than this, boys? Like, let's have a good time.
I've seen your swing. You played at Sahali, too.
I played in Sahali,
okay,
yeah.
I saw the swing, and I'm like, are you single digit? Where are you at?
I am, yeah. I'm back down to
So
single.
topping the ball is not in your repertoire ever.
Well, apparently it is. It is now. So, but it was a great experience. We had a lot of fun, but that'll bring you back down to earth.
You have a new appreciation for kickers.
That's right. That's right.
And a game-winning.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, like, it is a great test of like process and thinking about like what you need to do, not worried about all what everybody is doing. So it'll be a story for a team meeting at some point.
I got one more to wrap things up, and you've addressed it a couple times, but it's wild to see the Hard Knocks thing out here, and it's different too. I'm a TV nerd. That's kind of where I started in the business, and so I'm watching these guys and trying to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah.
They blend in. Great job by the Seahawks, Brian O'Connell. Like, they blend in. They're wearing kind of the same colors as your coaches and stuff, so you don't really see them. But for you guys as a team, you said embrace it. I think everyone's embraced it here. What is it like having those guys around?
It's been seamless.
Yeah.
Like the first day, you know, there's there they
are.
There's the first day, it's like, okay, that's I'm not used to someone being right there. Now there's
Right.
somebody there. I'm not used to being mic'd up. Now I'm mic'd up. But it's just kind of like anything else. You just adapt and just go about your business. I mean, there's so many other things you need to be focused on, you know, and I need to practice what I'm preaching too. Like, we got to just be us.
Right.
You know, so if we're kind of out of pocket, we're kind of out of whack, then it's really no good for anybody.
Do you think fans will be surprised by what they say? It's Tuesday, right? I think it's the first episode, Tuesday the 4th. Do you think fans will be surprised? What do you think is going to come out? Like, anything in your back of mind saying, some people will be surprised
Sometimes
by this?
I'm like, how do people think that we actually like can get a first down around here? Because it's like sometimes it's kind of mayhem. So it'll be maybe, I don't know. We'll see how crazy it seems in there. But yeah, sometimes you're like, yeah, we're kind of crazy. But
I love it. I love it. Well, listen, thank you. You?
Yeah, no, all good.
All good.
Appreciate it, Coach. Hammer down.
That
Yeah.
is
Okay.
Mike McDonald, the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. We'll take a break. Come back with more on 93.3 KJR FM. either, which is kind of a first. Usually he's got a little bit of music playing. It was very quiet outside the Blue Angels. That provided plenty of noise. Hugh Millen is sitting down with us for a few minutes. Mike McDonald, I just, you and I've interviewed and separately together, whatever, zillions of people over the years, including Pete, Mike, whoever else. And I said it the day that he was hired, and I remember I'm not patting myself on the back as much. I just remember saying the day he was hired, he had this aura about him. Like he's got a presence. Not every coach has that, right?
Yeah.
The it factor. I feel with this guy a little bit.
I can't speak more highly of him. I don't know. He's in the running for my favorite coach.
Yeah, you said that on draft
Seattle
weekend.
Professional sports. I don't know. I just love his humility. He pulls off this rare accomplishment where he comes across and he is genuinely humble. He is a humble guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he is no pushover whatsoever.
No.
He walked into that team after Pete Carroll left, and it's my conjecture. I'm not in all the players' heads, but I think my sense is that they were immediately drawn to his intelligence, right? But then there's a understated demanding. Like when I played for Don James, it was understated, it was overstated, it was ubiquitous, it was every aspect about Don James' coaching style was very demanding and business-like, no nonsense. And I think what he does, because he's adopting with the times, what's innate in him is that he has kind of this carefree, hey, be yourself, but he has a hard line.
Yes, he does.
And he's very demanding. And if you're not meeting his threshold, now all of a sudden he can become a Bill Parcells, Don James, red ass, like this is not the effing standard. So he pulls that off.
Yeah.
The combination of those two are not often blended. And I don't know. I would love to play for him. He comes across as like I liked hard coaches.
Right.
I played for some soft coaches in my career. I played for hard. I liked all the hard ones because I didn't like it when somebody was grab assing or not hustling a teammate.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, wait a minute, we're cheating ourselves. We're not reaching our potential if you're doing that. And so I loved it when coaches, and I saw everybody, and it might be directed at me too, but I want a coach to hold us to very demanding and accountable. He does it in a very cool way.
I watching today's practice. Let me wrap up, McDonald. Can you stick around for the final segment of the hour?
Yeah.
We got 5 minutes here. We're going to take a break. I want to get some thoughts from you just now that you've watched these guys for a few days. We haven't had a chance to catch up with you, so we'll do that in the final segment of this hour. Let me wrap up, McDonald, with this. I was talking to one of the staffers before during practice today, about McDonald walking in here, what you said. Like he walks in here after Pete Carroll has this incredible run, and John Schneider, an established GM. Obviously, things change with the power structure in the organization with John kind of leading it up now and Pete not here anymore. But, Pete had a core group of guys. They probably had a couple elements, frankly, for being honest, Jamal Adams and a couple others that they needed to get rid of. But this person was saying that what McDonald was able to do from day one was get everyone to buy into him as a first-year head coach.
That's hard.
As a first-year head coach. And then he admits to us that first year he was in a fog at times, right? It was just probably overwhelming. Some guys are going to get run over by the truck at that point. This guy embraced the challenge, and I kind of chuckled because he makes it sound like that first year they were not good. They were 9-7 or 9-8, right?
Yeah.
9-8.
Yeah.
Like they still had a winning record.
Yeah.
Or 10-8.
They were 10-7.
10-7. Math not my strong suit, you know that. But 10-7. Like, and the way he's talking about the first year, I was just over like, oh, my fog, and Schneider kind of got me down. Yeah,
that's part of the humility.
You were 10-7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's the low bar.
Yeah. And the last game,
it didn't matter.
The Rams gave.
If you could say 9.5 and 7.5, whatever you want to say.
You know what? Everything he did, he was 2 years in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a question I would have wanted. He was 1 year at Michigan.
Yep.
2 years in Baltimore. This is the first time he's had year 3.
Mm-hmm.
So you would expect that he could keep building on it. We touched on, hey, you got to evolve, right? Because everybody's going to figure you out. So I think we asked him a question that was related to that.
Right.
But specifically, we've never seen Mike McDonald coaching a unit in the third year.
Yeah.
And look at the ascent that he had both at Baltimore and here from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, at Michigan, he took them from 94th or 95th in points to 7th.
Yeah.
They were giving up 34.5 points the year before they got here. He got them down to 17 in one season.
Their only issue is they play in this division that's got 2 other juggernauts in it. I mean, if we're
they got Matthew Stafford.
Listen, I mean, the reality is that if everybody wants to do their, whether you look at Vegas odds or power structures or this, that, and the other thing. I mean, everyone loves the Rams, and rightfully so. What they did in the offseason is remarkable, and they were one play away from. And I think we all can say this: if they go to the Super Bowl, they win it, right? Like judging on what the Seahawks did to New England, but that's your roadblock. Any other division, we'd be making plans for the playoffs and NFC Championship game right now. You got to go through the Rams. You got to go through the 49ers, depending on what their health is. It's an incredibly tough division, like incredibly tough. But this is the kind of guy that we didn't care, we did not care, that kind of stuff. You kind of feel that attitude coming through. It's like, whatever. Here we go.
Oh, man. We could talk to that guy for an hour or hours.
Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. Hugh was able to lay eyes on the padded practice for the first time, the first padded practice today. I want to get your thoughts, if I can, on running backs. I know you've talked about that this morning, and you said that with Chuck this morning, I think it was, or maybe it was Softy last night, whatever it was. Just say, once they put the pads on, I want to see what the running backs look like.
Yeah.
Because a lot of guys look good when no one's tackling. Or not,
and
no
they're
tackling,
not tackling,
but
yeah,
physical.
So it elevated the contact elevated today.
All right, real football today, almost.
Mm,
closer to real football than 7-on-7.
Closer than what they have been. They were in pads.
Yes,
they were in pads. They had a very professional practice. We'll talk about that. Here in a second. But yeah, the running backs are of worry for me. He's not going to worry because
did you say the worried word? Did you say the W word?
I probably shouldn't say worried. There's nothing about this team that worries me.
All right, maybe it's a
concern.
How
yes.
about question?
I got a handful of questions. Yeah,
so do I. We'll do it next.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Virginia Mason Athletic Center, big thanks to Mike McDonald, who stopped by today.
We did not care.
Nope, we did not. We did not, but we did. We cared that he came by. It was awesome. Hugh Millen's here. First day in pads. Third day, you've got a chance to lay eyes on these guys in person. I know Softy hates storylines and narratives. I try to point this out to him. He may hate all that. A, he also does it in his show.
Yeah.
When he asks you questions.
Yeah.
And B, the people listening do care. They care about those things. So I'm going to ask you this.
Well, you got the world champions.
Yeah.
And they're spotting the ball, and they're practicing. Today was the first day in pads.
So I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
We talked about running backs. If you're just kind of putting your pyramid together, your list together, in terms of things that you will watch throughout the rest of training camp and into the preseason, is the running back position number one?
Number one, probably. Yeah, probably. I think it's losing Kenneth Walker, $14 million. I'll be wondering all year whether or not it would have been worth keeping him. But I do think it's interesting to note that today, the first pad practice, the first team drill, ones against ones, and Jadarian Price lined up, and not only was he in the huddle and on the field, they snapped the ball and they handed him the ball. The very first padded carry of 2026 was given to Jadarian Price. So there's been a lot of talk about, Halani is in the ones. That may be just that's another question. Let's listen. If you're listening, you go, why don't you ask him this? Trust me, we got all those questions. But we'd love to probe the running backs for 15 minutes as well.
Yeah, he's not going to give us depth chart on running backs.
Yeah,
that just says there's a waste of time and energy if you do that.
Well, a question to ask him would be, hey, some coaches, they say, hey, if you're number one draft pick, you're a starter right now. You've already earned
Charles
it.
Cross day one was playing with the ones at left tackle.
Exactly.
Day one.
That's and many other examples.
Yeah.
Others say, well, have a few reps, kind of let your teammates see that you earned your way into the number one.
So what'd you see from Price?
I'm concerned about his frame.
Okay.
And
legs are thin,
right? He's got skinny legs, particularly his knees, ankles, calves. He doesn't look like most NFL running backs. That is not to say. Let me say this. That doesn't mean that's a guaranteed he can't play. He could play 17. He could play 20 games this year, and never get hurt. But I'm just establishing a correlation that most running backs are have a thicker build. They take an immense pounding because obviously they're carrying the ball. Whoever's carrying the ball, they're trying to murder you, and it's not one guy. It's 3-4 guys can be hitting you at one time, and so the body goes in weird ways and takes on some serious forces. And as a general rule, you see those running backs. There's a thickness to their stature, not just their musculature, but also their bone density. And I don't know, he just looks a little slight to me.
What'd you see from him running the ball?
Well, I saw some good vision things from him. On a lead play where he's going up, and then the lateral quickness, and then go. He showed a lot of that at Notre Dame. Okay, that's nice. That's why he's a first-round draft pick. So we saw some of that. He's a little bit of a heel-toe guy. That for those who know track parlance, you've got your stride length, you've got your stride. When your foot hits the ground, the strike. Obviously, time can be in infinite decimals and infinite fractions. So how long is your foot on the ground? Down to a hundredth of a second, that type of thing. When you see real twitchy guys have a fast strike. Their foot's only in the ground for everybody's is a fraction of a second, but a fraction of a second for the really twitchy dudes, right? So I feel like there's a little bit of a heel-toe, lack of elite twitchy burst, but I think his lateral quickness, his vision, he showed that today. So I think it's, for me, there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot to like. There's some fair things to be curious and again, unanswered questions.
We got about 2 minutes here left. Anything else jump out today?
Well, I think Bud Clark, he's running with the twos, and he started with the twos, but then they gave him a rep with the ones, and so that would be Ty Okada, because Julian Love's not going anywhere,
right?
And I think of them mostly as a two-high team. They play a lot of single high, but I think of mostly as a two-high. So a year ago, you had Julian Love, had Kobe Bryant in the back end, and then the nickel and the dime guys down at the line of scrimmage were Eamon Worry is a Sam linebacker. So in what the league would call a nickel, what Mike McDonald would call his base, that's one DB. And then when they go dime, then they dropped Witherspoon in, and they had Reek Wolin and Josh Jobe on the other side. So Nehemiah Pritchett is a starting cornerback for your Seattle Seahawks. Like that's been a constant out here. So get to know the young man from Auburn, the fourth rounder. No, opposite Joe. Opposite Joe.
So Witherspoon
so
inside.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So and they have they've, because even Worry is out, they've got some
D'Anthony Bell's in there.
He's their starting. He's taking Eamon Worry's spot. Now, he's 211 pounds. Eamon Worry was 220. In years past, you had Witherspoon playing a lot of that, even on first down, and going against hardball sets from the offense. And remember now, Witherspoon was 181 pounds at the combine. Eamon Worry was exactly 220. So there's an obvious upgrade there. And so that allowed Witherspoon, the year before, he only had 30% of his snaps. This is Witherspoon, outside corner. 70%, everything else, some variation inside depending on the front and the coverage. But again, 70% inside. So last year was 51%. So he goes from 30 to 51% outside. And I had thought they wanted to acquire Bud Clark to maybe be the dime guy. So Eamon Worry on one side over one slot and Bud Clark to be on the other. But they're playing him more in the Kobe Bryant replacement mode as opposed to down at the line of scrimmage. So there's seeing some things schematically. Bud Clark is I like how he comes downhill. So the interesting thing about Mike McDonald is that there's areas where he says, no, I need some force and violence. And, Derek Hall, for example, chosen over Boye Mafe. Right? Like there's more physicality, but he plays with a lot of guys, DBs that are relatively light. Julian Love was a corner in college. Kobe Bryant was a corner. In fact, he won the Thorpe Award for the best DB, but he was a corner in college. Bud Clark is a skinny little safety, so he will target guys that are relatively light by NFL standards for that position, namely safety. But then he obviously knows, well, we gotta have some physicality somewhere, and he picks it up in other areas. To have. Big Cat Williams is one of the biggest defensive, athletic defensive tackles in the league, and having those edge guys.
Well, you look through there. I mean, as you're saying that, I'm thinking to myself, they got a lot of guys that would, as you're saying, kind of come across to me as light in that regard. I mean, Julian Love, Okada, Bud Clark, Jobe, Witherspoon. Hell, I'll throw Drake Thomas, starting linebacker, inside linebacker.
Yeah.
But they do all play probably a style that he likes to see, whether it's cerebral, also, as you said, coming downhill and playing a physical brand. And then you got other guys like, Derek Hall is not playing light.
Well,
he ain't playing light.
No, as a general rule, if you're lighter and you're relatively low on the physicality, the bam presence, then you've got to bring something else, and that something else is the athleticism to turn and get to the football faster.
Yes.
And then, of course, if you're running fast enough, you can still create the violence by virtue of the speed that's coming in on you. Like Julian Love is a guy that doesn't need to break down. When he comes he takes a great angle, and he's not a real big guy, but because he's not breaking down, he's got the physics behind him because he comes up on ball carriers going near full speed.
All right, good stuff. Appreciate you coming by today.
Of course.
Awesome. Good to have you here. You on with Softy later?
Don't know.
You're not co-hosting today?
I don't know.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
Well-oiled machine here. Did you not check the
know.
schedule?
No,
You're supposed to punch in and punch out. We're like a union here. 9 to 5, fella.
Well, I went 4 hours this morning, so
okay. Well,
yeah,
that's a long
more
time.
than enough of me. That's for sure. All right,
good to see you.
Rock
Hugh
and roll.
Millen.
All right,
Hugh Millen will come back. We'll reset the day. We've got Eno Saris coming up at 1:20 today, right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's losing yesterday to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Their offense went nowhere last night. 4-2 was the final. Game 3 tonight, Road Brian Wu versus Roki Sasaki. Why? Why is Bryce Miller not?
Why not?
Jeez,
I know.
Why? Now I say that, Wu's going to go out and spin a dandy.
Yeah, this would be the day that Wu just absolutely shoves and
He just
puts
spins
the whole
dandy tonight, right?
road narrative to rest, right?
Because Joe Sheehan's still kind of on that hill.
He's dying on that hill, let's be honest.
Who's not? Saris. He's coming up at 120 today.
There we go.
WNBA has suspended Seattle Storm co-owner Celeste Keaton from attending the team's next 5 home games. She had a pretty ugly exchange with 2 fans during Tuesday's matchup with the Indiana Fever. It's all based on the transgender issues that are going to be coming up on the ballot here this fall. Whatever side you're on, you will not hear anything from the other side. And if you do, it'll turn into an acrimonious argument. And that's exactly what happened on Tuesday. An ugly situation. If we're being honest, not becoming of a co-owner of a professional sports franchise.
Not at all.
Because she disagreed with somebody. NFL, Baker Mayfield said Thursday he felt disrespected a little bit, that he and the team could not reach an agreement on a new contract before his imposed deadline at the start of training camp. Things are going swimmingly down there in Tampa Bay right now.
Yeah,
That's
they're
good.
getting rid of Vita Vea, too.
yeah, Vita Vea's like, he's out. I'm out. And here's the 8. And he thinks he's an NHL player, by the way.
Yeah.
He's going to give you a list of 8 teams he'll go to, and nobody else.
He's probably going to go to the Rams, let's be honest.
If that happens, and I like, how?
Yeah.
Well, his contract, there's no chance.
Let's see. Rams in the football, Vegas Golden Knights in hockey, and Dodgers in baseball. 3 of those teams are just where everyone wants to go.
The only way you make it work, though, is if with the Rams, is if you got to cut some people.
I guess.
Right?
Yeah.
And even then, the dead cap money's going to hurt you. So I don't think he's there.
I hope.
I don't think so. Let's get to hour number 2.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3. KJR FM.
All right, we're here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's early practice today, first day in full pads. They're done. I'm basically by myself here now on the patio. As my man Kate, the photographer from King, has left. Hugh has left. Everyone's left. Wow, it's just me. It feels like the old days.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Marshawn to come driving by in a single speed bike like he did that day with Puck and me. That was awesome.
That's good.
Because back then, when he was they practiced at 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
So we were always out here by ourselves in the afternoon, asking ourselves, why
are we here?
Practice has been over for 4 hours.
Right.
Our show is just now starting, but we had some great moments. And the Marshawn driving by on a single speed bike was the greatest one ever.
You saw
Bennett did that. Bennett did that too as well, but Bennett actually stopped by and said hi. Marshawn rang his little bell. Literally had a bell on the bike. I kid you not. Rang it. Smiled at us, drove by, and then about 10 minutes later drove by again and never to be seen again. Yeah,
that's so good.
That actually made all the days here for with no guests and nothing going on, sitting in the sun.
Yeah,
made it worthwhile to have those moments with Marshawn.
Yeah, you got to see a couple things that some people didn't get to see.
Yeah, it's Marshawn. Whatever.
Right.
Here we are. Let's do our thing. Yeah, ding, 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 ding. What you had a thought on? If people miss it, we had Mike McDonald on the first hour, Hugh Millen and me, and it was a great interview. And listen, it was big picture stuff.
Right.
We weren't going to get into the minutia of today's practice. We'll do that. I think Corbin's going to join me coming up at 2 today, so we'll do it with him then. You heard Hugh's thoughts a minute ago as well. You had a question though about McDonald.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to point out because this is something that I think so many people associate with him. Usually with NFL head coaches, it's like he's either a scheme guy, he's like a guy that draws up plays, or can find a way to scheme guys open offensively, or the opposite defensively, or he's a culture guy, or he's kind of an intangibles guy. And I think Mike McDonald, through the first year plus of his tenure was always viewed as kind of like the defensive version of like a Ben Johnson, right? Just an absolute mad scientist that would scheme anyone open and find, or sorry, open. I'm talking about offensively, but it just.
But I see what you're saying.
Yeah. He was always a scheme guy. But the more I hear from him, the more I talk to him, and I'm wondering if you view the same way. It almost feels like his intangibles get really overlooked in terms of what he looks for in building a culture, and kind of how he brings the team together, so to speak.
So there was a thing in his first year, and I could, but I'm not going to sell the guy out because we all say things that
sure
are mistakes and years later just sound dumb. Okay, but there's a guy on our station, a person on our station, that was saying that in terms of Mike Macdonald, this is his first year. He doesn't look like he's in command. He doesn't look like a head coach. Doesn't look like an NFL head coach. Doesn't look like he has a command of what's going on the sideline and in the team and all this. I'll never forget that because at that point, I had done a sit down with Macdonald. I had talked to him enough. I'd been out here enough and I say talk to him in the scrums and so forth, and talked to enough players to know that couldn't have been further from the truth.
Right.
Fast forward here to 2 years ago. And so I bring that up for this reason. I think he's always had that about him, the presence, like just kind of that aura around him as a head coach. And some guys have it and some guys don't. And in all sports. In all sports, and I think if you look around over the years, there's, managers have had it and haven't had it, right? I mean, if we're being honest, Dan doesn't feel like he has that.
No, he does not. Yeah.
And Dan Bilesma definitely didn't have it with the Kraken.
Right.
Lane does. Holmgren had it. Mora at this level did not, for example. I think people will tell you Dennis Erickson didn't really have it at this level. He's got that about him. Hugh can speak on it far better than any of the rest of us on the station, but as a defensive guy, defensive coach, he has this. He's a mad scientist.
Right.
He does things that nobody's ever done.
Right.
Very much like McVay or others, or Shanahan, or Ben Johnson. Like he's an innovator in that regard, in the X's and the O's on the defensive side. But what makes him a great coach is he has the other intangibles you're mentioning as well. Every player I've talked to, and you've been on almost all the interviews, You've taped them or done them live with me over the last 2 years, Anders, really.
Yeah.
Every player I ask about Mike Macdonald, and every guy speaks in massively glowing terms about him and who he is and what he is and what he brings. And I think we're going to see that with Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I think when the Hard Knocks thing comes up, what I'm really excited about it, first of all, I'm excited to see some stuff behind the scenes that we don't even see.
Exactly.
Like that none of us see. And I think that'll be kind of fun in the bowels of the Virginia Mason Athletic Center or inside of a huddle with guys wearing Seahawks uniforms and helmets as opposed to other teams that we've seen in all these years in Hard Knocks. But I think we'll see everything you just said about Mike Macdonald or asked about Mike Macdonald. I think we're going to see that and then some. I think we're going to see who and what he is. Dan Campbell became a star.
Exactly. Right? That's kind of that. Yeah. I was kind of alluding to that too, because like you have the two ends of the spectrum for head coaches, right? The guys that are just very much scheme guys, like like Kyle Shanahan, right? Or just a total Dan Campbell, just I'm going to get everyone riled up sort of thing.
Well, like Campbell, I think Campbell before Hard Knocks, people just said, well, this guy's just a meathead.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Like he's just like he was a tight end and he's just kicking guys' ass at the line of scrimmage. Right. And he's just like you just said, rah football. Like
exactly.
He should be coaching high school football on a Friday in Texas, right? Like he's just, and then you see Hard Knocks and you see the relationships he has with players. You see the relationship and the conversations he has with the GM, and you go, there's a lot more to Dan Campbell than I thought.
Right.
I think with Mike Macdonald, there's probably a perception around the league. Because people don't hear him talk that much, and he's not,
and he's not a soundbite king or anything like that.
No,
right?
It's not like McVay. McVay gets up, Michelle gets that Stafford's great, and his voice is raspy, and I'll tell you this is great stuff, like all that, and that's McVay.
Yeah.
Well, like Macdonald is a lot more subdued and quiet, and kind of thought as this cerebral defensive genius and mad scientist. I think we'll see in Hard Knocks a lot more Mike McDonald and who and what we hear from the players all the time. I can't wait, man. Tuesday, the first episode is going to be awesome. I think maybe on Monday I'll probably do it. I got a little cheat sheet on what they're doing. So from inside sources,
there you go.
Say. Yeah, I got a little rundown. So we'll tell you a little bit about that later in the week. Okay. Eno Saris from The Athletic will join us talking all things baseball coming up next. than other sports. Maybe I'm wrong here. You correct me if I'm wrong. Please do, and I'm wrong a lot. But baseball, more than other sports, it feels like you are so much on a year-to-year basis. Like most other sports, I can't hey, you know what? We took a little bit of a step back this season, but we were a playoff team last year, and we can point to these reasons why. We still have this good core group of guys or this superstar. We're not going to move them. We're going to see if we can sneak into the playoffs, or hey, let's get going next year. Now, obviously, his contract is the issue, right? That's the problem. But it just, I mentioned this to Anders yesterday. I hate it for baseball. I'd like to see superstars spread out a little bit more, and playing for teams that are the non-traditional Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, the ones we see on national TV every week. And maybe I'm just too idealistic or, too old or too Pollyanna, but I don't want to see Tarek Skubal moved. And, yeah, if he goes to the National League, it's better for our team here, but call me crazy. I don't want to see the guy moved.
Yeah, I like it when stars stay with their teams longer. And, I do think that even, for the right player, the Mariners aren't top payroll in the league, but I love the contract they came together with Julio to create, because that's one where, if he plays to an MVP level, he gets a great contract. And if he doesn't, then the Mariners get a little flexibility. So, I thought that sort of, creative thinking could really help a lot of, and you start to see it. Like Milwaukee Brewers have now signed Cooper Pratt, their starting shortstop. They signed him before he came to the big leagues for $50 million for 6 years or something. And you saw it with Colt Emerson. There's more and more of that going on, where they're saying, hey, we'll at least lock you into 6 or 7 years here, maybe get a year of free agency by giving you the money up front. And that's a thing that can work. But in terms of the year-to-year thing, I think that's bang on. And one thing I think about is, if we do these projections, if you do a projection for a player, it is better than a coin flip. You're right, I don't know, 60, 70% of the time you kind of get that player pretty good, right? Now, let's say you're projecting a team. Well, you take a bunch of 70% correct bets and you put them on top of each other. What do you get? You get more error, right? You sort of compound the error. And what you find is that the error band on team projections is 10 wins. That's one standard deviation. So that means it's not at all weird for a team that you've projected to be a 90-win team to win 100 or win 80. And since so many teams are projected to win 85, 86, they could win 70. That still wouldn't be that much of an outlier season for them. So it puts that concept of a window kind of to a lie, actually, because, a window is only a sort of a relative thing speaking. You could say, that the Orioles could win it all next year. That that wouldn't be that weird. It wouldn't, because they would probably be projected to be an 86-win team next year, 85-win team, and, they just have to win 10 more and have a good postseason. So I do think that is a feature in baseball. It's a bug, but it's also a feature. It's like both things, I like it because, injuries, poor play, advancement, there's all sorts of chaos in the numbers, and every season, feels like just a whole brand new thing. Look at the White Sox, man. They're in first.
I know. It's crazy. Well, and you mentioned Baltimore. They're a great example. They're Baltimore at first glance. Okay, they're 3 below 500, and they're 11.5 out of first place in the division. Oh, but they're only 2.5.
To have this great window.
Yes, and they're only 2.5 out of a wild card,
exactly.
right? So they can get there, and away they go. Do you think, we talked about the collective bargaining agreement, salary caps and stuff a few weeks ago. Do you believe there's a lot of things in play when the trade deadline comes up? One of those things, obviously, is the fact that 24 of 30 teams are effectively still in a playoff race. If they look at the standings, realistically, they can make an argument they're still in it. And then the teams that aren't really don't have maybe a lot to give. So that's one factor with who will be available with the trade deadline. Do you think there's anything to the fact that most teams probably deep down feel like there's going to be some sort of lockout or strike or whatever you want to call it next spring? And I wonder if that affects it, maybe a sense of urgency, or, hey, maybe I will hold on to a Tarek Skubal because we don't even know what the landscape's going to look like financially here in 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it's going to affect things. I would think that generally uncertainty makes front offices nervous, and uncertainty would reduce risk taking.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I guess if I was, if there was a way to bet on the trade deadline being lackluster, I might bet on that, because if one thing I've started to see a little bit of Hunter Green's on the market for the Reds, and Zach Neto might be on the market for the Angels. And the reason for that is to say, well, there's only 5 sellers. So if the sellers are selling rentals, they can get a few prospects here or there. But if the sellers say, nah, dude, like, you can maybe have our shortstop that's under contract for 3 years, they might get a haul. Like, we're talking Juan Soto-esque haul, So these rebuilding teams are saying, there's only like 4 or 5 of us that are really going to sell hard. Like, maybe we should sell hard and sell something that, isn't just a rental, and see if we can get a big haul. So that's how they're thinking. But I wonder if we'll just hear a lot of rumors about that, and it won't actually happen, because what will eventually happen is they say, well, maybe we'll be able to keep these guys. Maybe there'll be a cap, and maybe this, so we don't know exactly how it's going to look. And maybe these cost control players that we have are going to just be even more gold going forward.
Sarah's joining us courtesy of Georgetown Brewing, Georgetown Brewery. Of course, we got Seafair this weekend. Great place to stop by. Pick up your growlers to go, 6-packs to go. Junior's Offa still there, which is a sensational summer beer, a lighter version of the Bodie's Offa. The orange cans you'll see in the ballpark, I'm sure, starting tomorrow when the M's come home, taking on Minnesota, and then Detroit next week. Georgetown Brewing. Okay, make sense of this for me. We talked about it last week, and you went through the reasons why we can be concerned about Road Brian Wu. Road Brian Wu wasn't scheduled to start on the road in Los Angeles. Now he is. There's a lot to this and a lot to unpack. They're taking Bryce Miller, moving him back one day. Apparently, Bryce Miller's velocity's been down. They're a little worried. Something's going on there. So apparently 24 hours will make a difference at the expense of Road Brian Wu going against the Dodgers. Make sense for us. Make sense of this for us, will you?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Bryce Miller was he had these loose bodies in his elbow, and he chose not to get them out. And, rest and rehab really worked for him at first, and he came back with 97.5 in his first game. It started to dwindle more to 96, and then the last 3 games, 95.1, 95.0, 95.6. Now that's still slightly above average velocity. I can't believe we've gotten to this point, but for a right-hander, that is slightly above average velocity for a starter. So it's not like doom and gloom, but I could see, like, it's possible. I'm not going to speak for him, but it's possible that those, Trevor May on the podcast today on Rates and Barrels today was talking about how loose bodies in the elbow are kind of like a rock in the shoe. And, like, you might be walking for a while and they're in a part where it doesn't hurt. And then, you stub your toe or something happens, and then it goes right in the middle of your foot, and you're just like, ah! So, like, those things move around, and it's possible that they're becoming more painful. So, that's affected not only his velo, but his command in the last few games has been down from a really excellent top. But I think he'll be fine. Maybe they just need to go to the true 6-man to give everybody those extra days. And I continue to think that, like, Brian Wu just needs to maybe, pitch to more strikeouts, throw more breaking balls on the road than he does at home, just to kind of be cognizant of this big split he has. I know that sounds simple, and I would love to hear what Lou thinks of that idea.
Let's go back to Miller for a second, because the loose body. I love this, like, loose bodies or whatever in my elbow. Like, it's like there's a body flaw, but it's he's got the little whatever, the chips and stuff like that. I think that that's a great analogy though with the shoe and feeling a little pebble in your shoe at times. I bring that up for this reason. I'm looking around and thinking, okay, well, for Wu, for Miller, do you think? So it's one day, which I guess the shoe analogy makes sense. Like, maybe it moves enough where that one day makes a difference. Is there a reason at all to be concerned? Like that, like, hey, like, this could crop up to be a point of, if we're seeing the diminished velocity, and could this creep up to be a problem for them?
Yeah, I mean, yes. It's if you look around, the people that have chosen not to take it out, not to take those loose bodies out, a lot of them have eventually taken it out. So Edwin Diaz had loose bodies in his elbow, and then who was just pitching terribly at the beginning of the season and was like, yeah, it just hurts, Hunter Green apparently had the loose bodies in his elbow through the pennant race last year for the Reds, pitched through some pain, through the end of the season, thought that rest and rehab over the offseason would work, got into spring, was like, no, man, I still feel it still hurts. So, and then he went under the surgery and just came back a couple weeks ago. So it seems to me like something where, the doctors say, hey, it's a pain tolerance thing. It's not going to make it worse. You can choose not to have the surgery. And generally you want to avoid surgeries because surgery itself, has a recovery component, right? Like it may not work, and your body, you've cut into the body, so the body has to heal around that incision. So generally, I get why people avoid surgery, but it seems to me a little bit a matter of when, not if. When you've got this thing that's hurting you, that's floating around.
Yeah, I think, and maybe that's why you keep Luis Castillo. And maybe that's why you have the 6-man rotation, because they've been, knock on wood, fairly.
What about the young guys? I want to see the young guys.
I thought you were going to listen. I thought you were going to say the 4-letter word up here that's called piggyback, but no, I'm glad you didn't do that either. But yeah, no, like, hey,
I want to see Ryan Sloan and Cade. Yeah.
Hey, well, that's a fun thing though, because like we're all excited about these. That's the great thing about prospects, right? You're always excited about them. You want to see them up here. It's the backup quarterback syndrome for teams, right? Like you want to see the backup quarterback until you don't want to see the backup quarterback. And it's like,
oops, I take it back.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not sure if I want to see the backup quarterback right now. I don't want to see that guy. There's a reason he's the backup. But look.
One thing
go ahead.
Sorry, one thing that occurred to me about these Mariners though that I hadn't really noticed was they have not been good defensively. Their numbers for the year are bottom 2, bottom 5, depending on where you look. And that is an interesting thing when you think about them trying to acquire a right-handed bat. Like it's not only a right-handed bat that they want, it's a right-handed bat that helps them defensively, at least an upgrade somewhere. Now, they've done some things like moving Crawford to third should mean that theoretically he's a better defender there than he is at short. Colt's been sort of neutral, which is a positive at least, compared to where Crawford had been. Young is actually playing pretty well by the metrics defensively. Yeah. But the problem is that what about the right-handed bat being like Robles, playing him in center over Rodriguez, like moving Julio off of. But then when you move Julio off, then you're cutting Luke Raley out of the lineup, which he's been mostly a positive with the bat. So there's a little bit of a crowd happening where you're like, oh, do we focus on the defense or do we focus on the offense, and how do we clean this up a little bit? And how does Brendan Donovan fit into all this?
Well, is he ever going to be healthy? Be the question, right? I mean, that's these. Yeah. It sounds like maybe they'll activate him this weekend. I would think. Andrew, is that right? They may bring him back.
Yeah, he's in AAA right now. So
yeah, he was in Everett. Now he's in Tacoma. So maybe they'll activate him this weekend. Who knows? I mean, I just don't think you can count on that guy to be healthy. He hasn't been healthy.
The Edwin Arroyo question as well. He's been scratched from his last start in Tacoma. So.
Oh, he has. Oh, there you go.
Sorry,
See?
Michael Arroyo. I get those two.
Yeah, Michael Arroyo. Yeah. See, you want a prospect? Michael Arroyo may be coming up. Huh? There you go. They got a prospect.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Brandon Donovan's defensively for his career has been better on the infield. So that's an interesting thing to think about too. Like he hasn't been the best outfielder. Canzone is just not a good outfielder.
Not great, right, Anders? Not great.
No, yeah, he's best as a DH, which the Mariners have like 6 of those players, so yay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
you can't take that bat out. You can't take Canzone's bat out of the lineup.
Oh, those 2 homers against the Dodgers against lefties, Robles and Vestia, dude. Like you can't even maybe take him out of the lineup on lefty days.
I know. People were losing their mind after that. Oh, see, the analytics don't make sense. He should be hitting the lefties all the time, blah, 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 whatever. They put him back in. He's fine. I got to ask you about Cal Raleigh again. He hits the home run the other night. We're all excited. It's like, 1 home run every 2 weeks, and we think maybe he's turned it around. Then he drops another 0 for 3 last night. Is there legitimate concern? Is this just who we're going to live with the rest of the season? Is there any indication this guy could get on a tear?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked a little bit about, his contact point and how, he's way out in front, and that can be finicky. That's one point. A point in his favor in terms of figuring it out is that, people look at, walk rate and strikeout rate to do play discipline, but I prefer looking at how often you swing at balls and how often you swing at strikes. And the difference between those two numbers is remarkably tight and similar year to year. And for his career, it's been basically 40% every year, and 40% is near elite. This year, it is not. This year, it's around 30%. And I went and looked at players that were similar. I was doing it for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. because he's also really struggling. And I found that it was basically something like 62 out of 70 players that had this kind of a first half where their plate discipline was that wonky, reverted to their regular plate discipline in the second half. So this is a really powerful thing. Right now, I would say he just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the zone. If he focuses on that, I think things will kind of come into focus for him. He's not swinging his pitches in the zone, and he's swinging pitches outside the zone, but it's something that should correct. It's something that's like, I would say, is innate to a player. I think you can do very little to affect that. And it has a lot to do with your outcomes, because if you think about it, you hit a ball that's outside the zone, your outcomes are not that great.
Makes sense.
You walk, or you strike out, or you hit a poorly hit ball.
Final thing for you: why can't Houston go away? Why are they bothering us here?
I swear, I've tried to do it 3 years where I said this is the year they die, and they never did.
Yeah, this is what we thought like a month ago. Why won't they go away? What the hell's going on here?
Peter Lambert, Ronel Blanco. They always have like some pitcher that shows up, and you're like, you shouldn't be this good. What is going on?
God,
I'm still sticking by my guns that like every year it's not quite as good as the year before, though.
Yeah, they've creeped up to active 500. They've won 3 in a row. I mean, they got Texas coming up next. That's tomorrow, so they've got a day off tonight. The M's have a chance to gain a half game on both those teams. Tell us about Rate and Barrel's podcast. It's terrific for all our baseball fans out there.
It's really fun. We do like player breakdowns. We do strategy breakdowns. We talked about trying to find the statistical value of hit tool this week, and we delve into these playoff races all the time. So we will be talking about the best playoff race, or the best divisional race in baseball, the American League West.
Also known as a pillow fight, but yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Also known as a pillow fight. That's what it is. Great stuff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Sarah's brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Go check it out. Look for your local grocery stores, or, of course, down at the brewery itself. We'll wrap up hour number 2 coming up next. Hey, team, back with you for my friends. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. How about this? Make it a weekend. Make it a night. Go on up there, enjoy the great hotel, lap of luxury, sensational, beautiful rooms, views of the Snoqualmie Valley, and, of course, Mount Si as well. You got all kinds of great dining options up there. Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood, 12 Moons, Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill, great food, and 60-plus televisions to watch any game you want to watch, whether it be the local baseball team or much, much more. Of course, you got college football coming up soon, and they got big news up there at Snoqualmie Casino. That news is simply this. Starting this year, you can wager on the local teams, Washington State, and Gonzaga in basketball. How about that? So things have changed up there, too. So find out more by going to Snoqualmie Casino, snocasino.com. Sales closest now, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Shores of Lake Washington, Seahawk headquarters. Home of the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. Practice early today. No fans. Done and over with by about 11:55 a.m. And then back at it tomorrow. Fans will be here tomorrow. We'll, of course, be here tomorrow. We're here every day. I'll be here at least. I don't know about everybody else. I should say I'll be here. I can't keep track of what other people are doing. I know this. I will be here tomorrow, starting at noon. I'm going to guess Greg Bell is here. Not sure about everybody else, but we'll be here. All right. We had Mike McDonald on earlier. We'll have that podcast up there. I don't know if it's up there yet or will be soon. If it is, wait till after the show.
Right after the show today, we'll be up, yeah.
Thank you. See, Anders, thank you. You care about the show on the air live. I do appreciate you for that. We'll have that. We'll probably replay it tomorrow at some point. For people that missed it, Mike McDonald joined us in the noon hour. He was great. Just a lot of big picture conversations, and it's an interesting guy in the sense that when he first got here, the answers were short, and they were never terse. But
I was going to mention that, Ian. Comparing his interview on the first day he got hired, or at least the first day that he was available to the media, to this one is a lot different to me.
He did the podium the first day, and after he did the podium, we were here January, February day, whatever that was, in 2024, and afterwards. He came into our little side room here that we do a lot of interviews in, that we were set up in at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. He came in and he talked, and he and I did a one-on-one interview for 15, 20 minutes, and it was good. Like I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah.
I'd never talked to him. He'd never talked to me or anybody else in the Seattle media for that matter. And we had heard from people in Baltimore that. Like media guys in Baltimore, the big thing. You're not going to get much out of this guy. He didn't he doesn't talk much. He didn't say much, and he was good that day. He was solid. But he's a little buttoned down. The evolution of Mike McDonald, and we didn't have a chance to get into everything with him, and he talked about this the first day of camp this year, last Saturday, when I was out here. He was talking about how much he's changed, and part of how he's changed and evolved a little bit is the personality's coming out a lot more. Like you see a lot more personality. You see he has fun. He'll bust guys' balls a little bit. Like to Greg the other day, when Greg's pressing him on Eamon, asking him 5 different ways if Eamon is going to be ready for the home opener or for the opening game. And to McDonald's credit, here's how not to do a press conference. Just go look at anything that the I think now former police chief in Seattle, Sean Barnes.
Oh God.
Anything he did, or frankly the mayor. It just anything. That's not how you do a press conference. In fact, try to what's the old saying? You get a lot more out of sugar than spice, or whatever the hell it is.
Right.
Honey than whatever. Yeah, like McDonald he could have easily said to Greg, I've answered that twice. I'm done. Instead, Greg did a great job. That's what a journalist does. And McDonald was having none of it, but having fun with it. He wouldn't have been that way a couple of years ago.
Totally.
He's just grown. I think he's so much more comfortable. Now, listen, he can downplay the Super Bowl win all he wants, and he did with you and I.
Sure.
At the end of the day, he knows whether it's just a thing that's now part of your DNA, whether it's something that just kind of is in your subconscious. He knows he is a Super Bowl champion coach.
Well, and
that gives you juice.
Yeah, and it's not an ego thing, I feel like, for him. It almost feels like it's like, hey, I've justified being hired to this job at this point.
It is not a flex.
Right.
It's not a flex. It's just, but it's part of who he is now. That's a real thing. It's a part of who he is, and who he is a Super Bowl winning coach. It's that simple. And he's always been a confident guy. I see just a different, more outgoing guy, and he's got the pressure of the world on him. I think that's the thing that's amazing to me, because all he cares about is winning the next one. Like that's and that's a lot. Like you think about it. I mean, teams don't go back to back that often. There's a reason. The NFL sets it up where they don't. And the Seahawks are not the favorite to go back to back. They're not the favorite to win their division. That would be the LA Rams. So there is some pressure, but there's also an underdog mentality. But
do you know what he thinks about that, Ian?
We did not care.
No, they did not. But I've told people all along. I've told you this since I've been out here, and even going back to minicamp. Everyone's raving about the Rams, and that line right there is how that's what permeates this building.
It's true.
I think that's a great thing.
It's not just talk, right?
This like there's so much worry and consternation over the fact there's new ownership coming in. Like, ideally, really, as a fan, all you care about is the football team, right? Like, I care about the people that work here because I know a lot of them. I've known a lot of them for a lot of years. The people that you don't see, whether it's the PR staff, the corporate sales staff, the partnership staff, the ticket staff. I know a lot of those people and have known them well because we were with each other for many, many years every week. So those are the people I care about. But if you're a fan sitting home, all you care about is what goes on between the lines. And what goes on between the lines, man, yes, they've got question marks at running back maybe. They've got like every team does. But, man, you got to feel good if you're a Seahawk fan knowing that dude and John Schneider are in charge and are so for the foreseeable future. Like, this thing is in such good shape. Whether they win it back-to-back or not, I mean, who knows, right? And so much can happen between injuries and whatever. There's always a team that jumps up out of nowhere, right? Like, there's always that team that all of a sudden turn. And so who knows what goes on. But I sit across from that guy. I watch John Schneider out there on the practice field and the command he has for this organization, how comfortable he is in his role all these years later. He's a flipping Hall of Famer. These guys are in really good shape for years to come. I mean, if you're a Seattle Seahawks football fan, you're living in a golden era right now. And we had that before, but it was short-lived. It kind of came and went pretty damn quick. 12, 13, 14, 15, it started to diminish, and it went downhill pretty quick after that. We're at the very start of this thing right now. And I think because of the way they've structured contracts, because of the personality of the team, there's a little bit of a selflessness attitude here as well. I think this is truly the start of something really fun for the next few years. We'll take a break, come back. Corbin Smith joins us next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk. Your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Brought to you by Frostbrew Coors Light. Choose chill. M's lose the second game of the series. The Dodgers 4-2 game 3 tonight. Road Brian Wu. That's always fun against Roki Sasaki tonight. Who's got the advantage pitching-wise tonight, Anders?
I mean, if Brian Wu can find a way to be anything close to himself at home, I think we do. But who knows when that'll happen?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. WNBA suspended Seattle Storm co-owner Celeste Keaton from attending the team's next 5 home games after exchange with 2 fans during Tuesday's matchup at the Indiana Fever. Get your blank together, WNBA. Please. You're embarrassing yourself on every level, from ownership down to players. My goodness. Baker Mayfield in the NFL said he feels disrespected a little bit after he and the team could not come to an agreement on a new contract before his imposed deadline at the start of training camp. Tony Romo had an open container of alcohol in his vehicle when he was stopped by police last week, later arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. So not only are you hammered, but you're drinking while you're driving with an open container. I mean, listen, the days of having road pops in college, those ended in the 80s, buddy. Like, I don't know what you're doing. I wonder what CBS thinks of that. I know this. Two places I work with wouldn't be fired up about that.
Nope.
Let's get to hour number 3.
It's time to take a deep dive into all things Seahawks with Corbin Smith, sports reporter for Emerald City Spectrum. All Seattle sports, all the time. Brought to you by Jim Elliott with Windermere Real Estate, helping home buyers and home sellers in Western Washington. Whether you're buying or selling, contact Jim at 206-769-5466 or at jim@soldbygym.com. Now with Corbin Smith, here's Ian.
All right, we are here, and I say we, literally, we, Corbin and me. That's it.
There's not much else going on here.
No, it's this is it, man. This is it. The last 2 men standing. The grounds crew's out there working on the field. I need to bring Greg out there and show him all the dirt spots from just practice and ask him again if it makes sense to have grass fields at Lumen, but that's fine. We are getting ready for practice tomorrow, but we're done early today because they practiced at 9:45 to 11:55 this morning. First practice in pads here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Gotta think about this, Corbin. A week ago, we were still doing our previews on the radio. You were doing previews and player rankings on Emerald City Spectrum, and man, here we are 6 days later. We're well into training camp, man. The grind is underway, huh?
It'll be week 1 before you know it.
It's crazy. All right, today was day 1 in pads.
Holiday.
So what'd you learn?
Well, it's always interesting the first day of pads to see how the guys in the trenches respond, because this is really the first chance for the offensive and defensive linemen to show what they can do. I mean, let's be honest, OTAs and minicamp, there's not much you can glean from that for offensive and defensive linemen. You can look at athleticism, things like that, but you want to see these guys get their hands on somebody across the line of scrimmage, and you want to see who's going to be the better man. I'll tell you what, the most impressive thing that I saw all day today, one-on-ones, which is still my favorite thing at training camp. One-on-ones, offensive, defensive linemen. They usually do 2 reps with a set of players. You don't see a 3rd rep very often, a best of 3. But we had one today. Anthony Bradford against Riley Mills. And every single one of those reps, all 3 of them, were tightly contested, down to the wire, physical, who's going to be the better man type battles. And that's why John Benton's like, we got to have another one. We got to have round 3. And Riley Mills got the last laugh there, but man, Bradford fought him. It was second one, Mills spun away, and it looked like he was going to get right into the backfield, and Bradford did a phenomenal job recovering and getting back and stopping him. It was just, every reporter over there was just like, whoa, like this was get your popcorn ready one-on-ones.
Seahawks fans, just settle in, because Bradford's your right guard. I'm just gonna I know we're not supposed to talk about depth charts and rotations. I don't think we're speaking.
I don't think they care about that one because he's the guy.
It's the guy. Like there's like everyone, the push to get this guy out of that right guard position. It's not happening. It's just not. It's not going to happen. And you know what? Credit Anthony Bradford for that. Yep. Like, he's not allowing it to happen. There's no Bo Stevens. There's no Christian Haynes that's going to push this dude. Mason Richmond doesn't matter. Cable do. Like, this is the right guard. And I kind of like it from this standpoint. That's good then. This guy's worked on his game. He worked on his craft in the offseason. Good for him.
Mike McDonald, I asked him about Bradford today after practice, and the thing that he said, what you can account for with him is work ethic and attitude. And I think, when you look at the early part of his career, there were some murmurs about, does this guy have the work ethic? He has got it now. And the work he did with Duke Manyweather, who I think might be the best offensive line coach out there that these guys can work with, he worked with him this offseason. And you can tell, you can see it. And they've got these stones out here, those probably weigh a ton apiece. Like, I thought he was going to pick one of those up off the ground with a sled yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 2 days ago.
The way he hits the sled's different.
It is.
Than the other guys. It just is. It's just different. All right, so pads go on as well. It's the first opportunity to see the running backs with pads on, and there's no true tackling, but there is contact. And you do have an ability to see a little bit more of, hey, was there a hole there? Did the guy hit the read? Did he see it correctly? How's his vision? And everything we hear about Jadarian Price is those are his strengths, right? The vision and the ability to find that hole and all those things. What do we see from the first-round draft pick?
He didn't have a lot to work with today when he got his carries. There was a couple of times where he made some nice reads to cut and bounce outside and took advantage of not having contain from the defense. He also got popped a few times, which is going to happen. And, look, it's good for the running backs to have that happen. They got to get ready for the season. But Emmanuel Wilson had a couple big runs today that got opened up with some road room in front of him. We got to see.
Was that against the twos then?
Those, I think all of them were against the twos.
Yeah.
And Jacardia Wright had a couple nice runs. And look, Jacardia Wright is a guy that just shows up. He just does. And I'm eager to see him in the preseason games again. But we didn't get to see a lot in terms of space to run today. The defense had something to say about that. But we did get to see the running backs catch a bunch of passes again, and that just continues to be the trend we're seeing here early in camp. And it's not just dump-offs. Like, it's not just, nobody's getting open downfield. Like, there is a clear purpose to getting the football into the running back's hands in the passing game.
Jacardia Wright's an interesting cat, isn't he? We've talked about him a lot.
He's a Mike McDonald guy. He really is.
Right. I think that's what it is. I think that's a good way to put it. He's a Mike McDonald guy.
No nonsense. I'm going to go do what I need to do. I'm gonna work hard at every facet of my game. He's selfless. Like, I just think this team that's why they've had so much success. Like, these guys are bought in. They are unified and like even Anthony Bradford. Like, there's a selflessness to it. Like, I'm going to go do what I got to do. And I think Mike McDonald's done such a good job of instilling that in this team.
We had Mike on earlier, and the whole how connected these guys are. He raved about, which is interesting. He talked about the first practice. Guys were asking about all the injuries, and Zach Charbonnet's name got brought up, and he talked about Charbonnet on McDonald did on Saturday, and I asked him about it today when he sat where you're sitting here a couple hours ago, and I said, because he was just effusive in his praise for Charbonnet, the person, the leader, what he means to this football team, not even carrying the football, just in the locker room and everything else. And I was like, man, every time we talk to Charbonnet, very, very quiet. I don't want to say reserved, but doesn't have a lot to say. Not boisterous. Not a guy that's, you think of as a rah-rah, here we go, in your face type of dude. And he talked about his spirit and all those things. We asked him about it today, and he goes, yeah, this guy, I've watched him in the locker room. Like, he's at his best when things aren't going well. Like, he's walking around talking to guys and talking to individuals and doing all these things. It's one of those reasons, I wish Kenneth Walker was here. I just think I want to see these guys play well, and I think he gives you a chance to be a better football team. Kenneth Walker does. $14 million, that's a John Schneider decision. They make that call and move on. But listening to McDonald talk about Zach Charbonnet, I understand now why they like Charbonnet. Like what he brings to the table, that little intangible and stuff like that.
And he talks with his pads too. Like, he's a lead by example kind of guy as well.
Yeah. How when you kind of just look through that room, Jadarian Price won. Halani's in the mix, especially because of third down and blocking.
I tell you what, the pass protection drills today, and it's funny, you get to hear Ernest Jones I want to go up against the best.
He said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was Ernest Jones going up against Helani, and Helani got him the 2 times they went against each other. He lost a matchup later off the edge. You're not going to win all of them, but he is clearly the best. Without Charbonnet being healthy, he is clearly the best pass protecting back, and we saw it in the Super Bowl with him picking up blitzes.
What do you think Wilson's role is going to be, or will there be a role?
Right now, I would say it's, as I've been saying really since they signed him, I'd expect that he's going to be the short yardage guy. I think that's where he's going to fit in. I think Jacardia Wright is going to give him a run for his money right now, though. I think there's a little bit of a competition going on there with those 2 guys for that 3rd spot in the running back depth chart. And you're wondering if, Jacardia Wright.
Preseason's big for them.
Yeah. And Emmanuel Wilson, and I talked to him today. Green Bay, they didn't ask their running backs to catch the ball very much. That was not, so he's had to make some adjustments to that. And he says he can do it, obviously, but he's going through some adjustment periods in this offense as well. Jacardia Wright caught a bunch of passes in college. So I think Emmanuel Wilson's going to be the 3 guy, but I'm telling you right now that that could be a competition that's starting to brew there a little bit.
Did the defense kind of win the day today?
Yeah, this felt like, and it was interesting. I don't remember anybody scoring a touchdown today, but I think a lot of that was by, they didn't do any red zone work today.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of situational stuff in the middle of the field or long field. You got some of the one-on-ones. There was a lot of individual and position group drills, which is typical for a first pad a day as well.
Corbin Smith joining us, Emerald City Spectrum, emeraldcityspectrum.com. I talked to D'Anthony Bell. We played that interview yesterday. What a delight. I mean,
he's fantastic.
What a great story and everything else. How important is he to this football team?
I think he's another guy. They obviously won the Super Bowl without him, but that felt like one of those spirit losses when he got picked up off, and it's unfortunate that the Seahawks got in that position where they had to, there are some really good players that kind of are that fringe that, come on and off the roster, and he fell into that line in part because of all the safety talent that the Seahawks have. But he is another guy that you just look at the story.
Mm-hmm.
Guys rally around players like that. And I think you look at Emmanuel Wilson, I mean, he played at 2 D2 schools. He's another guy that kind of fits that Mike McDonald mentality. I had adversity, but look at me. I got to the NFL.
Yeah, I was a high school coach, a student assistant, not even a grad assistant, a student assistant, then a graduate assistant. I mean, yeah, McDonald's road to the NFL was anything but easy, and I'm sure he appreciates guys like that too. I always think when it comes down to those types of things, it's probably, if everything else is a tie, that might be the tiebreaker, right? Like whether it be character, the story, where he came from, little extra hunger, whatever, that might be the tiebreaker along the way. Quarterback-wise, we know what's going on there. Anything jump out at you today with those guys?
Yeah, today was a tougher day to evaluate that, again, just because of the situations they had.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe really jumped out in the practice on Tuesday.
Yeah, everyone was raving about him on Tuesday.
That was the best I've seen him look for an entire practice. Today, there were a handful of throws. Sam Darnold had a really nice throw to Cooper Kupp. I will say this right now, going on a tangent.
Let's talk about Cooper Kupp.
Don't be shocked. Cooper Kupp looks like I think he was good last year. He just didn't get a lot of opportunities. I don't think he's lost that much of a step. I think he's still a very effective player. I think this iteration of the Shanahan offense is going to cater more to what he does. I would not be shocked. Don't be shocked if he goes out and catches 60 or 70 balls this year.
Mike Benton asked me earlier. He's doing a thing for I don't know if it's our website or something like that, but we were doing a quick little video hit, and he said, does Sam Darnold throw for more yards than last year? Yes or no? And I said I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to say yes for a couple of reasons. One is the fact that they don't have Ken Walker. So probably your lead running back's a rookie, and it might take a little bit of time, and Charbonnet's out. So your 1 and 2 from last year aren't here. So you're making changes at the running back position. I know you want to run the football and all those things. And Jadarian Price could be he could be really good. Who knows? But on top of that, I think he throws for more yards for 2 reasons. As of right now, Torrey Horton is healthy. As of right now, Rashid Shaheed's more part of the offense. And as of right now, Cooper Kupp, as you just said, looks spry.
He looks
I would say spry, right?
Yeah, and I thought he had a good camp last year, but it's just something is different this year. Like and we see that sometimes with veteran players that like are in their 10th, 11th year, where
this guy wants another ring.
Yeah,
he wants another ring.
Yeah.
His legacy is secure. He's going to the Hall of Fame, but he wants another ring. He wants another ring.
Yeah, and he is really happy being back in his home state. Like I think he's in his element, but I think this offense. He made a hell of a catch today where he was looking like he was blocking and sold it and then came across the middle and there was no defender within 15 yards of him and picked up big yardage. I just think he's such a savvy player and this offense fits him so well.
Do you watch him ever and just go, wow, like just the little things that he does and things that he does and how he sees the game? He talked to the podium the other day about, being a leader, kind of coach on the field, things like that. And
I think it depends on what he wants to do, but I think he has a future as an offensive coordinator in this league.
Yeah.
I think Cooper Kupp could be a really good offensive coordinator. He is a diehard. He is one of my favorite interviews for that reason. You know how I am with X's and O's. He's one of the guys that really opens up on that stuff, and I love it. I just think maybe my favorite thing about him is his blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Like as a film nerd, like when I turn on the film, and it used to be just watching with the Rams. Like, look, I know he's not on the Seahawks, but like, good God, look at this block that he just made on the outside. Like, he has been one of the best, if not the best, run blockers as a receiver in the league for a decade. Like, and again, it's a Mike McDonald guy. He does all the little things right. He's a detail-oriented guy.
Yeah, if you're into those receivers and you're not blocking, you're not going to be here. Like
especially with this, I think with Brian Fleury, it's even more so. Like, which is why Jake Bobo's banged up right now. But I think Jake Bobo's got a chance to do some things in this offense.
What do you see from the Fleury offense that jumps out?
The first thing is the running backs. Like, and this is crazy. Seattle was 31st in targets to running backs in the passing game last year. Like, it just was like it was not a part of their passing game most of the year. You've been watching some of the practices out here. Like, they are force-feeding Jadarian Price and George Halani and Jacardi, right? Like, those guys are getting a lot of touches, and it doesn't feel like – I said they're force-feeding them, but it doesn't – it's really not that way.
I think Corbin, we've had that conversation a little bit with that – part of the game, and it's like I think we saw that a little bit in minicamp in June, and then we've seen it, through the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 practices in. Boy, they're throwing the like this is the everyone's standing on the sideline watching together, and we're like, yeah, they're throwing a lot of balls, they're force feeding, they're trying to see if Jadarian Price can catch it. I don't think that's what it is. I think that's what
this offense is going to be. San Francisco was first.
That's
in the
it.
NFL.
That's it. It's not testing the rookie. This is what we're going to do.
And I think and Leonard Williams is the other one that when we interview him, me being the nerd that I am, like he's another one that he starts talking about pre-snap motion and how it changes gap responsibilities, and like I'm just on cloud 9. But he was talking about there's more motion from fullbacks, which that's the other thing. You're going to see more of the two-back personnel in this offense, even than what Kubiak did last year. Less of the 13 with 3 tight ends, and you're going to see more of the 2 running backs in the field. Robbie Oots and Brady Russell are both going to play snaps there, and they're going to motion them. And you motion a guy out of the fullback into the tight end spot, like you just created another gap.
Yep.
And it creates all kinds of problems for most defenses in the NFL.
What are you writing on?
Well, that's going to be one of the things I'm going to be writing on, the running back situation as far as in the passing game. I thought Sam Darnold gave a really nice, insightful answer on that today, and like he said, he kind of hit it at like this is not like we're just throwing it to him just to throw it to him. Like this is going to be a much bigger part of their offense this year. And it could open up some of that stuff behind if you're worried about, Jadarian Price could kill us out there on the outside, or George Halani who can run from the slot. Like, oh, what are we going to do if he starts hurting us? You have to start sucking guys up. So I'm going to be writing a lengthy piece about that and some other takeaways.
You know what's wild is I just kept thinking you bring in a former tight ends coach as your offensive coordinator. I just thought the natural thought would be they're going to throw to the tight ends more.
I don't know that's – I mean, they might get a few more targets. I mean, Elijah Arroyo's looked pretty good here this first week. And so maybe he's the one that benefits a lot from that. But I think you're seeing more like Kyle Shanahan loves throwing to his running backs. Christian McCaffrey is a huge part of that. But even when McCaffrey was banged up, they were still throwing the ball a lot to their running backs. I think Brian Fleury, he subscribes more to that than what Clint Kubiak did.
Robbie Oots
is a very big man.
more a part of the offense, more snaps this year? I mean, you know what they do with Kyle Juszczyk.
I'm fascinated to see what they do there, Ian, because Brady Russell, I'm not saying he's Kyle Juszczyk,
right,
but he has the more similar skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen quite a bit of number 38 in the backfield. I think we're going to see both of them because they're both good special teams players, too.
Yeah.
I think they're both on this roster. But I'm fascinated to see how that plays out as the year goes, because if Russell catches some balls out of the backfield and does some of the movement stuff,
mm-hmm.
that could turn into him being the one that gets more snaps there potentially. I think that's a fascinating one.
All right, Corbin Smith, Emerald City Spectrum. Let's get some subscribers out there. If you like local journalism that talks about your teams and whatever team it is here in our state, you've got it covered. What do we do?
Yeah, we got Mariners coverage on up today. I know they're not winning very many games, but still we got great Mariners coverage. We've got some new Kraken stuff that's going to be up soon. My takeaways for the Seahawks. I've got an article about Jadeveon Clowney. It's almost August. Every year we talk about, are the Seahawks going to bring him back?
Are they?
I think they are this time. I do.
Whoa, there's a tease.
We'll see if it happens. I mean, there's a history here, Ian. Look at Noah Igbenogany.
Yep.
Look at Dante Fowler Jr. Those guys were coveted last year, and Seattle didn't get them. They went back this year and got them. Clowney had maybe his best year as a pro in Baltimore a few years ago with Mike McDonald. It all really boils down to the money, and does he want to play here again? I'm interested to see if that happens, though.
God, Clowney back. That'd be crazy. All right. Emerald City Spectrum. Go subscribe right now today. EmeraldCitySpectrum.com. We'll take a break, come back with more 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back. 49451 as Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Let's see. 564 area code. Love Corbin, one smart cookie. He left. Can't even hear me say that.
Yeah, what?
Let's see. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of Storm stuff on here. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
You poked the bear, Ian.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody's telling me that they're in a debate with my son at the bar at Druids Glen about tomato chutney on a turkey sandwich.
Very specific.
That is really specific. I don't know if I've ever had tomato chutney. It's an interesting dynamic. Interesting. I'm more curious right now than ever been at 206. What is this all about?
Yeah. Now I want to know more.
Yeah. Let's see. Here we go. A lot of. Okay. It's crazy how he's become Road Brian Wu and Home Brian Wu. That's what we have to call him now, says the 206.
I mean, it's like two different pitchers, isn't it?
Well, I mean, see, that's the thing. It's not. The numbers and the splits are insane. So this is the night that you go, wow, he's going to turn it around, right?
Yeah.
And it's against the dot. Like, we keep looking for the little thing, the spark that's going to get you some momentum. Now, listen, Wu he's a Cy Young candidate if you just look at his home record and his home numbers, right?
Yes.
So him turning it around with one road win or one good road performance, I don't know if that's a bigger picture thing for the baseball team other than the fact that, okay, now he can – I don't know if we're ever going to have that moment this year where we have the true, like, oh, wow, that was the catalyst.
Yeah, it's –
because every time we think we see it, we don't. Right?
They just need to start playing better baseball. I know it's such a general statement to say, and it's almost as, obvious as saying your stars need to play better, right? But it's just true. Like, there's nothing they can do that will make this team, get to the point where they need to be. Just play better. Just play better. And everything would, like, all of this noise would kind of go away. You go through bad stretches and stuff like that. But, yeah, I don't know. I think also an underrated part, you mentioned Brian Wu kind of being a Cy Young candidate at home. What an underrated struggle with the Mariners this year. Everyone likes to look at their pitching staff, and I think overall their numbers look good. But they don't have a guy. They don't have a guy where if you're in a bad slump, you're in a bad rut, no matter how poorly your offense is playing, you're like, all right, doesn't matter. All we need is one run, and we're going to get the win today because this guy is that dominant. He's going to shut down the other team. There's no Felix Hernandez in this staff. And I felt like that could have been the case with a Logan Gilbert a couple of years ago. That could have been a case with Brian Wu last year. None of those guys have stepped up this year to be that guy.
Yes, correct. This is in regard, a lot of people that enjoyed the Mike McDonald interview, so I thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think it was great to have a chance to sit down and talk to the coach. That was tremendous. This is from the 206. A couple of buddies and I won an auction at Seattle's Bourbon Bonanza. Back to that in a second. For a round at Aldera with the member who offered it. Played last month, parked the car, we're walking in, and coach is right behind us. I hold the door and say, Super Bowl champs first. He smiled and walked in. Yeah, he's a big golfer, man. I knew he liked to play. He was talking about he played a lot this year.
Yeah.
God, what a nightmare though, man. Like,
I know.
Like the Tahoe events, like everyone there is single digit handicap. The celebrities are at least, right? They're all like really good players, single digit dudes. So like you're not ever, if you're in that world of golf, you're not ever worried about topping a drive.
No.
You might slice it. You can live with that. If you hammer it, but it slices or whatever, you got a little hook, that's okay. Topping it, that's like your worst fear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I'd be petrified. I'd be like, I get first tee anxiety with like another group waiting with us, like even if they're friends, right?
And good for Mike for, having the wherewithal to tell that story,
I know. It does show a little humility, doesn't it?
Right?
He also, I've seen his swing. He's got an elite swing.
He can swing it.
He's got an elite swing.
Yeah.
And when you add to that the fact he's never missed arm day, I'm sure he just kills it. I'm looking across.
Biggest biceps in the league.
I mean, this dude is yoked.
He's yoked. He's very much yoked.
I told my wife today, yeah, we're interviewing Mike McDonald. She goes, oh, is he the coach with the big arms? I'm like, yeah, that's him. Then I had to point out to her that he's also the coach of the Seahawks.
Yeah, Super Bowl champion, you know.
She's like, oh, yeah, okay.
That guy, right.
That guy. That guy.
Pretty good.
Let's see what else we got. 49451. Like Mike said after the Super Bowl, it validated his process and how he ran things. I think it's easier to just be loose and be yourself, and you know your process has been successful. Yeah, I think that's part of like his nature now, but I don't think he ever doubted his process.
Right.
You know, in that sense, I think he's always had great, how do I want to say it? Great confidence in that regard, and rightfully so. He's done such a terrific, but that's it. Hey, what about Aaron Donald coming back and playing for the Rams? Impact or not?
I mean, you can't say it's not an impact if that ends up happening, right?
Yeah, it hasn't happened today.
I am a little curious as to why. If it was going to happen, I feel like it would have happened by now, right?
No, he's a veteran. You don't want to go to camp.
Yeah, fair, I guess.
You don't want to go to camp. Like,
yeah.
That's the last thing that
3 years out of the league, too. Like, I don't know. You got to kind of...
That dude is going to show up if he plays.
Yeah.
He'll show up whenever, and, like, he'll be just
ready to go.
In.
Yeah.
I have my doubts.
What if they get Vita Vea, too, man?
I just don't know how you fit it. Because Vea's got a massive...
They find ways to make it work every single time.
I know it's going to cost them something, though, Anders. Like, it's going to cost them somebody else. And I don't know... No idea what their contract situation is with guys that they could cut to not...
Trade him Puka Nacua.
The money... Well, here's the thing. Like, the Puka deal, that's a real issue for them.
It is.
Like, that's a real issue for them.
Yeah.
And I go back. Lindsay Theory, who covers... Well, she covers national stuff now for ESPN, but she's covered the Rams.
She's really good, yeah.
Yeah, she's covered the Rams since they moved to L.A. And, she was on with Softy, I believe it was. And she said point blank, they're waiting to see with this dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if they, really the insinuation is they don't know if they can trust him.
Yeah.
I told you yesterday, the dude's a freak, man, a weirdo. Like, biting women and stuff. Like, that's some issues. And that would scare me. Like, that would scare the daylights out of me, because if you're going to invest that kind of money, especially, the guaranteed money and whatever else is going to count against your cap, even if he, finds himself in more hot water, it still hurts you.
Yep. Speaking of LA, Ian, what is the interaction like with Benton about M's and Dodgers? Any good bets for the rubber match? Loser has to kiss Softy? Ryan in Scottsdale.
No one's going to kiss Softy. No, I don't know.
He's been awfully quiet.
He's been really quiet on our group chat. Like, really quiet.
Yeah,
right?
Like weirdly quiet.
Yeah, so there hasn't really been any. I don't know.
Is he waiting until they win today, and then he's going to go balls to the wall?
No, Mikey's smart enough to know that we're not going to have it. We're just not going to have it.
Yeah, true.
So if Road Brian Wu shows up today and it's ugly, I don't think Mikey will say anything.
Jeez.
Quietly, internally, up there in Snohomish County, in the great city of Everett, where Mikey resides and kind of runs things up there, he'll be just cheering hard inside for the Dodgers. But I don't believe he's been very quiet and mellow to us so far.
He's not a dancing on the grave type of guy.
No. Although he kind of did that last year, not on the grave, but he was dancing around all happy when they won the World Series last year.
Yes, he did.
Until we all had to point out that we don't care. The Dodgers win. Yeah, Mike.
We did not care.
Thank you. Yeah, that was our thought on that, Mikey. Final one to Marcus asked, did I miss the beer release date? No, you did not.
Ooh, does that mean it's coming soon?
I don't know if you missed it. We've talked about it. It's August 21st. It's August 21st. Okay, the one that just came in. Now you challenged me, and I'm going to have to respond. August 21st is the beer release date for the Mayor Maple Valley or Mayor IPA out of Georgetown Brewing. We'll be doing the show down there that day. Can't wait. It'll be a ton of fun. 425, because there's a bunch of text in there about the storm. Ducking the storm controversy, are we? Not surprised. Ducking it, I don't know. I've told you. I was embarrassed. I said it in the headlines.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. What she did was embarrassing. Not just, and I think both sides, but the Brandy Cruz-led group that had young people holding signs and the small little protest before the game. They're looking for a reaction. And then there's people inside the arena that are looking for a fight. I think in this particular case, on Tuesday, was it Tuesday at the Storm game? Yeah, it was Tuesday, right? Tuesday at the Storm game, I think you can look at both sides and say, be better. But more importantly, Storm ownership, and they, all credit, they put the statement out yesterday. Everyone's supposed to be welcome here and all that. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
You cannot have it both ways. You cannot say, you cannot be out there trumping your, that's a bad term, sorry, pumping up your own ideals and political beliefs and thoughts and what you stand for, and then absolutely annihilate anybody who has an opposing view.
Especially when your whole thing is acceptance, right?
You cannot be accepting if you're unaccepting,
right.
And they're unaccepting of opposing views.
Yep.
You may not like those opposing views, but don't say that you're open to all views and everyone's welcome and all that if they're not. And they were not that day. Whether they were there for the right reasons or wrong reasons, whoever bought the tickets, like I said, I think there's probably a little bit of blame on both sides. But at the end of the day, if you're the owner of a professional sports franchise, you cannot behave that way.
No.
Especially to young people, to teenagers. You cannot behave that way.
The future of your game, right?
You're chasing. I think this league, more than any league ever, chases fans away. They push fans away. Caitlin Clark has been a massive, massive boost to this league financially and every level. They're pushing her away. They're pushing her fans away. And by doing that, you're hurting the future of the game. Because there is no other player that's ever been shown that they can carry the league. We're not saying she's the best player in the league, but she's the only one that has carried the league. So be better, WNBA. I have zero faith you will be. None whatsoever. Does that make you happy, 425? All right. We'll check in with Softy next.
to get rid of him. And I can hear him now. I love that sound. I think it sounds awesome.
It's the sound of summer in Seattle, man.
Yeah, hell, abso-freaking-lutely, man.
And we need that this week.
I saw a tweet from Como, our friends over at Como.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how they do things over there. It's like writers always get mad when you blame, headlines. I didn't write that. Okay, well, whatever. It's got your name on it, so blah, 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 right? But, headline was like, the Blue Angels will bring, increased noise. And I was like, thanks, Einstein. Right? Like the sun setting might increase in darkness. I mean, like, what are we talking about here?
When it rains, it gets wet. That's weird.
And you know what? Like, I'll admit, my dogs hate it. My dogs hate the 4th of July. My dogs hate the Blue Angels. But, I'm not that arrogant to think that the world should revolve around me and my pets. Okay? Yeah. I mean, like, what the hell, guys? Come on. Figure it out. For a couple hours a day over a 3-day period, figure it out. All right, go get some trazodone from grandma's closet and feed it to your dog. It'll be fine.
People that live, in Mercer Island and or, the Rainier Beach area where the Blue Angels are flying over that complain about noise with the Blue Angels.
Right.
They've been coming here since, the 60s?
Correct.
Right? So, pretty good chance you bought your house after that. It's like the folks, honestly, it's like the snobs out at Laurelhurst. I can't believe that there's a helicopter landing at the Children's Hospital.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. You bought a house next to Children's Hospital.
100%.
What are you doing?
That's now been rectified, apparently. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's that's an example of bad publicity is good publicity because it made them change their mind on that. But I'm with you, man. It's just, I don't know, man. It's amazing
sound of summer.
how
it's the sound of summer,
people
buddy.
have just become so dramatic and so freaking soft around these parts. It just drives me up a damn wall. So,
by the way, I feel like
I'm also getting old and cranky though at the same time. So it's a bad combination.
I feel like I'm softy. I'm doing a show out here. There's nobody around. It's just me.
Welcome to my world, man.
Yeah.
You know how depressing that is to look up and see nobody giving a damn on a daily basis? It's hard.
Guys are out here doing fertilizer on the grass, and they're looking at me.
Have they mowed the lawn? Have they come within inches of your face with their giant propeller lawnmowers?
No.
All right, because that happened
now,
2 days ago, man.
Right now, they're spraying what looks to be some sort of fertilizer.
Yeah, watch out for that, because when the wind picks up, it gets in your eye and it stings badly.
He's actually been very good.
All right,
He's like,
look out.
He looked over and said, "Are you okay?" I'm good. Yeah.
You got a leftover mask from COVID in the bag or whatever? Put it on. Put it on. I'm not messing around.
Hey, do you have any of those, by the way?
No.
I found one in a drawer, like in the, and I felt like a couple. And I just immediately threw them out. Like, I never want to see this thing again.
Well, first of all, they're nasty.
Yeah.
Because they got all your saliva inside of them.
Yeah.
Food left over from whatever you were eating that day.
I think I found a pizza in there.
Yeah. And then second of all, if you do need more masks, then you buy a mask. What the hell?
Let's hope we never need that again.
Jesus.
Let's hope it. This actually feels like 2020 training camp when there's three of us standing on top of the berm.
Yeah, kind of.
No radio, just stand on the berm and watch practice. Yeah, good times. Yeah. All right, on that uplifting note, what do you got today? What are you doing?
We got a new sports gambling expert on the show with us. Paige Becker is coming on today, by the way, sharing her thoughts on.
You're so good. You're so good.
I went to play the rim shot, but my wall was.
You're so good.
Come on, Anders.
Oh, God.
Paige Beckers and Angel Reese will join us and share their thoughts on the Mariners plus 180 tonight.
Love that.
Against the LA Dodgers. So, hey, man, we got a pitching problem all of a sudden, big guy, in Seattle.
Not tonight. You got Brian Wu on the mound, sir.
Brian Wu on the road.
Road Brian Wu.
Unbelievable. I'm calling it right now. This is the night. Brian Wu.
He shoves.
Mows him down. For the first time all year, he shows up on the road, and he shoves it up Shohei Ohtani's gambling ass. Coming up tonight at 7:10 from Dodger Stadium.
Anders, clip that. We'll use it tomorrow in Crosstalk.
All right.
What else besides that? Besides Paige, Angel, and then Road Brian Woo.
You're going to hear
what
from Jeff Fish tonight on the show. You're going to hear from Petros. He wasn't on yesterday. He'll be on today. Brett Boone will join us at 4 o'clock as well. A lot to get to between now and 7 o'clock.
Here come the Blue Angels.
See you, man.
Here they come. They're loud.
Plug your ears. boys and girls, I know you're excited for this one. The $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins every hour, every weekday through the 7th of August. If you own gold, now's the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations, including Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, and Issaquah. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com. The keyword to enter at the website for a shot at $1,000 new at 93.3 KJR.com. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, here we go. Softy, Dick, and Jackson with no Dick again. Jackson and Softy hanging out. Just a couple of yahoos until 7 o'clock tonight right here on 93.3 KJRM. FM, what did I say? AM? God, that's old habit, man.
You said M, not even an A.
KJR FM. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
The Seattle Mariners.
All right, they look for the series win, boys, against the Dodgers tonight, 53 and 56. 2 games out in the West because the Rangers have already lost today. Brian Wu against Roki Sasaki coming up tonight. And don't forget the trade deadline is Monday at 3 o'clock. NFL news, Chris Olave is now a very rich man, the former Buckeye, 4 years up to $132 million with $90 million guaranteed from the Saints. And don't forget, by the way, Jackson, the preseason NFL opener, the Hall of Fame game, 1 week from tonight in Canton, Ohio, at Carolina and Arizona. Hear that game over on 9:50 a.m. Your job, by the way, between now and then, you know what your job is. Convince the boss to put that game on FM. Because our listeners need to hear NFL football.
Softy, I'm on vacation next week, so
you
no
don't give a
effort.
damn.
No
Yeah,
effort.
Thanks for the help, pal. Typical. NCAA, how about this? The Apple Cup is 5 weeks from Sunday. Big Ten Football Media Day. Jed Fish will join us in about 15 minutes from now. He did say today in Chicago it's going to be a reach if Jordan Washington, running back, plays this year.
And here we go. And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a beautiful Thursday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy, Dick, Jackson with no Dick today.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to head to the Rainiers tomorrow, by the way, at 3 o'clock before their game with Sacramento. When those two teams get together, throw out the record books, baby, tomorrow at Cheney Stadium. So looking forward to that. Jackson, you're on vacation starting next week. Is that right? All right, you better get your takes in now, your hot takes. All the Jacksonettes out there, the Jacksonites, all want to know what Jackson Feltz thinks about the owner of the Storm. I'm kidding, by the way.
Oh boy!
I'm kidding you.
You have the failure drop.
I don't want to give you. I don't want to give you a heart attack right out of the gate here, pal. All right, so I'm sorry for doing that to you. We should have discussed this off the air, for crying out loud. But anyway, we got a lot to get to. Mariners have a fairly big game tonight. This is exactly the way this goes. You lose 3 out of 4, and now you got a shot to win the series against the LA Dodgers. Look, man, there's obviously a lot to talk about with this baseball team right now. Okay, one of them tonight is that if this team is going to go anywhere, they can't have Brian Wu show up one of every 2 starts, meaning they need Brian Wu to start pitching like Brian Wu on the road and not like a dumpster fire when he leaves T-Mobile Park. Have you seen his numbers?
Failure.
Have you delved into, like I'm saying, actually delved into how bad Brian Wu is on the road?
Fane and I went over him yesterday.
Okay.
It's ugly.
So you have the OPS against, you have the batting average against, you have all that stuff. Yeah. Did he? Because it's
horrific.
If he didn't do it, I'll tell you. I mean, look, the guy is at home. He's got a batting average allowed of 167. On the road, he's at 304. Okay. He's got an OPS against at home of 463. On the road, he's at 823. Okay. He's 6-0 with a 2.20 ERA at home. He's 1-7 with a 6.52 ERA on the road. But it gets even worse than that. His last 6 starts for Brian Wu away from T-Mobile Park, 7.71 ERA. He is just getting beat to death on the road. And that ends tonight.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
That ends. I'm feeling it.
Oh, boy.
I'm playing the odds, Jackson.
Oh, jeez.
I'm playing the odds. It's been 6 consecutive games of slop out of Brian Wu and against the best team in baseball in maybe the best park in baseball, in front of the best fans the game has to offer, in Tinseltown, Los Angeles, California, 1,000 miles south of where Brian Wu grew up in Oakland, California. That is going to end tonight. I don't care what the odds say. I don't care what the money line says. Get rich, bet the M's. That crap ends tonight. Brian Wu wins against the Dodgers tonight. Book it.
Quick question.
Book it. And you can play this on the air tomorrow if it doesn't happen.
What are you on and where can I get some?
I'm telling you, man, I'm playing the odds. If I would have told you earlier in the year that Brian Wu was going to have a 7-game stretch of horrific starts on the road, there's no way you would have bought that. And again, we do the whole thing, let's take out the hairball deal and just look at kind of, whatever. Yeah. He's really been awful in every single game. This is not about one awful start that's inflating his ERA. 4 2/3. You stop me when you hear a good start for Brian Wu.
Oh, no.
This is his last 6 road starts. 6 1/3, 5 runs. 5 innings, 7 runs. 4 innings, 5 runs. 5 innings, 4 runs. 5 innings, 5 runs, and 4 2/3 and 4. They've all been terrible.
Terrible.
Every single one. Again, this is not like Bryce Miller last year or 2 years ago when he'd have 5 good starts but 1 putrid start that would kill his ERA. He has been terrible, absolute dog meat in 6 consecutive starts on the road. It is unbelievable how bad this guy's been. So, Jackson, I'm telling you, I got a good feeling. I like it tonight.
Okay.
I like the M's. I like Brian Wu. I will say this, at a minimum, Brian Wu will pitch well. Okay? It may be 1-1 when he leaves the game in the 6th inning. Brian Wu, take it to the bank, bet the house, will pitch well tonight, and he will give the Mariners his best road start in 2 months at Dodger Stadium.
I guess the obvious question is, couldn't you have said this before the last road start?
No.
No?
No.
Or the previous one?
No.
Because when you go 6, it's sort of the question of like, okay, if you go 3, then, the trend's going to end eventually.
Right.
Then 4.
Right.
Then 5.
Oh, I know what you're
then
doing.
6.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean,
Correct.
we're at the point now where there's no level, I have zero confidence that it's going to stop at 7 or 8 or 9. It'll stop eventually.
Right.
But it's like flipping a coin. We're at the point now where it's fruitless to say I have confidence it's going to come up tails.
I believe it. Listen, Jackson, this is what you're missing. This is what you don't know. All right. Anybody who knows anything about gambling knows about the rule of 6.
Okay.
When something out of the ordinary has happened 6 games in a row, it is very unlikely it's going to happen for a 7th game in a row. Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
That is a proven scientific fact. But I get your point, because at some point you'd say, hey, enough is enough. It's like the Travis Henry kids conversation. Travis Henry, do you know about Travis Henry?
No.
But you know who Travis Henry is, the running back. Travis Henry has 11 kids with 10 different women. Okay?
Travis Henry?
Yes. There's also another guy in Seattle who did something like that, but we're not going to pick on him because we love him.
Well, Sean has 1 wife.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Travis Henry had 10 kids, 11 kids with 10 different women. So the point is, when you have 3 with 3 different gals, do you stop? Okay, now you're at 4. Right now you're at 5.
Well, that's a challenge.
Now you're getting to 6 with 6. Now you're at 7. At what point do you cut it off,
You might as well see how far you can go.
And when I mean cut it off, I mean like literally cut it off. Just be done with it, man. Move on. So what the hell? So I get what you're talking about. All right. And look, obviously we're having a little bit of fun with this.
Yeah.
I want you to save this. Are you here tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, save this for tomorrow's show.
Oh, no.
Because if I'm wrong, Dick will be. I heard that's faulty. He said he'll be begging to get this on the air tomorrow.
Yesterday,
begging.
Before we went off the air, Dick predicted a 4-2 loss to the Dodgers.
I'm well aware of it. You know why I'm well aware of it?
Because
he told me.
Yeah, and then he in the evening text, it's like, look, 4-2. It was 4-2. I'm like, Dick, they lost the game.
Oh my God,
this is not something to be happy about.
Unbelievable. I got a late night text from Dick Fain last night.
Don't stoop there.
Okay, reminding me that he was right. He called the game 4-2, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, man, sometimes baseball, and we talked about this before with managers, is a lot of decisions are based on gut feel, hunches, right? Like people that hate analytics.
Right.
They want the human element brought back. Go with your gut, all right? What's your gut say? And what kind of, facial expression, what kind of affect did he show in the pregame? Right? Was he out late with his girlfriend? Did he get into a fight with his wife? Is he not feeling well? Is his elbow sore? Is he down in the dumps? Whatever. Is he in a good mood? that stuff matters more in baseball than any other sport because you play every damn day, right? And I think Brian Wu was so overdue, dude, for this, number one. And number two, Jackson, the starting pitching has been, by their standards, kind of crap.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
In the last 6 games. I mean, they are either meh or they are below meh. They got what's their ERA? What'd I say? 7.8 in the last 6 starts. Nobody's had a good one. Nobody's had a real dominant Mariner-esque elite rotation start in a long time. These guys are all getting beat up, man. So I believe in Wu. I think Wu gets it done. Will the Mariners have his back and score enough to make it matter? We'll see. But when Brian Wu shoves it tonight, I promise you, though, I will not be texting you saying, "You see, I told you." I won't be doing that. I'm making a proclamation, and whether I'm right or wrong, you can hammer, you can bust my balls tomorrow all you want. Okay, Wu gets it done. This is the night. This crap ends tonight. Big Ten Football Media Day. Jed Fish going to hop on next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino for sponsoring this shindig. Had a great time yesterday at the the Swing for Salish Classic yesterday at the home course in DuPont. Great course, great spot, great cause. I believe it's the only fully integrated cancer center on tribal land in the U.S. That the Puyallups have created down there. So phenomenal cause, awesome people, and a great time at the home course yesterday, man. We did a $1 million challenge. One person from each group got to swing for a hole-in-one on a par 3 for $1 million, and you'll be shocked to hear that nobody made it, by the way. So very difficult to do, very difficult to do. But great time yesterday. If you want to find out more about all the events going on at the Emerald Queen, including Fight Night on August the 8th, emeraldqueen.com. All right, well, let's do this. Earlier this morning, see, we could sit here and fib about this, Jackson, and say joining us live from Chicago, but that would be a lie. I think people can maybe even tell by the tone of my voice. I did this about 8:30 this morning. Still in my Yoda and Chewbacca PJs, by the way. Hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. And Jed Fish called. I was like, hey, can we go now? I was like, yeah, cool, man. So jumped into my office, had a conversation with Jed Fish about the upcoming Husky football season from Big Ten Media Day in Chicago, and started off by talking about just give us a progress report on where this whole thing is in your mind versus where it was when you first showed up here.
Yeah, I think the biggest indication of the changes, and I mentioned this today, is that we had 7 offensive linemen when I showed up here, and 2 of those 7 were coming off of ACL injuries. And now we're sitting here with 17 offensive linemen, and I would argue that 7 of them can start in the Big Ten at about almost every team we have that's out here. So it's a huge difference there. I think that's where it starts. And then I would say our defensive line and our linebacking core, you could see just such a huge difference. So it's been fun, get to 9 wins in our second year. Only been done, I think, 9 times in the last 30 years at UW. And obviously, first time doing it in the Big Ten. So pretty cool about where we're at and excited about where we're going.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned 9 wins in year number 2, which, as you said, doesn't happen very often for head coaches at Washington. But I know that your standards are higher than that, right? I mean, you're talking about making the CFP, competing for a national championship. So what is it about this team besides the obvious, right? We talked about the line of scrimmage. We'll talk about the quarterback in a second. If you were doing my show and my job, which hopefully you'll never have to experience that, what would your standards be for this football team this year, Jed?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is to be able to finish. And, as we look through where we are as a program going to year 3, we squandered some opportunities. And my hope is that this year we have an opportunity to just finish. We're a 7-6 halftime game against Ohio State, 7-7 against Michigan,
right?
10-3 against Wisconsin. So you're sitting there in these games and you're right there in it. But depth is a factor. And I'm excited to see where our guys can be. I think the fact that we have such great continuity will add to it. But every game's a battle. We're in a different world. So I don't look at this year. I got to look at it differently than last year. I got to say every year is its own year now here in the Big Ten because there's so many, changes constantly with roster management and, the dollars that are invested in certain programs. So I'm just looking forward to going out there and competing and seeing how many we can win.
Yeah. Are you where you need to be NIL wise? I mean, you've been pretty upfront about that, and honest, I think, with everybody, but how much progress have you made? Okay. Yeah.
No, we are not. We're not even. No, we're not close to where we need to be if we want to have consistent success on the national stage in the top 20 to 25 programs. I don't think anybody wants to be, in the 30s and 40s when it comes to NIL, and we need more. And that's not me begging. That's just me saying that that's what it is. And there's a lot of false rumors out there about what's spent and what's not spent. But
right.
I can tell you right now, we need to rally the troops. We need to rally the businesses, and we need to generate revenue to be able to participate in the big boy game that's going on out here.
Well, Jed, I mean, let's just clear it up now, right? I mean, you mentioned false rumors. I mean, what are you hearing that's incorrect, and what is correct?
Well, I'm hearing that we're spending more than we're spending.
Yeah.
And, I think, or that we have more than we have. So what we need to do is we need to be additive. We need to find ways to create, generate business. We need to find ways to create dollars. We need to find a company that wants to put a jersey patch on our uniform and name our stadium. And, there's a lot of things out there that could bring revenue into our program, let alone, individual donors, let alone, find a way to get some more third-party dollars into the program. But that's the world we're living in right now. And when you see an Ohio State sign a deal for $16 million a year in a jersey patch, then that's just add $16 million to their bucket.
Right.
And when we go out there and play Ohio State, I think everybody wants to, they're still saying, let's try to beat them.
Yeah, yeah. I heard it was 17, but who's counting? What the heck?
Who's counting?
What's
Sure.
the difference?
Make it 17.
Right. Jed Fish with us. So, Jed, you made the move with Jimmy Doherty. And I remember you talking about that over the offseason, that you wanted to be more involved in the quarterback room, more involved with guys like Damon. What does that look like behind the scenes so far? And what are you hoping it looks like on game day?
It's been a blast. Love where our staff is. JP Lossman has done a phenomenal job taking on more of a significant role in the quarterback room. I think it's great to not have additional layers. The ability to be able to have a direct line with D at all times. To be able to, with JP, I coached JP in Seattle with the Seahawks. So I feel like we've gone full circle.
Yeah.
So that's been awesome. And having Matt Cavanaugh in the building as a sounding board has been a really huge advantage, in my opinion. Someone that's, 45-year veteran around the game. But for us, for me, I've had more fun, spring ball, summer ball, just being around and, being closer with the players. I think being in year 3, it allows you to be a lot more vulnerable to your guys and to ask for more feedback from them. You no longer are trying to prove it. You're trying to build it together, and that's really what I'm most excited about.
Well, and look, you mentioned obviously finishing, and that depth is a factor, and we're hoping that depth can be the difference between finishing the game against Wisconsin, finishing the game against Oregon, et cetera. But, I mean, you look at DeMond's numbers, man. I mean, this is going to be his 16th start and his 27th game already against the Cougs in the Apple Cup, and the numbers last year don't look terrible at all. I mean, 110 NFL passer rating, 600 rushing yards, but I know he wants more. I know you want more. What does more look like from DeMond Williams?
Yeah, more looks like, go from good to great and then reset and then go from good to great again. I think that for DeMond, I said to somebody today, he's no longer a teenager. But if we're fortunate, we could have DeMond for 3 more years on Montlake. And, imagine each year the growth we can have. But the idea that we're going into the 16th, 17th game of him as a starter, is just, it's so different. We went into game 3 of him as a starter last year.
Right.
So now, he's got great command, and I would just expect better. I just would expect him to be a better football player than he was last year. And I think that'll be fun for all of the Washington community.
Right. Well, a lot of people like to say a lot of cliches like quarterback's best friend is a running game. I've always thought that was nonsense. I think a quarterback's best friend is an awesome offensive line. And I think you got the best offensive line you've had since you've been here. But the running back position, after getting used to seeing number 1 running around back there and Adam Mohammed, a lot of new names, right? If the Apple Cup were tonight, who's your starting running back?
Yeah, it would be, I don't even know. I don't know who would get I don't know. I was going to say it's going to be running back by committee, but yeah, your question was who's the starting running back. So then I don't even know the answer. I think, we've got Jaden Lamar, we've got Trey Cooley, we've got Quade Carr. Really, the three of them have done a fantastic job competing this summer. We've got no one really. We didn't see Jaden, we didn't see Trey all spring. So now that we have an opportunity to see what they look like on top of the growth of Quade. I'm excited, but it is different for me. For 4 years, I looked out there and had number one and had Jonah, and now Sean Payton gets Jonah.
Right.
So now I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like for us. Obviously, not having Adam, he was kind of this past year a good person to rely upon for some carries, and in the past with Mike Wiley and DJ Williams. So this is a new group for me.
Yep.
But we got a hell of a running back at quarterback as well. And we got heck of running backs around him. And then with DeMond's ability to throw the football and run the football, I think we'll be okay, especially with the offensive line we have in front of them.
Well, Jed Fish with us from Big Ten Media Day in Chicago. Just a couple more. I know you got to get going to some more important stuff than talking to us here in Seattle. But let me ask you about the two 18-year-olds, because I don't know if there's ever been an opener where there's going to be more eyes on a defensive tackle and an offensive lineman than there will be in the Apple Cup with Cody and DCB starting out there as 18-year-olds. And I don't want to say concerned is the word, but Jed, I'd be lying if I wasn't massively curious to see how 18-year-old kids did in the trenches starting in the opener against Wazoo. How about you?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. But I also know that I get to watch them every day go against, I get to see DCB go against John Mills. I see him go against Landon Hatchett and Garen Hatchett and Champ. So there's a good feel in terms of he's going against some really good players. The same way when you look at Cody, Cody's blocking Logan George and Jacob Lane, Isaiah Ward and Deuce Davis. So there's some challenges there on an everyday basis. I don't get wrapped up in it. I know it's always going to be, it's a rookie starter, right? In the NFL, you're always a little bit nervous. You take a first round pick left tackle and then you go out there and you throw him out there. We lived it with Russell Okun in 2010, Ryan Clady in 2008. So yeah, there's some concerns, but I also know that those guys are mature, and we're going to let it rip, man. And we're going to have a great time doing it.
I love it. Well, let me just do this, and we'll catch up before the season starts. We'll see you, obviously, on Tuesday at Media Day, but we kind of started off by getting your thoughts on the progress report. One thing we do in this business is we all have a take on the head coach. I think most of us think that Jed Fish has done a pretty damn good job considering what he took over after Kalen took off for Alabama. I don't think there's anybody who probably reflects more on Jed Fish than Jed Fish. So what do you think? What do you think about the job you've done in the 2+ years you've been here so far?
I think we've had a good start, but we're not nearly where we want to be. And we want to be able to walk out there and, raise a trophy for our fan base. And we want to be able to celebrate and commit to a long run together and see how good we can all become.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for where we are. I think we're in a good place, and I recognize where we started and where we are right now, but we are not done. And I can't wait to get back out on the field. But I think the best reflection of our coaching staff is our players. And the more you get to be around our players and the more you see the way our players look and act and compete, I think that's really how I'd like you to judge our program and our staff.
All right, there you go, Jed Fish again. Look, I don't want to, pull the wool over your eyes, but that was this morning, fresh out of bed, whatever. Had a quick conversation with Jed. I hadn't even had my oatmeal and morning coffee yet, Jackson, before that conversation.
It's fine.
With Jed Fish. So good stuff out of him. He's obviously very direct with the NIL stuff. Before I could even get the words out of my mouth, he's cutting me off saying, nope, not there. He's talking that they're, in the 30s and 40s in NIL, right? You've got 32 teams combined in the Big Ten and the SEC. That insinuates that they're near dead last. from his perspective in the Big Ten and the SEC in NIL dollars. You know, I mean, he's dead right about Ohio State announces that $17 million a year jersey patch deal with Chase. Notre Dame follows up later that day with a $20 million deal, I think it was, with SoFi on their patch. So, look, I know UW's working on it. They're working on a new stadium sponsor for the turf at Husky Stadium. They're working on a jersey patch for either A, the football team, or B, the entire department as a whole. But nothing's imminent in that regard. So, look, there are plenty of opportunities to make money, plenty of platforms and plenty of tools that you have at your disposal that you can use to make money. Things that used to be totally off limits, like jersey patches in college football, are no longer taboo. And if UW wants to be a part of this arms race, they've got to start taking advantage of that. So I think they need to be creative. They need salespeople. They need people to get on board from a fan base perspective. Eventually, maybe there's going to be a salary cap and this stuff will settle itself down. But until that day, this is all about money. So I thought it was pretty interesting, Jackson, how quickly he jumped in to cut me off and say we are nowhere near where we need to be.
Yeah, that's for me. That and the no, we don't have a starting running back comment is certainly what stands out. I mean, maybe it's the soccer fan in me, but like I have no problem with jersey sponsors. Like sponsor everything. Like I don't really care.
Right.
At the end of the day, you're right. It comes back to dollars. Like this whole thing. We all want UW to win. We all want them to go to the CFP and to go far. And the reality is, in the modern game, that equates to money, and spending on players and spending.
Right.
And the only way you get to do that is if you invent new ways to have new revenue streams.
100%.
And sponsor it all. If you need to put multiple sponsors across the jersey, some people are going to whine that it looks like a NASCAR. I don't care because it means money.
Right. Well, here's the thing, man. The question is what comes first, the winning or the sponsorship, right? Because the two schools that we just talked about, Ohio State and Notre Dame, are coming off pretty successful damn years, right? Ohio State won the national title 2 years ago. Notre Dame, I think, won 10 games and skipped a bowl game, but that's Notre Dame. That might be the most valuable brand in sports, for crying out loud, okay? You could certainly argue that. So I think it's hard. I mean, he's going to have to do some things to get people motivated. Right? He's going to have to do some things to get businesses motivated. Like, there's years in this town, whether we're the Seahawks or the Mariners back in 2001 or coming off the 95 season, the Sonics, back in the day in the mid-90s, the Huskies in the 90s and the 2000s, where people didn't even give a damn what they were getting in return. They just wanted to be a part of it. We just want to be a part of it, right? Here's money. Do whatever you want with it, right? And so what is that's going to get Husky fans and businesses fired up? Is it winning 10 in a row and being in the CFP conversation before Indiana comes to town and getting that win and waking up on Sunday morning being ranked number 2 in the country? Is it Damon Williams going after a Heisman Trophy campaign? Is it throwing up 60 points a game? Is it shutting people out every single week? So I think Jed Fish has done a fine job. And the reason why I say fine is because I know there's a lot of Husky football fans out there, and I just put a poll on Twitter, by the way, asking you to grade Jed Fish's performance so far as the head coach of the Dogs, and I just put A, B, C, or D. I mean, I think if you think it's a failure, you're an idiot, right? I mean, you can't win 9 games in year 2 and be the second coach, by the way, maybe ever, because I went back to Don, to win 9 games in year number 2 on the job and be a failure. Now, I understand there's some people out there that will say, well, he had 13 games. I get that, okay? But the best up until Kalen, who won 14 in year 2, Chris Peterson won 7, Sark won 7, Jimmy won 4, Tyrone won 5, Lambright won 7, Don won 7, Gilby won 1. So even if you throw in the extra games, which I get it, okay? I mean, Kalen coached in 15, for God's sakes, but it's because he won.
Right.
9 wins in year 2 doesn't happen very often for Husky football coaches. So I would give them a solid B, because I think that the one thing they're still missing is that consistency to be taken as a major threat offensively against the best teams they play. Like, I want them to be a problem no matter what defense they're playing. And I get that defense usually wins out, right? We've talked about this before, going back to the 2013 NFC Championship game, the game with Michigan. I told you on the air, I love our offense. I love Michael Penix, but I'm concerned that this is going to go the way that LOB game went, that the defense will eventually win out. So I will always take the great defense against the great offense. I'm not asking for 30 points a game. Jed's always busting my balls. You want us to like the... What I'm asking for is for the offense to not melt down and get held to 6 points against Ohio State, or 14 against the Ducks, or 6 against Penn State, or 17 against Indiana. Give me a chance, right? And I think they're as well positioned now to do that because of their line since he's been here. But I'd give him a B. I just think what he inherited, people don't understand what an absolute pile that was when he took over. And to be 9-4 in year number 2, I think it's going in the right direction. Now it's time to push it through. We're going to break Fun with Audio right next on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, here we go. Big thanks to Bloometry.com, the Emerald Queen Casino. Every single day we do this, a little Fun with Audio / hey, did you hear that? No, Dick. So me and Jackson here holding the fort down until 7 o'clock tonight. I hope you've had as much fun as I have there, pal. Here we go, Jackson. A little Fun with Audio / did you hear that? Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick? At a press conference this morning, Buccaneer quarterback Baker Mayfield made this statement regarding his ongoing contract dispute with Tampa Bay.
I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise. Disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing. But it's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
Yeah, first, I don't buy that at all. No. Number one, if they make an offer, if he lights it up and they make an offer of $60 million and make him the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL, he's taking it, all right? Because if he doesn't, he's a moron, all right, number one. Number two, there are 12 quarterbacks in the NFL that are making $50 million a year or more. And you know how this works. It's not the best guy that's the highest paid. It's just the next guy, right? So does he deserve more than Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, Patrick Mahomes? Well, some of those guys he deserves more, and some of them he does not deserve more. So I guess the question is, what was he offered? And if the Buccaneers are not going to pay Baker Mayfield, are they just going to franchise him, which they certainly can do next year? He's stuck there, man.
Yeah, it is funny that he's just like, it's all ball now, and absolutely, we're not negotiating.
Right.
There's a reason why you have agents.
Right.
Is because your agents, Baker, in case maybe he doesn't, maybe he's not aware, maybe he doesn't know. I know he's partied a bit in his career, but Baker, your agents are going to continuously negotiate your new deal, whether you want them to or not.
Right. Well, I think it's going to be fun to keep an eye on the way he plays and how he does, because you remember he came here a year ago against the Seahawks lit us up, and he was the leader for the MVP. And then he kind of fell apart in the second half of the year. So I don't know, man. All right. Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick? Oh, God. You really want to play this one? You are.
You want to jump around?
No.
I think it's funny.
How the hell with that?
I think it's funny.
Let's do it. I mean, I'm just shocked. Surprised.
I think it's funny.
Eagles DC Vic Fangio starting his press conference of training camp, his first press conference of training camp, with this joke today.
Vic, what's the plan at safety? Is that Marcus's job to lose?
I'm going to be like Fauci and just take the Fifth Amendment on questions. Did you guys see that? Yeah. Oh, my God. What was the question?
You had that lined up.
All right. Well, I think we know where he stands on Fauci. I mean, there's no secret there. Somebody ask him what his thoughts are on COVID and vaccinations when he's up next. My God. So, you know what? Why not just let it all hang out, Jackson? You know what? Good for him. You know what? He's got to be probably pushing 70 years old. He doesn't give a damn. Good for Vic Fangio.
But even if you're not of a certain political sphere, making the joke of, I'm going to plead the fifth because we've currently seen that you can plead the. So I'm not going to answer anything to you guys. I'm not going to give opposition any information. I plead the fifth.
Unbelievable. Well, good for him. Again, he's not hiding anything. All right. Hey, Jackson, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick? Yesterday in the McAfee show, ESPN reporter Laura Rutledge explained why the SEC has not won a national championship since Georgia in 2022.
I think one of the reasons why the SEC maybe has not advanced as far in the playoff as some SEC fans would like to see is because the competition within the league is so difficult that 9 games of craziness week in and week out. A little different than other parts, other conferences. I'm not dissing on the Big
Ten.
Ten.
Yeah, they cannibalize each other.
Right.
Yeah,
and so
they
by the
chew each other
time
up.
they get to the end, there's not many left. For one, they eliminate each other, but furthermore, they're gassed. They're injured. They have issues. I'm not making excuses. I'm just pointing out facts. But the other thing I would like to point out is look at the NFL draft and how many players come out of the SEC.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's how we
Good individual players.
Okay, so I'm looking at Alabama's schedule, by the way, this year.
Yeah.
East Carolina, Kentucky, Florida State, who might be terrible, South Carolina, Mississippi State, then Georgia, Tennessee, A&M, LSU, but then Vanderbilt, Chattanooga, you end with Auburn. It's difficult, but it's not like it's crazy difficult compared to what happens in the Big Ten.
And I'm glad you brought up Alabama.
Give me a break.
Because I would ask Laura, hey, Laura, was it the long schedule and was it the arduous tasks week after week that made Alabama lose to Florida State in week 1?
Right.
That was week 1, Laura.
Right.
That wasn't after a long schedule.
Well, and this is going to change eventually, but they've always had the, week 13 week off. This year they played Chattanooga on November 21st. Last year they played Eastern Illinois on November 22nd. 2 years ago they played Mercer on the 16th of November. 4 years ago they played Chattanooga on the 18th of November. And 5 years ago they played Austin P on Me on November the 19th. So they may have a tougher schedule, but they also get a week off when everybody else in the Big Ten, the Big 12, the ACC is killing themselves with an injured roster to fight tooth and nail for a win. They get to take a week off and they get to rehab. And it means nothing for them, at least not the last 3 years. I think the real reason why is because the SEC and the southern states don't have the money that the states in the Big Ten and the West Coast have. It's 100%. Yeah. If we're going to talk about this from last segment, it's a finance game. The SEC, most of their states are broke compared to the Big Ten and the West Coast. So let's just be honest about this, man. They're playing from a different perspective financially, and it's going to catch up and hurt them. We're going to break. Brett Boone joins next on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, it is time once again for the $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest, all brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. If you own gold, now is the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations, BellevueRareCoins.com to find out more. The keyword to enter on the website, 93.3KJR.com. Credit right now at 93.3KJR.com for a shot at $1,000. Get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson with No Dick. Hanging until 7 o'clock tonight. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Ruggies.
We did not care.
That guy, by the way, was on with Ian Furness and Hugh Millen today. We'll hear a little bit of that interview conversation at 5:45. Coming up tonight. First of all, the Mariners back on the road tonight to try to win the series against the Dodgers. They're 2 games out against Texas right now because the Rangers have already lost today. The M's will get the series win with a win today. Brian Wu versus Roki Sasaki coming up tonight. Don't forget the trade deadline Monday at 3 o'clock. News in the NFL, Saints wide receiver Chris Olave, 4 years, up to $132 million with $90 million guaranteed. And the preseason opener, by the way, 1 week from tonight, Carolina, Arizona in Canton, Ohio. Hear that game on 9:50 a.m. NCAA News. Jed Fish joining us today saying it's going to be a reach if Jordan Washington, running back, plays this year. He says he has no idea as of right now who his RB1 would be if the Apple Cup were tonight, which is good news because the Apple Cup is not until 5 weeks from this Sunday. Let's get to Brett Boone right now.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, we're back on a busy Thursday. Softy Dick Jackson with No Dick today.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
It's my pleasure, my honor to welcome in one of my favorite Mariners of all time. I call him a friend. All courtesy of our pals at VenueKings.com. Get your Seahawks tickets at VenueKings.com. Husky tickets, be sure, and use code SOFTY at checkout at VenueKings.com. Although if you're looking at Storm tickets, by the way, on the website at VenueKings.com, make sure you get a seat in the upper deck because that's as far away from the owner as you can get. They might go nuts on you. Brody, how are you, pal? What's going on?
Hey, Softy, what's up?
Not much.
Nothing. Enjoying some sunny Southern California weather.
Well, it's a beautiful day up here in Seattle, but I'll tell you what, it'd be a lot prettier if the M's could get this win against Texas, or the Dodgers, and take this series tonight. Let's start with the obvious question. Brian Wu has been horrific on the road. And Jackson and I were talking about the numbers, Booney, earlier today, that it's not really about 1 or 2 bad starts that has inflated his ERA. This is 6 consecutive starts where he's just been awful by his standards. 4 earned runs or more in every single start. He's got a 7.71 ERA in his last 6 road starts. I think it breaks tonight, and Brian Wu gets it done. Maybe I'm being just, wishful thinking here, but Brian Wu on the road has been a disaster. Is there any part of you that thinks tonight will be any different?
Well, I think, part of Wu's charm is he's very honest with the press. He tells you what he's thinking. He tells you when he's good. He tells you when he's bad. And at the big league level, I never really worry about trends that much. Now they start to stack up over the course of a season. You start to worry about what I worry about this. And I watched his last start against Texas. He looked like a completely different pitcher than when I was on the field a year ago watching him pitch on the road against us in Texas. And I started to wonder. I said, he's so candid and he's so honest about how bad he's been on the road and talks about it so much. Is this starting to seep in? Like when he takes the mound on the road, his mind starts to say, here we go again. And the first bad thing that happens, you can get that mental. If you tell yourself something long enough, it starts to come out in the results. And I'm starting to wonder if he's, the candid part is what you love about somebody, the honesty, but in the end, it could be a detriment. It's like you've talked about it so much. And I watched that Texas start. It didn't even look like Brian Wu. It looked like somebody I've never seen pitch before, the way he started off that game. And so let's stop talking about it. Let's go pitch.
Yeah.
Maybe on that back when we were doing the 6-man rotation and the piggyback, maybe we just should have had Castillo pitch on the road and Wu pitch at home.
Right. Well,
maybe that was the way to go. No, I'm kidding. I'm half kidding when I say that. But yeah, this is something that's kind of snowballed and
yeah.
At some point, you just got to say, I just got to be a man, go out there and pitch like I'm capable of pitching no matter the venue.
No, I mean, it's not crazy at all, Booney, because I think if I've got my facts right, and there's a chance I don't, that Bryce Miller was supposed to pitch in this game today, and he had to take an extra day off because he's banged up, and he's going to pitch Friday against Minnesota at home. That's where Brian Wu was supposed to pitch. So they were going to – this is 2 road starts for him on this Texas-LA trip versus just the 1. So you're exactly right about that, number 1. And then number 2, I mean, I hate to bring this up, but you've brought it up before. Look, I mean, you play a long time in the big leagues. You're going to have some parks that you rake in, other parks that you don't rake in. You mentioned Camden Yards. You had a career batting average of 200 with a 594 OPS. Maybe you felt terrible. You go to Anaheim, you're hitting 350 with a 1039 OPS. You killed it there. You had confidence. Everyone that plays golf has that one hole that they dread that drives them bananas. I think what you're talking about is a real deal, that he's probably got this in his brain every road start. Oh my God, here we go again. You had to feel that way when you went to Camden Yards.
I felt that way when I went to Camden Yards, but I think, one day I hit a big grand slam there.
Yeah.
It's not like, but I didn't talk about it going in.
Right.
I thought, hey, I'm gonna right the ship here. And some of the ballparks where I just didn't feel, I didn't see the ball well. The backdrop was different.
Right.
I could make every excuse in the world, but you can't narrow it. Yeah, it's one thing having a phobia about going to Camden Yards. It's another thing going anywhere on the road. It's like a pitcher going into Colorado in the early days. It's like, it's not the greatest place to pitch, but it's just one time we have to go there. And all of us as players, pitchers, hitters alike, you're going to have your favorite road venues and your most unfun places to go on the road. But you can't, when it starts to expand into everywhere on the road, then it becomes a problem. And it's something we just got to stop talking about it. We just have to go out there and pitch, because obviously the stuff speaks for itself when he's on. There's no reason that just because it's a road, I can understand one mound on the road. I don't match up with that mound.
Right.
But you can't say I don't match up with anything that's outside of T-Mobile Park.
No, you're 100% right. This is a different story because it's every road game he pitches, not just – there's a guy – I hate Yankee Stadium. I can't stand pitching at Fenway, whatever. But that's not what this is. Well, okay, dude, they're 2 games out. They win tonight. They're a game and a half out, whatever, 2.5 game and a half. You got 4 games left until the trading deadline on Monday at 3 o'clock. 3-game series with the Twins, which apparently Buxton's not going to play because the guy just hit the 10-day IL, so that's great. We're not seeing him over the weekend. But, if you're Jerry DiPoto, are you in it? Are you not in it? Are you mortgaging some prospects to get better? Are you trading a couple of starting pitchers to get better? Like, what do you think of your team right now?
This was kind of an enlightening moment for me. This week I had Jim Bowden on, and we were talking about trade deadlines. Now, he's an ex-general manager. This is what he does. This is his wheelhouse, getting ready for the trade deadline. And I put that to him, and I said, Jimmy, what do you do it? And he said, Brett, at this stage of the game, if you're worth your salt as a general manager, you don't make emotional decisions. If you've got a playoff team that can go deep into the postseason, and if you don't have a playoff team that can do that. That's how you make your decisions. You don't wait till the last minute. He said that's what general managers that shouldn't be general managers do. He goes, at this stage in the game, as a general manager with a week to go, I know whether I'm building on this team. Obviously, you've got to be within a reasonable amount of games. But he said, I know if I've got a championship team, and I know if I don't. And that's how I make my decisions. I don't get emotional. Now, the ownership comes in. What do they want to do? Because he said he made a good point, too. He said the owner of the team, he goes, the only way I can make the final decision I have the money to go buy a team. As long as I don't have the money to go buy a team, obviously I have to honor my owner. But as a general manager, I don't make emotional decisions. So, Jerry, looking at this team, looking at what they did a year ago, looking at the same personnel, he's probably looking at this division being the weakest division in baseball. He's got to take all these things into consideration. And I think yeah, we can win the division. I was looking at this division. It might be easier to win this division than it is to get a wild card berth this year.
100%.
So I think you look on paper, you look at the division, and you say, of course we're in it. Now we still need a right-handed bat. I don't know. I was thinking San Diego Padres are in a similar position. I think they're 2 games out of a wild card spot. On paper, they have stars all over the plate offensively in the bullpen, but their starting pitching is, let's be honest, it's weak. After King, it's pretty much a bunch of 4th and 5th starters. They need a starting pitcher. Is Seattle and Padres a good matchup when it comes to this? You got a guy, an old friend of the Mariners, like a Ty France, who's having a great year for the San Diego Padres. Would that be in the mix? Padres need starting pitching. So, and they also have a lot of bullpen depth in San Diego. So is that a good matchup? I don't know. These are just things I'm throwing out. But I think at the deadline, I think Jerry's going to go out and he's going to try to make this team better before Monday.
My concern about Ty France, look, it was the right decision to let him go. And it potentially would be the right decision to bring him back. But his success since he left here in 2024, all of it, for the most part, has come in San Diego with the Padres. He's got an 877
I don't even
OPS.
think they were, Softy, I don't think they were planning on him to be a big factor this year.
Right.
But with their offensive woes, with the Machado and the Tatis and the Merrill for the first half were non-existent.
Right.
Ty France picked up a lot of that slack and has been kind of the Canzone of the Seattle Mariners. They weren't planning on Canzone being the leading home run hitter right now and leading that offense. But he has been. Ty France is very similar to what Canzone's done for the Mariners. That's what Ty France is doing for the Padres.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm kind of grasping at straws right now, but I keep thinking about right-handed bats. And do you want a prolific right-handed bat? Well, how many are really available? Well, Ty France is kind of in the middle. He's not prolific, but he's doing more than a platoon's player's doing right now. You know, he's got an OPS, I think, of 850 or better. He's got 15 home runs. He's hitting 280 something. He's doing a real good job for the Padres. And I get to watch him because I live in the city, so I've seen that. So I'm just grasping at straws. That might be an option. They've got some relief pitching that the Mariners might be interested in, even though the Mariners relief pitching with the injuries to Brash and Criswell still are holding their own at the top of baseball as far as bullpen ERA. Another question for you is Donovan. He got off to a great start. Everybody was excited about it. That was your third base answer for this season.
Yep.
And he's been hurt for a long time. When is he coming back? I know he went on a rehab, had a real tough time recently. He hit a home run. They were a little bit upbeat about that. But Donovan, is he going to be back? Is he going to be factored down the stretch? That kind of weighs into Jerry's decision when making these decisions about who he's going to trade for at the deadline.
I'm glad that you mentioned the third base thing. We can talk about that in a second because I got some numbers on it. I mean, third base has been a tragedy. Just horrific, right? Yeah. Just going back to last year with that stupid Polanco experiment at third base, which took about an hour to figure out the guy couldn't play third. You know, they're 29th in baseball in OPS at third base, 30th in average, 24th in bombs. They got 24 home runs in the last year and a half out of third baseman, and 13 of them came from Suarez over 2 months. So everything else they do at third base, nothing works. I'm not convinced Donovan's the long-term answer. He'll be given maybe that first shot when he comes back healthy again. But why has it been so unbelievably hard for them to find an answer offensively, defensively at third base?
Well, I think that's something that's just random. I think it ebb and it flows. I think you look at the Seattle Mariners at second base for a long time, ever since Cano left. It's been like what are we going to do here? We tried every different combination. Nothing worked. All of a sudden, you've got a double entendre. You've got a young playing second base who looks to have a real bright future. So you seem for the short term and the long term to have second base, you're pretty upbeat about Young and what you see out of a 22-year-old. So second base has been solved. Now all of a sudden third base has been that kind of empty space. Like, what are we going to do here? And I don't think it's any magic. There's no magic formula to, we'll just sign this guy and he'll put him at third and he'll be fine. No, I just think that's something that's just random. Like, so happens recently in Mariner history, third base has been a problem for him. So I think that's something Jerry's not looking in the short term. I think he's looking long term, and that would be more of the offseason. Right now, he's looking for a way to win games.
Well,
if it happens to be a third baseman, so be it. But I don't think he's looking long term at third right now.
Part of the problem is you got a problem third base defensively, left field defensively, right field defensively, first base defensively. I mean, that's 4 of your 8 spots defensively that you are subpar at. So that's got to be addressed, obviously, over the offseason at some point. But Brett Boone with us, courtesy of Venue Kings. Boone, you mentioned the Padres, and I think you brought up Mason Miller there. And, people wondering why the Padres would trade him. Well, because he's probably their biggest asset, right? To just restock the system. If the Padres aren't going to be a championship-level team, the last thing you might need to worry about is a closer. But Mariner fans have wondered, do you make a move for Mason Miller, make him your closer, put Munoz in the 8th inning, everybody gets bumped down, and that's less of a reason to throw a Rucker or, no name from nowhere reliever, Bizardo Ferrer, everybody gets, dropped down, you just get that much more depth. Would you make a move for Mason Miller, or does Andres Munoz, who's been pitching great, by the way, lately, does he deserve to stay on as your closer?
Yeah, but anytime you can add a Mason Miller, and if that's something that ownership's okay with, if I'm the general manager, it's okay to go get Mason Miller. Of course, we go get Mason Miller, but you're going to have to get in line with 20 other teams that probably outside of Scooble, Mason Miller's probably the second biggest target, and maybe even a more popular that will bring more in the short term coming the other way because of his controllability. Scooble, for the most part, unless he gets with the perfect organization that he wants to sign long-term and has the finances to sign him long-term, and he's probably going to break a record from the pitching side, I think Mason Miller is the guy that's going to bring the biggest haul going the other way. Now, the Padres are giving them something to think about. They just rattled off 5 in a row, right up to the trade deadline. So now you're a little hesitant. Maybe a week ago you'd think, I'm gonna find out how much I can get for Miller, but all of a sudden they win 5 in a row. Now AJ Preller sitting here in San Diego going, wait a minute, we're right back in this thing. So it's going to be interesting how this weekend goes, how it plays out as far as what goes on, because some teams are making it tough. Some players rosters are making it tough on their front office right now by rattling off a bunch of wins. Some are making equally tough going the other way and losing a bunch of games. So I think that's why this trade deadline so awesome 2 months in advance. Right. Because so many cities, so many fan bases are upset. They're either excited or they're pissed, but everybody's talking about the game. I think it's great for the game. There's a ton of intrigue, but a lot of these positions as a general manager, I wouldn't want to have to make the decision, because these decisions are tough. Right. It used to be a lot easier. It used to be a month out, less playoff teams, and it was pretty clear cut. You needed to add or you needed to subtract. Right now, it's not clear cut. There's 23 teams in the playoff hunt right now. That means 23 cities that have to make a decision whether they're going to buy, whether they're going to sell, or whether they're going to stand pat.
Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10 teams in the American League are either leading their division or within 2.5 games of a playoff spot. In the National League, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 teams are either leading it or within 3 games. So what is that, 25 teams, whatever it is I just mentioned. But, I mean, the big story, obviously, Monday is going to be Scooble, right? I know there's some folks that think he's on the way out. He's saying all the right things. I want to stay here, blah, blah, blah. I saw the Rays maybe going after him. Imagine adding Scooble to the Rays, for God's sakes. Where does he end up? Where should he go?
My best guess, he goes to the Dodgers. Dodgers swoop in late and get Scooble and just add to the super team even more. You've got Blake Snell and Glass now on the been on the shelf for the Dodgers for a long time, and they still right up there, best record in baseball. Right. They're just now with the fact that Ohtani, was off to that. He had a Cy Young first half, and all of a sudden they're going to curtail his pitching. All of a sudden that's all the Dodgers need as an excuse to go get the most dominant starter on the market, and that would be Scooble. So it's not going to surprise me one bit if the Dodgers are the one that land him. I think when push comes to shove, and if Detroit decides that they're going to part ways with Scooble, I think they're going to listen to everybody, and it's going to come down to not who they trade him to, who's offering the most, who's offering those prospects that our particular organization has gone out and scouted and is the most coveted. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. If the Dodgers have the right package for him,
right,
and they give him the best deal, he's going to go to the Dodgers. But I think the Dodgers are going to be hot and heavy after him just because of the Ohtani news and how unsure they are about his second half and him going back on the mound.
Well, I know we're late, but let me ask you one more. I mean, you don't often think about it because the Mariners need relief help and they need offensive help. And you think the one thing that they're kind of okay with is their rotation, right? Well, the rotation has been a little shaky as of late. You can always improve, right? Unless you've got Glavine, Maddox, and Smoltz, you can always improve. Should the Mariners get involved in the Scooble sweepstakes? If it takes a Cade Anderson or a Ryan Sloan or even a Michael Arroyo or Celestin or whoever, throw in an Emerson Hancock who's under contract for 3 or 4 more years. Should they even remotely think about that, or is that just a gross misuse of their capital considering the other needs they've got?
Well, I don't think it's misuse. Once again, it's ownership. Is ownership okay with it? Because you get Scooble, the expectations as high as they were this year going in, they even get higher. And that puts you mentioned the pitching this week. This particular talented staff, and what I think of this staff. They're as talented as anybody. They haven't pitched lately like that. I looked at the last week, probably the worst week from this particular group of starting pitchers for the Mariners that they've ever had.
Right.
I mean, you start off with Miller giving up 5, Wu 5, Gilbert was the best. He only gave up 3. Then Kirby gives up a 7 spot to Texas. I think it sends a message to not only the league if they were to get somebody like a Tarek Skubal, but especially the Texas Rangers. Think about this. A year ago, the one thing I would think after because you guys had our number last year when I rolled into Seattle and you guys kind of beat us pretty good. You beat us in Texas. And as the hitting coach, I didn't say anything to the players. That wouldn't be my spot. But I remember I walked out of Seattle going, wow. And we were in the playoff hunt at that point. I thought, I hope if we get to the postseason, we don't draw Seattle, because I'll tell you what, they've got our number. Well, I think watching this Texas series and Texas taking 3 out of 4 this last week, I think the script has been completely flipped. And now Texas feels like Seattle did a year ago about the other team.
Right.
If that makes sense. So I think a Scooble move, man, that would put Texas on notice. And by the way, Houston's coming. They're only a half a game out as of today with Texas's loss. So that's going to be a tight. I think it's going to be a fight to the end between Texas, Houston, and Seattle.
Yep.
And it matters how, from here on out, who wants it the most. But Texas definitely has the advantage right now with the recent play between the two teams, the head-to-head. It's, as players, you don't allow that to affect your postseason just because they have our number. But we're all human beings. And they know, when you've lost 6 of 8 from a particular team come postseason, that's in the back of your mind. It's not the most important factor, but it's a little nuance. It's a little advantage. You're looking for the little advantages in the postseason. The advantage Texas has over Seattle right now is you can kind of look at each other and go, we've got your number this year, right? And that's something little, but it can be the difference maker. So I think all factors are on the table right now, and it's going to be an interesting race.
All right, go get him. We'll talk in a week, buddy. Appreciate it, pal.
You got it, man. Thanks.
All right, Brett Boone with us on the radio show. Brian Wu versus Roki Sasaki. Tonight, I am calling it. This nonsense with Brian Wu ends tonight. Book it, baby. And if I'm wrong, then we'll just forget this segment. We're going to break. Testimonials 445. Petros Papadak is normally with us on Wednesdays at 4. He'll join at 5 tonight right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Yeah, I got time. I'm really feeling this Brian Wu thing tonight, Jackson. I'm really feeling it, man. Really feeling confident and good about our buddy Brian Wu. Are you with me, by the way, on the Brian Wu steps up and shoves tonight in L.A.? You're not? Okay. Well, look, I mean, you've got reasons to think the opposite. He's been terrible on the road. I mean, the numbers, again, just so people don't know. I mean, Brian Wu has a 2.2 ERA at home, 6.52 on the road, 6-0 at home, 1-7 on the road. He's got a batting average against almost double, by the way. 167 to 304 is OPS, 823 away from T-Mobile Park. And like we said earlier, in his last 6 games, 7.71 ERA. This is last 6 road games. And every single one, he's allowed 4 runs or more. So this is not like, remember when Andres Munoz had that barf ball in San Diego earlier this year?
Yeah.
And he spent like the next 2 months bringing his ERA down. That's not what this is all about. This is not about a guy who went out to Tiger Stadium, or Comerica Park, I guess it is now. Haven't been Tiger Stadium for like 100 years. Minute Maid, whatever, and had a terrible game and spent the next month, bringing his ERA down from ridiculous levels. He has been terrible in every single road start he's made in the last 6 starts. I mean, 6 hits against Kansas City, 9 against the Tigers, 7 at Baltimore, 6 at Pittsburgh, 9 at Miami, 9 at Texas. He's just getting beat to hell like a freaking jugs machine out there. So you have every right and reason, logically, to think the way you do. Do you feel, though, and do you agree, at some point that streak's going to end?
Absolutely.
At some point.
It's like when you flip a coin, and if it keeps coming up heads 6 times, you know in your heart that eventually it will come up tails.
Right.
But if it comes up heads 6 times in a row, you know that I'm not betting that it comes up tails the next time.
So I have this thing that I do when I go to the Emerald Queen Casino, and I look at the roulette table, and they have that screen that shows you the last, 25 spins, whatever. And if I see a screen that's got like 7 reds in a row or 7 blacks in a row, I will sprint my ass right to that wheel and put money on the exact opposite.
Despite the fact that statistically it does not matter what the previous ones have been.
Correct. But even if it doesn't hit on that one, I'll keep going and going and going and going until it does. Now, eventually what's going to eventually happen is it's going to hit green. It's going to hit double zeros. It's what's going to happen. So I just feel like tonight is a run to the roulette table. It's a run to the roulette table type of night for Brian Wu with how terrible he's been on the road, and I feel good about it.
How much money?
Do I have any real basis to back it up? No. Just the odds, just the numbers. That's it.
How much money are you going to lose tonight?
That's it. I mean, I'll put a couple of bucks on them. They're getting plus money tonight, so what the? But I feel like we should have some fun with this. Like, let's do a contest, right?
Oh boy!
And whether it's on Twitter or whatever, I put a tweet out today
then.
About Brian Wu. If you agree with me that Brian Wu will shove it tonight, go retweet it. If you don't, then like it or whatever,
okay.
right? I wish there was a better way to do that. Go to Softy KJR, and I'll explain this on Twitter, and whatever happens, right, we'll just agree that, a good start, bad start, whatever, right?
And I think the line there is very simple because we said earlier that he has not had a good start, and that includes an outing where he had 5 innings and 4 runs.
Right.
So I would say for Brian Wu on the road.
Okay.
5 innings or more and 3 runs or less would constitute a good start for Brian Wu.
Well, comparatively speaking, it would.
Right.
It's still not great.
No, but for Brian Wu.
Right? I mean, the best start that these guys have had in the last 6 games is exactly that with Logan Gilbert when he went, or was it Kirby, 5 2/3 and 3 earned. So, no, that was Gilbert, by the way. So, okay, fine. I was going to say quality start, 6-3, the old Bill James deal. But 5 3 is fine, right?
Yeah,
More than 5, 3 or less. Whatever, get to the Twitter and we'll figure it out. I'll explain all this as well on the Twitter account at Softy KJR. I was going to dive into what happened at the Storm game the other night with this owner and the Fever game. And I do think I'd like to get to this at some point today. Celeste Keaton, I believe is her name. If I'm getting her name wrong, I apologize. I'm just going to say this, and we can talk about it later on the night. Sometimes I feel weird, Jackson. I don't know about you, but I feel weird kind of sticking my nose in topics that we don't really usually discuss on the air. But I do also think that every now and then there's a topic that comes up that transcends sports, that becomes a mainstream deal, becomes a national story, and it's hard to ignore it. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't watch a lot of swimming, but in the Olympics every 4 years I do, right? Lots of folks out there don't watch a ton of soccer, but maybe in the World Cup they do, right? Maybe you don't watch a lot of golf, but you watch the Masters every year, right? I mean, how does the Super Bowl get 100 million gajillion people? Because P2s and P3s and the casuals come to pay attention to the biggest event the country has to offer. So when I go on the Times website today, for example, and I see this is front page news on the Times, it made front page news on ESPN.com. It's all over the non-sports sites, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, whatever. Everybody is picking this thing up. So I get it, right? I get how there's people out there that would say, God, you never talk WNBA, and then when you do, it's about something bad. Well, sometimes that's what the league is all about. The NBA feeds on drama. There's no doubt the NBA feeds on drama. Dick and I have talked about that before. And I'll be honest with you, right now, for me, I have way more interest in the drama that's going on in the WNBA than I do the basketball itself. And I think there's people out there like Dick that would say any pub is good pub. He mentioned that to Jerry a couple weeks ago. This is bringing a lot of eyeballs, whether good or bad, to the WNBA, and a lot of people are talking about this. So I think it's one of those stories that the WNBA would rather have not happen. But I do wonder in the end if this thing is just going to get so big and so dramatic that this will become a daily talking point for people, whether or not they're WNBA fans or not. That's how big it's getting. Because it seems like every single night, every single week, there's some kind of shenanigans for non-basketball reasons coming out of the WNBA.
Well, and I think we're going to do it on Phone with Audio tomorrow.
Okay,
but
all right.
There was a tweet. Oh, we can say it now. So what you're going to hear tomorrow, there was a tweet from the WNBA, the actual league account,
right,
that played and had a social media person narrating a bet that took place between Angel Reese and, was it Paige Buchers? Yeah.
Yes.
Or Becker, excuse me.
Correct.
A bet that took place over $400 for who was going to win the WNBA All-Star Game. The league Twitter account sent this video out and then quickly deleted it when the league realized, wait a second, them betting over the All-Star Game violates league rules, so they quickly deleted it.
Right.
When the league itself posts stuff like that, that's like, come on.
Yeah.
Clearly your players can't do this. Why are you promoting it? It just makes your league look, minor league.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, and we're going to run out of time here, but it feels like, and this is just a perception I have, this may not be based in anything regarding reality. The perception that I've got about the WNBA right now is that they're having a bit of a hard time handling their success.
Yeah.
Okay? For whatever reason, right? Whether because of race-related reasons, sexual preference, gender-related reasons, new fans showing up, whatever. They're having a hard time handling this success. And the hope is that they eventually figure this out, right? But I'll just say this, that I think there's a perception from some people that the WNBA fan base, some players, some coaches, that they're more about other things first, second, and third besides basketball, right? And you can't reason with them. There's no room for discussion or debate. And if you don't think the way they do, then you feel like you're an outcast in their arenas and in their field of play. And I think what happened last night, or was it 2 nights ago? 2 nights ago, right? At Climate Pledge Arena, with the owner going after these fans for right or wrong, just feeds into those perceptions. And it was a massive mistake by them to do that. Massive. And I'm glad the WNBA took the approach that they did. And I'm actually kind of looking forward to hearing if Celeste Keaton, in the end, actually has anything to say about what happened the other night. Because to me, it's a story. Whether you like it or not, it's a story. It's all over the news, front page news, mainstream news. This is not just a sports topic, by the way. All right, we're going to break. Testimonials 49451. Petros, normally on Wednesday at 4. He's going to hop on at 5 tonight. How about that? What a treat. What a treat for the 5 o'clock Thursday crowd. Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Fight night coming up, Jackson, at the Emerald Queen Casino, August the 8th. My guy Derek Holm against your guy Malik Woolery, August 8th at the Emerald Queen Casino. Get your tickets for professional boxing in Tacoma at the EQC, August the 8th, emeraldqueen.com. All right, here we go. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Petro's going to join next. Normally Wednesdays at 4, but a special treat for the Thursday at 5 crowd. In the meantime, Textimonials, what do you got?
My fear with the Huskies is that as soon as Jedd Fisch wins 10 games, I think he will be gone to a better program.
Well, I will tell you this. There certainly seems to be a dearth of hot available coaching candidates right now in the game. Anybody that wins 9-10 games is typically out the door, right? So that's always been my fear, right, with Jed. I mean, his track record, this is now, I think, along with Arizona, the longest he's ever been in one spot in his coaching career. So if he comes back next year, Jackson, it will be the longest in one spot.
And to that degree, I would just say that until he does it, there's no reason to fear about it. Just focus. Yeah, I would say because of the way college football is structured with NIL, you can only focus on the year you're in because anybody 100%. Could go at any time. So let's just focus on 2026. And if he wins 10 games, great, we'll go from there. But hopefully he wins 10 games.
It's a year-to-year thing, man. And it's not just for the coaches for me, but every player as well on the roster. All right, what next?
I do not blame NIL for interceptions, lack of intelligent coaching decisions, and poor play calling, like a Will Rogers option in the Apple Cup.
Well, that was a mistake, no doubt, in the Apple Cup. Clearly, they weren't ready to play in that Wisconsin game. There's no question about that. But I think as you get deeper, I do look, there's a lot that Jed said that I agree with. One of the things he said is that the deeper you are, the better chance you got of finishing games in the fourth quarter. And this team has had a problem at times finishing games in the fourth quarter. But, look, I put a little poll out on Twitter, by the way.
Update on the poll.
Asking people to vote on the grade they'd give Jedd Fisch. And, it's kind of the majority of people say it's a B, which I would agree with. I think he's been above average so far. I think, taking over a team with not one starter back on offense, 7 offensive linemen, losing every starting offensive lineman from one year to the next. I mean, it's a tough-ass job. And to be 9-4 the next year with our schedule right now set up to win maybe 10 games and be in the CFP, what I want before the Indiana game, I want to have happen to them this year what did not happen last year before the Oregon game, which would have happened if they had beaten Wisconsin, which is be in the playoff race, be in the conversation. And there's no reason why they can't do that. Not with this schedule. All right, what's next?
So why the hell would the Mariners move Brian Wu up to start on the road against the best offense in baseball? Pure stupidity at every turn.
Well, because Bryce Miller was banged up and had to wait a day. That's right. I mean, he was a 6-man rotation, probably going to start tomorrow against the Twins, but everybody had to go up a day because he's banged up. And this is part of the problem with the 6-man rotation. Somebody ends up getting hurt. You're going back to a 5-man rotation. When they thought they'd have 5 days off, they have 4 days off. You're messing with the routine. I don't like it. You know my take on this, dude. I haven't moved an inch off of it. I thought the piggyback was ridiculous. 6-man rotation, okay, fine, but I still don't like it. Take Luis Castillo, put him in the bullpen, strengthen your pen. If you want to trade a starting pitcher like Castillo for offense, that's fine, but there's no reason why these guys can't take a starting pitcher they've got now and make their bullpen stronger and give everybody back what they need, which is a consistent routine. And it has not been consistent all year long. And now you're starting to see some cracks in the armor, too, because of it.
And Brett Boone said the Padres need starters. The Padres have Mason Miller. Let's go.
Right.
Do the thing, Mariners. Right. Do the thing.
Yeah, for a guy that's locked in for 3 more years, by the way. That's a deal that you do in November anyway. So why not do it now? All right, wouldn't it?
You just know the Mariners are about to break out of the hitting slumps, and immediately the pitching staff will fall off the table. And instead of losing 4-1 each game, we will lose 8-6.
Well, it's like your golf game. And I know that you're not a golf guy, but, it's always something. It's either your driver or your putter or your short game or your fairway irons or your three. It's always something. Yeah. Right? That's why you stink, because it's always something. And this team, they get great pitching, they get no offense. They get great offense, they get terrible pitching. And like we said with Ref Snyder and Cal Raleigh, can they just give us a couple of months, man? Just give us a couple of months. We'll get a break. Petros joins next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukesseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go. The $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest. Thank you very much, Duke, for the great introduction. Brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins every hour, every weekday through the 7th of August. If you own gold, now's the time to sell at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 convenient locations: Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com. Your code word to enter on the website, 93.3KJR.com. Green right now for a shot at $1,000.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Headlines on a Thursday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Hey, UCLA O-line coach not to beat me today, son, miss my...
That guy, not Ed Orgeron, but Petros Papadakis, was not on the show yesterday, so he'll join us in a matter of seconds here on the air. We'll talk about the Mariners tonight, 53 and 56, 2 games out behind Texas. The Rangers, by the way, have already lost today to the Tampa Rays, so the M's can pull within a game and a half with a win. Brian Wu has been terrible on the road, 7.71 ERA in his last 6 road starts against Roki Sasaki. Trade deadline coming up Monday at 3 o'clock. And one big note in the NFL, Saints' Chris Olave has signed an extension with New Orleans worth up to $132 million and $90 million guaranteed. Big Ten Media Day in Chicago today. Jed Fish coming up at 6:20 tonight. You'll hear from him. He did say today to the assembled media it will be a, quote, reach if Jordan Washington, running back, plays this year. All right, let's get to Petros right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with college football analyst Petros Papadakis.
Not that I'm a smart guy, I'm stupid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys.
41 yards.
If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James right away at 800-500-5200. Sweet James will be sweet to you, but tough on insurance companies that will bully you.
Baruch atah Adonai, Baruch atah Ushalayim.
And now with Petros, here's Dave Softy Muller.
Losers.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Normally you hear this magic every Wednesday at 4 o'clock on the radio station, but doing the old little switcherino Thursday at 5 o'clock. 1 week and 1 week only, the audience gets to be exposed to the magic of one of the legends of sports talk radio in Southern California, founding father of the Petros and Money Show, one damn fine Greek-American, former USC football star, and my good friend, Petros Papadakis. Brought to you by...
Sweet James, the dense beard of justice. He knows how to come through for you. You know, if you've ever been in a car accident or a motorcycle accident, maybe a dog perhaps has bitten you in the sack. But whatever it is, Sweet James knows the ancient secrets in which to extract the money you are owed from your insurance company, and you should give him a call. 800-9-million is the number. That's 800-9000 or sweetjames.com. They're there 24/7, and you don't pay until you settle. I can go on.
You know, I thought that I would have a bunch of people tweeting me, whatever, emailing me yesterday at 4 o'clock. Where the hell's Petros? And I didn't get anybody.
Crickets, huh?
Nobody. I mean, nobody even reached out to me to ask me where I was. So maybe that's a sign that nobody cares about either one of us.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
We're done. We're done for. Finished. We got no future.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say, but I mean, what kind of way to start a show is that?
Why not? I just want you to have a little bit of a dose of reality, man, I guess. You know, that everything sucks, man. Everything stinks. Everything's miserable. Right?
You think that I was getting too cocky or something? Like,
no. I know, just before you started hitting me with like some, I don't know, some joke about the city and our stupid mayor and whatever. And
well, I mean, we don't have much of a better situation down here in Los Angeles. I mean, we have 3 zombie towers filled with graffiti and refuse and homeless people and corpses and fentanyl. I mean, that's at least you don't have 3 skyscrapers that are basically like gigantic towers of doom. So we have that, and we have a terrible communist mayor also.
Wow. Do you call her fetus face also?
No. We call her Mayor Buzzcut.
Mayor Buzzcut. Okay, I got it. That's good.
But I know you guys got a lot going on up there right now, and is Dick Fain right in the middle of it? The Seattle Sounders, Dick Fain right there?
No, the storm you're talking about. You mean, with
whatever.
With what happened the other night with a fever, you mean, right?
What happened there? One of those bulldogs got after one of those young little children, little chihuahuas.
Yeah, one of the owners got mad and went a little nuts.
Started wolfing, huh?
A little crazy. Yeah, and WNBA said you're suspended, so... I don't know. I mean, it's just, that league day in, day out, night after night, there's just something, man. You can't say it's not entertaining, I can tell you that.
It feels as if they might need new leadership.
Potentially, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if maybe the first 30 missteps were enough.
You talking about Engelbert or Engelbert, whatever the hell her name
the lady
is?
that Dan Patrick made fun of, he was talking about how she quit, she canceled an interview, and then they had B-roll of her hitting out of a bunker.
Hey, man.
It was great B-roll. I mean, it really was. And, maybe perhaps, they could maybe use some new leadership.
Yeah. Well,
I don't want to say too much. I don't even know. Did they attack the children? Did they verbally berate the children? What happened?
Yeah, she came after him with a chainsaw that she had hidden underneath her seat in her suite in the owner's suite.
It's a lumber town, so
I have no idea. She got
I don't
mad.
Know how much you're doing about that. I don't know how much that's a big part of your show. Or what's going on.
Not really at all, to be honest with you.
But a lot of people have eyes on Seattle because the police chief tried to blow up on some reporter who weighed like 110 pounds. And the mayor's up there affordability. And these are just things I pick up, little snippets of things, but I don't really know what's going on.
All right. Well, listen.
Are they going to force that lady to sell the team like they did Donald Sterling or no?
The Storm owner?
Yeah.
I don't
think so. Are they going to force that group out?
No.
Like they did Donald Sterling for making those comments to his mistress?
No, they've done a pretty good job overall, I think, as the owners. They got a group called Force 10. They've been fairly successful. And, I mean, you got the trans athlete debate is raging, and it was raging in Seattle the other night because Sophie Cunningham was here. So, it's...
I don't understand. I mean, let's just run some dudes out there and see what happens.
Big rally. Well, not a big one, but there was a rally outside the arena, so I don't know, man.
Well, they're headed to Minnesota. There's going to be a rally there. There'll be more news. Good thing I don't do weekly radio in Minnesota.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Petros.
Well, good luck to everybody. I'm sure that you will have a riveting hot take about the situation.
That's a hell of a transition. Today was Big Ten Football Media Day for UW. Chad Fish was with us at 3:20. We'll give it to you again coming up in the 6 p.m. hour. And
I got some news for you.
What do you got? What's the news?
I got my football schedule today. Well, not the games.
Are you coming? You coming up here?
No, I don't know about that, but I am flirting.
Mm-hmm.
Flirting.
Right.
We're in talks.
Right.
Because I have the week off.
Right.
Because I'm on such a low rung.
Yes.
Of a crew with Fox.
Yeah, the R team. Right.
Yeah. If there's anything below R on the alphabet.
Z team.
Is there anything better than an A?
Double A team. It starts over again.
But the point is, when the baseball playoffs come around, a lot of the time my crew gets knocked off the air.
Right.
On Fox and FS1. So in October, I have some open dates.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out October 3rd, I have an open date.
Mm-hmm.
And the USC Trojans are hosting the Washington Huskies on that day.
In LA.
I am in talks. Preliminary talks. I hope this doesn't jinx it.
Wow.
It could if I leak it out there and word gets back to the company.
Wow.
But I am in preliminary talks because I have the week off to call that game.
Really?
On the radio.
Wow.
He's too ugly to be on that wall.
National radio.
Call the game on national radio. All right.
Well, I've done a handful of national radio games over the years on for weeks that I don't have a game. If somebody wants me to do something locally or wants to fly me to Honolulu,
right.
I have complied over the years. And I'm in talks.
Yeah, we get it.
It's like that Gorbachev Reagan movie that's coming out in Iceland.
Right.
Very intense talks to call that game.
That was a long road to getting to the news that you might call that game on radio.
Well, because it's still, preliminary talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do those conversations really need to go? Like, do you want to call the game or not? I mean, what the hell's is there a big gigantic negotiation that goes on
there's
here?
my rider, there's parking, there's a matter of
parking.
There's I want to have my particular sound guy.
Oh, okay.
I got a lot of different demands.
You're one of those high maintenance guys.
No.
You got to have your own producer and engineer
you're right.
on site.
Actually, you're right. The guy called me today. He said, "Do you have this date open?" I said, "Yeah," and he said, "Let me call you back on Monday." Yeah. So those are. Well, it was about a 30-second conversation.
I think we just filled.
I'm trying to make it sound like
it's a big deal.
Like the stuff that happens in sports, like they're close to a deal. They're close to a deal.
We just filled 4 minutes of content with 20 seconds worth of programming.
Just shut up.
Okay, that's pretty impressive. Well, if you do that game, then we'll talk beforehand because I'm
going to be, dude.
You'll need some intel on what's going on.
We're going to talk beforehand.
Well, I tell you what, it's funny you brought it up because I was talking to our longtime pal, Palio Phil Steele. Phil does the big college football magazine. He's a fun guy to talk to. Whatever.
He knows when to hold them.
He really sure does.
He knows when to fold them.
And he
knows when to walk away. And he also knows when to run.
I talked to him this morning.
I'll tell you one thing about Phil Steele.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't count his money when he's sitting at the table. No, he doesn't do that.
And he says...
You know what he says?
What does he say?
He says there's time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
He's too ugly to be on that wall.
He thinks that the USC game is a potential landmine for UW. Because their first 10 games of the year, the big ones are Nebraska... They got Iowa. They got
Wait a minute.
USC.
USC's supposed to be better than UW.
Well, are
they're
they
playing them at the Coliseum?
Are they better than UW?
I have no idea. It's August. But on paper, USC is supposed to be kick ass. So I don't know why that would be. I mean, with all due respect to Phil Steele, who does know when to hold them. Mm-hmm. USC is supposed to be better than Washington, and it's a game at USC.
Well, why is USC?
I would say, that's more than a landmine.
Why is USC supposed to be better than Washington? Just because they were picked ahead of them in the stupid media poll? Is that why? Correct. Well, I mean, you tell us. You know more about the Trojans than we do.
What do I know? I mean, they have a lot of promise. They have a quarterback, much like Washington, that's going to be a Heisman candidate.
These are great selling points for you to get the job for calling that game on radio, by the way,
I'll tell you
man.
that right now.
You want to do the game? What do I know?
Well,
they got a quarterback.
We have to wait till the season develops. They both have Heisman candidate quarterbacks. USC is supposed to be a lot bigger and better on their offensive and defensive lines, but I don't know what that proves if they don't run the ball or dedicate themselves to running and stopping the run. And Lincoln Riley hasn't really done that over the years. The window is supposedly open at USC for a year of great success. That's what they're saying. I don't really know how Washington shapes up physically other than the quarterback position right now. Because much like Tommy Lee Jones with Harrison Ford, I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, I picked up that radio game about a half hour ago, and I'm still only in talk.
They both went 9-4 last year. I mean, I guess it all kind of depends on the lines, and I think the Husky fans
it depends on your perspective. A lot of people think USC is going to be a lot better. One of the big things they're touting is their freshman class, which obviously doesn't help you very much in this day and age. Maybe a couple of those guys will help them. So I don't really understand why the window's open now, but the freshman class is very special. Because if USC loses a couple games early, not only is the seat going to get hot for Lincoln Riley, he's going to start saying, well, wait till you see these young guys next year. I mean, you know how this goes.
Right.
So, it's an October game. USC's got a relatively they don't have to play Notre Dame or anything like that. They're opening up with San Jose State instead.
Right.
So I think it should be interesting. It'll probably be a turning point for both teams one way or another.
Yeah, both teams really don't play anybody before that game. USC's got San Jose, Fresno, Louisiana, Rutgers. Well, I guess you got Oregon. Oregon comes to the Coliseum.
So USC will have a loss.
But they might be a little more battle-tested is what I'm saying.
Who does UW have?
They've got the Cougs, Utah State, Eastern, And
Utah State is well coached.
Yep. And then they got Row Your Boat, PJ Fleck.
Oh, that's a battle.
Before they head to the Coliseum.
That's a physical battle.
So you guys will have a little more maybe grit
It's
under
not
your
you
belt.
guys. I'm calling the game nationally, or I'm in talks to call the game nationally.
You went to USC. Are you disassociating yourself from the program?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because it doesn't matter. No one cares.
No one cares that you went to USC?
Nobody cares that I went to USC. Nobody cares that USC doesn't like me. Nobody cares about any of it. All they care about
crap radio show.
They just, well, not even that. They just, you said nobody even called you yesterday.
Nobody called me, but nobody called me about me either, by the way, pal. That's my
fine.
point. We're going down together.
Well, you take too much time off. That's why.
That's not true at all.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to Maui. Oh, we're going out here. Oh, I'm going to go stick my head up the Seahawks' ass.
It wasn't,
no, I mean,
it wasn't
does anybody
all the way.
really care that, like, I played at USC? I'm almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
It was like 7 coaches ago.
Oh,
like,
God.
What does it matter? Right? Like, people just want to hear a good call and enjoy the moment.
Well, I thought maybe you'd be a little bit of a, not a complete homer for USC, but
Well,
maybe,
I will
maybe
not
still
be.
a fan.
If anything, I'll be wearing purple.
Yeah, I'm not talking about on that game. I'm talking about in general.
In general?
Yes. And in general, I think
I'm
that you're
interested to see what USC is like in the second half of the season.
In general,
they're going to put up a bunch of numbers, and people are going to say, "Oh, Jaden Mayava for Heisman, look at these numbers," and there's going to be all that talk, and then perhaps the balloon will pop. Late September, October.
They're going to do the same thing with DeMond, just like Jed did last year when he went to Wazoo in the Apple Cup, and he was leading by 20 points in the fourth quarter, and he's chucking the football 75 yards
with all due
downfield.
respect, this is a little bit more of a media center than Seattle, Washington.
Okay,
Just
but we're talking national, right? We're talking
but we're talking national.
numbers.
But we're talking about where people's eyes go, and they usually go to Los Angeles before Seattle. So I think there'll be more chatter about Mayava than DeMond.
I take back what I said about you not being cocky, you arrelligant son of a bitch.
Yes.
Okay. How dare you?
I mean, look.
How dare you?
I'm using my self-referential tone because I am obviously as a shield because you made me feel bad when we started saying that nobody cared that I wasn't around yesterday.
Well, you just said
nobody wants to hear that the world keeps on turning when they're not around, even though it's the God's truth of anything.
I think self-deprecation is always good. It's always a little good to have a small little dose.
No, I'm self-referential.
Self-deprecation. Well, I mean, look, I'm excited. The Apple Cup is 5 weeks from Sunday. They're playing the Apple Cup in the opener this year. Did you know that? It's on a Sunday.
Okay, where is it?
It's
is it
here.
At Portland
it's here.
State?
No, it's here. Yeah, they're playing a neutral site. It's in Yakima. They could play at the Sun Dome.
They've done it at Lumen. Don't act hard about that.
They have done it before. Yes.
So it's at it's by the lake.
Correct. Okay. Yes, Husky Stadium. Cougs got a new coach, Kirby Moore.
The Coug, they have a white. Yeah, I like Kirby, and they have a white running back.
Okay.
I got the magazine yesterday, and I noticed that they're featuring a white back.
Yeah, you don't see.
Makes me think 2 things.
What's
One, hey, I love that white back because I'm white and I was a back. And 2, Washington State's probably not that good.
I mean, you're not wrong, unless that guy's Christian McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, I mean, the white back has made a resurgence, but.
You imagine Kirby Moore in his first preseason interview. Kirby, what are the expectations this year? Well, we got a white running back.
I mean, I remember telling Jim
What do you
Harbaugh,
want from me?
I was with Jim Harbaugh when he got the Stanford job.
Oh God!
Because we were doing a local show for Fox Net because SC was playing Michigan in the Rose Bowl.
And he got a text or a phone call or what happened?
I mean, he was in the process, like me. Like I'm in the process of going to call the Washington USC game. Harbaugh was in the process of taking the Stanford job. He was at USD, and he was asking me like, "Who's on the team?" And I was like, "Well, that white running back, Toby Gerhart."
Right.
And he was like, "He's white." True story.
That is awesome. Oh, God, I love it. All right, well, listen.
And that guy almost won the Heisman. He should have won it.
He probably should. I mean, McCaffrey absolutely should have won the Heisman Trophy. No doubt. But as John Wilner pointed out many times, the majority of his games were at night and nobody watched the guy play.
Well, it's Stanford football. I mean, they don't even draw. They can't. It's Stanford football. They don't want fans there.
They don't care.
It's
All
an
right.
inconvenience to the rest of the students.
Well, keep us up to date on how negotiations go with you and the radio network.
I'll let you know. It could go either way. There's a lot of international
USC.
media outside, and we will come out and, pose for some pictures, doing handshakes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm really curious to see how that game goes in week 5. I mean, hearing you talk about it, it's
Well,
like,
I got a lot of other things to worry about between then and now.
USC should wipe the floor with them. Jeez, we'll find out.
That's not what I said.
That's kind of what you insinuated.
No, you said Phil Steele said the game was a landmine. I was like, of course it is. USC's supposed to be better, and it's a road game for Washington.
Okay. Whatever you say, pal.
All right. Don't pal me, buddy.
Whatever you say, Chief.
All right.
See you, man.
Hey, you're going to wear another loss tonight in the dick from the Dodgers, too, like you did last night.
Hey, we're taking this series, pal, and you know it.
Yeah, good luck, pal.
You know it.
You're getting kicked in the dick tonight.
Don't stoop there.
Lion gambling Otani, man. He'll get his comeuppance at some point.
Our gambling Japanese star will discard you, even if his bicep and his knee hurt.
Do you think that dude, what's the guy's name that took the fall? His translator? Ipe.
Mizuhara?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think
What do you mean took the fall?
I mean,
obviously, Shohei Ohtani was duped by an evil Svengali.
You really buy that? That Ohtani had nothing to do with
buy
it.
that?
Nothing at all. He was making no wagers.
What are you going to tell me next? You really think that William Shakespeare wrote all that stuff? Of course he did.
I'm just asking you, man. It just sounds fishy to me.
I don't know what. Yeah. I don't know what you wouldn't be saying that if Ohtani was out up in there hitting jacks with a trident.
Get out of here. We got to go. All right, man. See you. Petros Papadakis with us. Normally on Thursdays at 4. I apologize to the 5 o'clock.
No, I'm normally on
Wednesdays at 4. Hang on. I apologize to the Thursday at 5 o'clock crowd for everything you just heard, and it will never happen again.
Screw you, people.
Yeah. Wednesdays at 4 o'clock.
Screw you, Thursday, 5 o'clock. There's a bunch of dorks.
From now
I'm going back to Wednesday where I belong.
It's unfortunate that we had that on our air live. That is disgusting.
All right, we're going to break. A lot more to get to. Jed Fish, hear that coming up 6 p.m. hour right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, thanks, Duke. Great night to go grab a table at one of the many famous Duke decks, including my favorite, the Ruston location. I love it so much. I've been there twice in the last 2 weeks, man. So grab a table, dukeseafood.com. Big story, Jackson, Softy, Dick with you till 7 o'clock with no Dick. Hanging out till 7 o'clock. We're going to hear from Jed Fish in the 6 p.m. hour from Big Ten Media Day. Big story in the NFL today. The NFL salaries continue to spin and spiral out of control. Apparently, you grab 70 yards a game and a touchdown once every 2 weeks, and you, too, can make $33 million a year in the National Football League. Look, Jackson, I get it. It's crazy the amount of money getting tossed around, but that just goes to show you how much money the NFL has to spend because we keep giving it to them. The 2000 NFL salary cap 25 years ago, $62 million. They're saying by 28 it could be $350 million. So just by getting a spot on a roster in the NFL, you're going to make millions of dollars a year. This is not as bad as the NBA. Guys that are averaging 5 points a night are making $5-6 million a night, or excuse me, a year. But it just goes to show you that getting Jackson Smith and Jigba locked in when they did is going to save the Seahawks some money.
What was that deal? That deal was
$42 million.
Because yeah, exactly. It was 168 or something over 4 years.
Right.
So by this account, it looks like a steal.
Right.
It's interesting, right? Because the difference between the average player, like this deal right here, or the remember the Alec Pierce deal for the Colts, right? He got $30 million a year. The difference between the average player and then the best in the league to do it in JSN,
right,
seems very off. Like it seems like the difference of less than $10 million in this deal versus the JSN deal seems like, I don't know. That seems like a steal for the Seahawks. If you're just to look at the output, JSN should be making 50.
Right.
If these are the type of deals that are going for 30 and 33.
Well, I mean, the point is that all rising tides raise all boats, if you will. No matter if you're below tide or whatever, right? You get my point. That this guy, he's making $33 million a year. Could Jackson Smith and Jigba ask for 45 and gotten it, or $48 million and gotten it? I mean, the average per year, he's number one. The total value per year, this is JSN now, he's number one. Total guarantee, he's number one. And the longer this goes on, the better that deal is going to look. I mean, if you get Devin Witherspoon locked in tomorrow, his contract may look outdated by next month. Who knows? Next year, who knows?
Well, it probably also relates to what does the team have around you. Like Chris Olave is really the Saints' option at wide receiver. Like they traded Shaheed, obviously, to the Seahawks.
Right.
So when a team is desperate to have a number one target, I think there's an overpay that goes into it. The Colts with Pierce, I know they let go, I think, of a couple guys. Pittman's gone. So I think that probably played a little bit into what the Colts and the Saints did here, but the Seahawks just they don't come off ever as like a desperate team.
No.
And frankly, I think John Schneider, if anything, has gotten deals out of his guys over the years.
Well, the problem is by the time Olave's deal is over, the Saints may just be ready to win.
Right.
Like they don't have a quarterback. They got Tyler Shuck. I mean, no disrespect to Tyler Shuck, but he doesn't scare me.
No.
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that can get the most out of Chris Olave. And I don't know. I kind of feel like it's like the closer situation with a mediocre, meddling baseball team. The last thing you need to worry about is a closer, which is why the Padres are thinking about trading Mason Miller, that they've got other issues they have to rectify, and Mason Miller is their biggest trade chip. It's like a wide receiver on a football team. That's the last spot that I'm spending money on. I'm going after the offensive line first, defensive line second. This is obviously after a quarterback. After a quarterback, I'm going after the line of scrimmage, and when I fix that, maybe a running game, and then wide receiver can kind of maybe, fall in line after all that. I'm not sure if I'd be spending that kind of money on Chris Olave if I were the Saints right now, but at the same time, if you're looking to get Tyler Shuck, to improve, you got to give the guy the most help available, but that's where you draft. You draft young guys. You trade guys like Olave. You save that money. You build a line. I still think what the Hawks did in 2012 with Russell Wilson was the exact way to do it. Build everything else first and then get the quarterback to fill in from there.
And I do look at Olave's numbers overall, over 1,000, over 1,100 yards, almost 1,200, 9 touchdowns. Like, those are numbers where I can justify a little more of the 30-plus million. Alec Pierce is the insane one. Mm-hmm. But you compare that then to Rashid Shaheed.
Right.
And more importantly, and Hugh has talked a lot about this, what Rashid Shaheed could do with a full offseason. Sam Darnold talked about it in the interview that you guys did earlier this week with him on the podcast page, ladies and gentlemen. Like, Rashid Shaheed for $17 million for what could be. I mean, you look what he used to do with the Saints, right? Where he had almost 700 yards a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. I think that $17 million, we look back on that, and if he can even put up decent numbers, then that again will look like a steal when you look at what Pierce and Olave, the 30+ million guys, are now getting. It's stupid money.
Well, he was on pace before he got traded. Rashid Shaheed was to put up 940 yards receiving, which is nothing crazy, but it's a lot better than he did last year when he came here and played in 9 games. He was here for 9 games and had 188 yards receiving. He was in New Orleans for 9 games and had 500. He had 3 times as many catches in the 9 games in New Orleans as he did here in the 9 games in Seattle. I mean, you could argue that there's better talent around him here. He's not going to be the option, and that's okay. Right. But if he can be an elite option, later in a game when there's more attention on JSN, more attention on Torrey Horton or the running game or Cooper Kupp or, A.J. Barn or whatever, and he can slip in there and make a play when nobody's expecting him to, I mean, I'm fine with it. I personally I think, would have spent my money on Kenny Walker versus Rashid Shaheed, but I understand it. If the Seahawks are going to be playing all of these blade-of-the-knife games like they did last year, they're going to need to have a kick-ass special teams unit, and they do.
Totally. And it's funny you bring up Walker because my mind with Shaheed this year also goes to Brian Fleury being the offensive coordinator. And we know that Fleury comes from San Francisco, where one of the hallmarks of that San Francisco offense over the last couple of years has been using Deebo Samuel and using fast wide receivers as running backs. Like they have kind of gotten in that style. And if Brian Fleury's coming in here, not only letting Barner develop, letting everything else develop as he brings his San Francisco tendencies, can you use a Rashid Shaheed in the backfield and get a little bit of that, what you lost with Walker and Shaheed?
I thought that was a really good conversation. And this is what you get, by the way, on this radio show. Just nuanced, rational, logical conversation. Can't promise the same thing when Dick comes back tomorrow, but this is what you get with me and Jackson here on the radio show. We will get a break, okay?
Don't stoop there.
Sorry. And we will come back and hear from Mike McDonald, who sat down with Ian today from the VMAC. Jed Fish is from both coaches. Mac next and Jed Fish at 6:20 on 93.3 KJR FM. Dockside at Dukes.com. How many brides to be out there stressing out? I can't find a place for the party. I'm freaking out. The Bridezilla's out there, man. If you're looking for the perfect spot, I want you to go online and check out Dockside at Dukes.com. 2,200 square foot veranda at the Lake Union location. Private kitchen just for you right there in Lake Union. It's awesome. So if you're having a big party, big get-together, including a wedding, Dockside at Dukes.com. Check it out. All right, Mike McDonald, head coach of the Seahawks, which I'm glad that we made that clear. We could be talking about Mike McDonald, who works at Jimmy John's in Ballard. Not that guy. This is the Mike McDonald that is the head coach of the Hawks, Super Bowl champ. You've heard of him, right? You know the guy that I'm talking about. Pretty good coach.
We did not care.
Was on with Ian and Hugh Millen today from the VMAC. Couple of minutes of that Emmy Award-winning conversation, starting with our friend QB1 Hugh Millen.
So what's the biggest challenge? I got traded to the Cowboys after they won their first Super Bowl, and Jimmy Johnson was doing all these things to try and say, okay, let's keep the gas going. So what challenges are most important to you?
I think we have to. The first thing we tried to do was kind of put everything in perspective. What we used with our team was, hey, we love what we did. We're very proud of what we did. That's gonna be something that we're gonna have the rest of our lives. You guys earned it. It's freaking awesome. There's a banner. There's a trophy. But that's like that's a in-time, one-time thing that you can't. Even if you win the Super Bowl, you're not going to replicate it. It's a different season. So we're going to recognize that. However, I think the things that we're take the most pride in and believe the most in is like our way of life. And part of that is by moving forward all the time and chasing edges and pushing each other and being the best version. All those types of things. The daily inputs, the grind of all these things that like we cherish is that process. And so let's go nail our process, And part of that is growing and pushing each other and having new people and having them integrated in the whole process. And so, like, to me, when I'm talking about that, like, that fires me up. And I think our guys are excited about that. And that's what we're attacking. Sometimes, we've had a couple of days where we probably didn't necessarily hit it in certain aspects of our team, and we kind of just, okay, well, we missed it. Let's go. What do we need to do now to go nail it today? And then you just kind of take it one day at a time. Try not to be too cliche.
At what point did you just kind of maybe sitting at home, maybe in March, maybe in February, say, damn, we did it?
I don't know. You're probably not going to believe me, but it's just – I think it's something that it's kind of stored away that, like, that happened. Does that make sense?
Well, that's the mentality of a coach, right? You just said it. Like, you're always looking forward.
Yeah.
So you haven't really been able to sit back and just
but, like, why would you want to – like, if you guys ever in your life just sat back and be like, yes. Huh? Does that ever happen?
Why are you looking at me?
In anything, like
no.
I mean, like if your son plays Little League and they win the championship, you're going to enjoy the heck out of it,
right?
And then the next day you're going to go to basketball practice, like, or school is a week. It's just you're going to love it and be proud of that happened, but like you're not going to go to the beach and just be like, we are the best. Right, yeah. I'm just going to sit here and do nothing.
I think that's an interesting. No, I think we both can relate to that as parents of kids. Both our kids played collegiate football, and I think you probably are more proud of what Jack's doing sometimes, right?
Yeah, totally.
Like than what you do and stuff like that. I don't know why Pearson's looking at me when he says something like Dave Pearson's the great VP here. I haven't accomplished anything in my career, so I'm just sitting here, Mike McDonald, with us right now.
Yeah. What was it that you needed to see and hear from Brian Flory when you talked to him that made you satisfied? He's a never time play caller, but he's my guy.
I really appreciated how he saw the game and like what was important to him on how to build an offense.
Can you give an example?
Offense. It's easy to get in an interview and say, hey, we're going to run this scheme and we're going to be this and we're going to have all the things. But to him, it was about how we play the game. And there was so much parallel to how we want our football team to play, and how we built our offense last year and how that coincides with how we play special teams and defense. And I think him having been on the other side of the ball and on special teams throughout his career gives him this 360 perspective of the game, which is really cool. And he sees how it's all connected, You could tell he's incredibly sharp. He was a great communicator. There's no BS, there's no fluff, which I always appreciate. And he can coach the heck out of a football team, And so being able to he can see the quarterback through the lens that the quarterback needs to be coached, but he can also connect that to the timing of routes and how we play combinations up front and how we get in and out of mode, how we operate, and he's open to new ideas too. It's not like just like, hey, this is non-negotiables, from A to Z. It's he's trying to look to get better, and it's not like I'm like critiquing. I'm like, we're working together. Where I'm asking him questions about what he's thinking, he's asking me. It's just kind of like a tag team, which is a lot of fun.
As we let you go, give us just one story. Fans love to hear stories.
Yeah.
There must have been something that was cool or interesting or noteworthy about Super Bowl winning head coach Mike Macdonald. Maybe it's at Starbucks or something. Somebody looked at you different than they did before. What in the experience?
So
I
was invited to play in the American Century Championship in Tahoe.
Yeah.
And so that was a great honor, and they do a phenomenal job, and you're meeting people that are you're like I literally looked at like 100 people at that time, like my life is so dumb right now that I get to do this. But the one thing that everyone told me is like, look, the first tee your nerves are going to be rolling, so get ready for that. So I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about it. Anyway, so I get to the first tee, they instead of introducing me as whatever the accolades, I was the 2005 Physics Student of the Year at Centennial High School, and that's who that's how they introduced me. So I get over the ball, and I played a lot of golf this summer, and I just remember thinking like, I don't know how I'm going to make contact with this ball.
Just don't top it.
And there's like a couple hundred people there, and I get to the back of my swing, and my body just like unravels, and I top the ball.
No.
Into the hazard.
No.
20 yards in front of me. And it was just like, well, can I get any worse than this, boys? Like, let's have a good time.
I've seen your swing. Are you single digit? Where are you at?
I am, yeah. I'm back down to single.
So topping the ball is not in your repertoire ever.
Well, apparently it is. It is now.
First of all, I've seen plenty of single-digit handicaps top a ball. Plenty, by the way, top a ball. I've seen scratch golfers top balls. Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's like one of us, right? I didn't realize he was that good, by the way. Good for him if he's a single. That's awesome. But, it's funny, Jackson, as I was hearing Mike Macdonald talk there, I was thinking about this. Do you even remember the 2024 season?
The 24 season?
Yes. His first year. Because it's like, last year wasn't his first year.
Yeah.
He was here in 2024.
He was?
And it's like, we don't even remember what happened in 2024.
What did happen?
Well, remember in 2024, they came out and they lost at home to the Giants. They lost to the Niners at home. Yeah. They had that game against the Lions where they couldn't stop them on defense, gave up 42 points in that game. They had back-to-back losses at home against the Packers and Minnesota, and they finished 10-7. They beat the Rams in that meaningless nothing game at the end of the year when the Rams had nothing to play for. They beat the Bears in Chicago 6-3. Remember that? On the day after Christmas? I mean, it was just like, I have to go back and look up what happened. And I remember over the offseason, we're all saying, well, dude, they got to get home field advantage back. Like, this is a joke. Right? Their last two home games, they lost. They won the Cardinal game 16-6. It was just nasty. Yeah. I think if I'm looking at this right, they actually had lost 6 of their last 7 home games that year. Because they lost to the Giants at home, the Niners at home, and then they lost to Buffalo, the Rams in overtime. Then they beat Arizona, but then lost to Green Bay and Minnesota. Yeah, they lost 5 of their last 6. Then they come out to start last season, and they lose 2 of their first 3 at home.
Right.
To Tampa Bay and San Francisco.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they just said, that's it, enough.
That was the Tungus game, if I remember correctly.
Right. They just said, enough. That's it, we're done. And everything started to change at home. It was the Monday night game that nobody paid attention to. Because the Mariners lost Game 7 at Toronto, and they beat the Texans, and they won every home game the rest of the way, and they finished 14-3. It's almost impossible to remember that Mike Macdonald was here for a year before last season.
It's funny, the first season, what I do remember, I don't remember a lot of the games,